Hey, this is Arnav. Welcome to Scalar's YouTube channel. And I have this video here, which is pretty interesting. It is a very long video. It's going to be, I believe, 5-6 hours it will take me to build this. And I'm going to be building this project here, which you can see, which is looks a lot like Instagram. As you can see, it has got a hot feed, hot photos on Instagram right now. It has got a top feed, which you can see top photos right now. So still polishing up the loading animations and all of that stuff. There are stories as well at the top. So if you look at any of those stories, then just like on Instagram, the bar fills up, and after 5 seconds it moves to the next story. It has a little different kind of animation from Instagram where it goes from left to right. Here I just made it grow from the middle or something like that. Okay, so that's basically the app. A clone of Instagram using Imgood's APIs. Imgood is a photo sharing site where people share photos. So I've used the APIs from Imgood to create a clone for Instagram. If you really like seeing projects like this getting built, definitely subscribe to our channel. We would keep building more projects like this. This particular project is quite a marathon project. It's going to take 5-6 hours to actually cover all the steps. I'm going to be building it using some of the latest and greatest stuff that is available in Android today. Kotlin, we'll be using Jetpack libraries we are going to be using, right? And it's created exactly the way modern Android applications are created. Drawing on my experience from having led the Android team at Zomato and at Target. So this uses all the industry best practices, the way apps are getting built. So that way I have built this. Okay, so let's get started with it. Okay, so to get started, let me quickly walk you through what are the APIs that we're going to be using and exactly what kind of app we are going to be building. Okay, so first of all, you should go to apidocs.imgood.com and that's where you can get documentation about the API. To start off with, we have to go and register our app. And once we register our app, we basically get an API key, the client ID. So the client ID is going to be pretty important for us to make all the API calls. I'll just make a client ID very soon, but let me give the overview first. And then we have got this gallery endpoint. So we've got this api.imgood.com /3 because it's the v3 of the API gallery /section. So section we can set hot, top, or user. We can use hot and top. Hot is the most popular stuff, top being the top stuff. Then there's a sorting. We can sort by viral and top and time and rising. And then there is something called window. Window is basically like whether you want the top images of today, this week, this month, or year, and so on and so forth. And there are a couple of other parameters like whether you want to show mature content, you want to show viral content, and all of that or not. Okay, so we would be using this to create our feed, and we're just going to be see where the feed is going to go. The other thing is we can also see tags. So if you go to gallery tags, then you see that we can go api.imgood.com /3/tags, and which gives you a bunch of tags here, and each tag contains a certain tag ID, name of the tag, and how many followers, total items that are there inside the tag, and so on, right? We can again, I think, sort and filter our tags using some basic things. I believe. So I'll give you a list of our tags that Imgood has. Okay, great. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating this app, which is going to be Instagram-like app, of course. And here at the top of the app, we will have these, the story stuff. So we're going to be, using right. So this is where our stories are going to be there. Okay. And then there's going to be the feed here. So the feed is going to be like this, where, there'd be like the image, and below the image there would be like the title of whatever it is and all that stuff, just like Instagram is designed, right? And we would have like obviously more of these, right? And In fact, I just let's just say that we have got like it'll be more of them. We'll scroll through that, and then we would have, like, at the bottom of the app we will have two tabs. Okay. And these two tabs would be two kinds of feeds we can show, actually. So maybe one of the feeds we show the hot stuff, and one of them we can show the top stuff. So we can show some icons here instead, maybe also maybe instead of the hot stuff we can actually go and write create like a flame like icon, like that, something like this. Okay. So this could be like our hot stuff, and the top stuff we can show something like like sorting icon or something like that. Or maybe like you have this sorting icon usually, and it says that I've sorted top to bottom or something like that. So we can use some icons also as well. So we'll see. Okay. So when somebody basically clicks on top, or they click on hot or something like that, in that case we will basically refresh the feed. We will show the stuff that's coming on the feed from this place, from the images tag. I think where do we go? Sorry. Yeah. So basic gallery information we'll get, and we will show either the top or the hot based on that. And when we click on any of these any one of these circles here, which is each of the tags. So what we'll do here when we click on the tags is that we will go to a new screen in our app, and in that screen it is going to be much like how Instagram stories work. So in this screen the image will actually kind of come up here, right? And it's going to be probably like filled up with right, and at the top of the screen we will show those bars that are usually there on Instagram, right? And so they will be filled up, and like they'll keep getting filled at the top as we skip for 10 seconds from one image to the next image, and so on. Okay. So that's how basically we want to go about doing this on Imgur, right? So let's get started. I think we have the API, and we can get started. I think we can create our application name. By the way, first of all, here you have to log into Imgur to do that. You can give it an application name. You can give it like sorry. Let's just call it InstaClone or something like that. Or I think we can give a new name, Imguram. It's like Instagram with Imgur API. I think Imguram looks like a nice name. Auth to authorization without a callback is fine. I think we don't need a callback URL for this because they're not going to be doing a sign up or something like that. The website is also actually optional. I will give you an email ID here, so I'll give my email ID gmail.com, right? And description, whatever, right? Instagram clone for Scalar YouTube, right? Submit that, and I will get client ID and a client secret as soon as I submit that. Okay. The client secret is not so useful for me right now because I'm not going to be doing actually auth authorizations here. The important thing is the client ID for me, right? By the way, if you're going to be making it, then do not share the client ID and the client secret with somebody else. I'm sharing it right now in the video here. I will actually disable this app once this video is published because nobody apart from you should know the client secret, because then they can authorize other users via your application and then do something malicious like post some bad photos or something like that. Anyway, so this is the client ID that we need, and just let's probably save that somewhere. I'm just writing it down here, and you will use that later on in our next app, so just keep it saved somewhere with you. But I think you can come back to all of your apps or something like that later on as well, and I think you can find it out as well. Probably, I don't know. Is there a way to come back to apps or something? Anyway, saving the client ID is kind of important there. I don't know if there's a show all apps kind of page where you can find all of your clients or not. Let's get started with the Android app now, okay? Okay, so to get started with exploring the API a little bit so that we know what kind of data that we can fetch, right? If you go to the api.docs.input.com website, and at the top right corner there is a run in Postman button. So if you click on that button, you can click on Postman for Mac. I mean, before that you should download the app, of course, Postman. So I think postman.com. You just go and download the app for Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever you're using. Once you've done that and you click on that, you click on Postman for Mac, what will happen is, I have already done that once. So this collection for Imgur API gets added, and it has got all the use cases that are defined in the docs here. They are all added to your screen here, okay? The bit where I copied the API key, right, if you remember. So here once you have gone to, so if you go to api.imgur.com, by the way, once, that's the place, and in your name you can find out settings. Mistake. So you go to settings. So there are the list of apps that I have made. So this Imguram is the app that I just made. We go to click on edit. This is the client ID out there. So I copied that, if you remember. Now to copy that client ID, what will happen is that if you go to gallery, and if you go to gallery tags, and here you will see that there's this client ID variable out there is there. Okay. So by default, this variable would not have a value when you add this collection inside Postman. So what you need to do is inside Imgur API, go to edit that collection. Okay. And when you edit that collection, there is a variables tag. So inside variables, add client ID as a variable and paste this value. Okay. Once you have done that, then you can come back to the gallery tags value, and you can actually make this API call. And when you make that API call, you will see that you get these information back. So what you can do is you can actually copy this information and use JSON viewers. There's a bunch of JSON viewing websites out there where you can just paste that, and then if you go to the viewer, you see that there's this data where there are 3 galleries, and tags have come. So there are 194 tags have come. Some 4 galleries have also come, which is most viral, user submitted random and staff picks. Most viral one, they have got 1 top post each in each of them, and then each of these tags, they have gotten how many followers does this tag have, total items inside that, whether current user is following. So these kind of information that's available, right? What else? So within a particular tag, if I want the images, so that's so we can add a tag name, a sort, and a window, and all of these things. So we can go ahead and actually write something in the tag name, sort, the window, and the page, and all of these things. In fact, I can just go and in place of tag name, can probably write I don't know, we have got trivia as a tag name. We've got all. So all probably gets us cute pictures. By the way, as per the documentation here, if I look at gallery tag, not all of them are compulsory pieces of information. In fact, so just a second. So API endpoints, if I go for gallery, by the way, there's some information given here which ones are optional, which ones are not optional. So when you're looking for gallery tag, so sort is optional. You don't need to send the sort. By default, it sorts to top. And page, the paging number, again, it's optional, and the window is also optional. So I can actually sort window and page. I can just remove, by the way, and just send this request. The header should have the client ID. Okay, and I just send that, and I get the information of this. So if I just go to the JSON viewer, I paste this data, and I try to view that data here now. So it contains the data of items. These items contain about 59 images. Each of them contain like link to the actual image there, the tags and all that stuff. So most of these, like, you get the link here, and in this link, if you just copy the value inside the link, by the way, just a second here, yeah. So I'll just copy it from here, right? So every image gets a link. You can just copy that link, and if you paste that, that's actually the image inside that link. Okay. So every one of those links, they have like a URL inside them. Some of those links would have, instead of a JPG, they might not end as JPG because the image actually might not be a JPG image. It could be a video. In those cases, the ending, it does not have an extension in that case. Okay. So that's how the data is, right? That's the data inside every tag. Now, how about the other API which we found out is all the stuff in the gallery, so the top or the viral and all that stuff. So how can we check that out? We can also check that out. Get gallery here. Again here, so section is supposed to be, by the way, I'll just not save the changes. Don't save them. So I'll remove show viral, mature, and album previews. I'll keep the album previews to true for now. Okay. Section, sort, window, and page are again, I think, optional. I'll just remove the sort, window, and page part of it. The section, I think we can pass hot here, and just send that. So here are all the hot images that we have gotten here, and again I'll just copy this, go to the JSON viewer once and paste it and see. So we get data contains again like around 60 items. We can see each item here. It's a tag. There's a type is also available, whether it's a I think image, or whether it's a gallery or like that. So there is like a array of images like that. It's available. Okay. So that's kind of the way the data is coming in. In some cases, you will find that they contain an array of images within that. Okay. So every item contains some metadata, some information, and there is a images array inside that which contains all the images. So it could be one image, it could be an array of images, and so on. We are getting. Okay. So let's get started with this information. Let's start building the API gathering part. And going forward from here, there are two ways to build this app. We can either build it bottom-up way, where we can build the layer which fetches the data from the API first, or we can do it with, we can build a top-down way, where we can build the UI first, and then we can connect it to the API later. Okay, mock out the API and make it later. In our case, I think the API is very well defined, right? And the UI is just some Excali draw. This is very wireframe-ish. I don't have a final UI in mind. I haven't engaged with a UI designer who can give me a finished UI. So I can polish up the UI at the end. We can do it in a bottom-up way where the API is well defined. So I'll create the API module first, get the data from there, write some tests for the API, and then we will create the UI using that API. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so how do we go about doing this? We'll start off with a new project. The entire process I'm going to be doing live on this video itself. So right from creating the project, every piece of coding itself. So we'll pick a phone and tablet project, and we will go with a, just empty activity is fine, right? I mean, we'll mostly change that stuff. Bottom navigation activity, we can go with that as well, but I think for now we can just go with an empty activity. I'll add a bottom navigation tab if needed. It's up to you. You can pick either choice that you want. Okay, so if you go with bottom navigation activity or whatever, go next. First, we will work on the API side though. So it does not really matter what you pick there. We can change those things. package name. So let's just do it. I don't know, com.scaler.imguram. Maybe it's so name of the application is okay. Get a folder where you're saving that. Okay. We'll be using Kotlin. This minimum SDK version is 23, is generally the suggested one today to use, which makes sure that around 85% of people today using Android phones would be able to use your phone. You can use 21 as well, which makes that 95%, but I think 23 is fine to go with. And then let's just click finish. It will set up my project, download some libraries. If you're doing your first Android app, this takes a lot of time. It might not take so much time given that I regularly develop Android apps, so the libraries would already be available, right? So okay. What we need to do is, so by the way, we will create a separate module here. So as you can see that, in my project, by default, an app module is created where the source code is there. What in addition to that I will do is, I will have to create another package here. So this is an Android module. For APIs, what we will do is we'll create a Java only module. Java only means you can write code in Kotlin as well. Being that it's not a Android app, but it's a Java specific module, which helps in the ways that just a second, sorry. So if you go and click on file, new, and you select new module, so you can create an Android library, or you can also create a Kotlin library. I think with the Android library versus Kotlin libraries, the Java and Kotlin library, they are easier to test, they are faster to test, and you can actually use this library for other purposes as well. Like if you wanted to use in a Java desktop app or in a Java server, you can use that in those cases as well. It can create a .jar file. It's not Android specific code nature. The downside is that in those libraries, you can't use any Android specific com.android APIs. You can't use any of them. Now, in bigger projects, at bigger companies, we generally prefer using a Java library because they're easier to test. So when you have a CI/CD integration, when automated testing and building is happening, they're faster to build and faster to test. Okay, so I'll call it libimgur. It's the Imgur API library. Okay, libimgur. I just call it class name. Imgur API, maybe a class name. We'll just see how we'll structure all of that stuff up. Okay. And just finish that. So new library gets created. What we need to do is we need to make sure the app uses the Imgur library. By the way, if you look at settings.gradle, there is include app, include libimgur. Two libraries have been added. In my apps Gradle file, I will add the fact that it includes that library. So I can add implementation. Okay, so writing this line means that my app module is going to be using the libimgur module. By the way, you can add this thing using a graphical way as well. You can go to project structure, and inside project structure, you can go to modules. You can select app, and dependencies. You can select app, and you can add a new dependency as like that. But you can, if you write it manually like that, then it gets added like this as well. So you can click module dependency, select which module you want, right? It's already added here in that sense. Okay, if I just remove that, by the way, so that line gets deleted. Okay, as you can see, the line has been deleted. Just click add module dependency libimgur, and okay, so apply. Has been added. Okay, so this is the library getting added. Okay, these are your test implementations unit testing, and these are for integration testing. These are the libraries that we're using in our project. Okay. Some of these libraries are actually older as well. The default project that got created, they're suggesting that I can use a newer one. You can move to a newer one. That's fine as well. Okay. Sync that stuff. And go to the Android view, in which case you only see the files that are needed to be seen. So in the Imgur API, if I just, I don't know, add anything, okay, int a, sorry, okay, just add that. If I go to my app and main activity here inside on create, if I write val Imgur API equal to Imgur API, just construct that, and if I just log a line, okay, this will, if I just run this app, by the way, and I can run it on my emulator right now. So I'm just gonna run it. My emulator will start up. It's going to showing you that you can call a class which is there in a different library here. How you can do that? You can do that by creating a separate module that is a Java module, by the way, and you can import that class like this here, and then you can run it. The Gradle file of a Java module looks a bit different, as you can see here, and this is the apps one. So the app one has the Kotlin Android and Android application plugin added here. It has this Android body where it has information about how to build it in Android and all that stuff. The Gradle file for a Java module looks pretty different. It has, sorry, not this one. I'm sorry. Yeah, here's the one. So this just contains the source compatibility for Java, like which language is going to be compiled to, plugins, Java library, and Kotlin, none other things. Okay. So you want to add other things, like if you want to add dependencies, you have to add them manually like this. Then you can start adding dependencies. So for example, I want to add retrofit as a dependency to this. I will just come to that and I will add that. Okay. By the way, you should keep your Java version compatibility same between the app and that. So I think using 8 here would be better, right? So we are compiling it to Java version 8. By the way, today if you're making apps, you can also use Java version 11. So you can do 11 here as well. I think there's the JDK version 11 you can use here, and same here you can use version 11. And you can compile this project as well using JDK version 11. So you can go to project structure, SDK location, you can select an Android SDK. So JDK, you can pick a JDK that you want to use. Your computer could have multiple JDKs installed. Today you can use JDK 11 or above as well if you're targeting Android SDK 23 and above. Okay, compiling it with 1.8 is not a necessity, by the way. So my current Java version, I believe, would be, so I think I have got 11 available to me. So current points to 12, which is fine. Okay. So if you are compiling with a Android version below 28, and if you are targeting minimum SDK version below 23, you should stick to Java version 1.8. But if you are targeting with 29 or 30 level SDK and you are targeted min SDK as 23 or above, then you can use a Java version 11. Staying with the more latest Java version allows you a few more features. Like when you're building with Kotlin, it does not really matter though, right? But you can stay with the more latest Java version in that sense. Okay, that said, my app is run here. When my app is run, if I go to my logcat, I will see that my imgur, I think, file has gotten printed or not. I'll just run it again. Okay, it will build and run again, and it should print that value which I had written here in my main activity, it should say imgur a equal to 10 if it is able to properly build it and run. And as you can see, it's going to print. Okay, so that's working. Code from my library is getting executed inside my app. Now what I will do is I will initially not write any code inside the application side. I'm just going to first of all make the library, and I will make sure that the API can be used, and then we will write code for the app and the UI and all of that after that. Okay. Okay, so to start off with, we need retrofit here to be added in the API library. We can do is go to, again, like that project structure, and go for the dependencies for libimgur, and you can add a library dependency, and we can search for retrofit, and Studio should search retrofit for us and find that out. This is, I personally feel, a little slow process. I mostly just prefer going to retrofit readme file there, and there should be a Gradle file somewhere available. I don't know. There's the retrofit repository. Go to download, and there should be the line for how to install retrofit here. Latest version we can find out from GitHub. Retrofit latest version is it should be retrofit 2. 2.9.0 is the latest version. Okay, so you'll look at tags and we'll find the latest version. So here it's there. 2.9.0 is the latest version available. Or you can click on releases, and they're generally available there as well. So 2.9.2 is the latest version. So we'll use that. By the way, this search did not really turn out something. If you want this to turn out something, you can probably use a more specific search query like this, and search for that. Yeah, so we got square up retrofit 2.9.0. Here's the one. Hmm. 2.9.0. Okay, and along with that, we would need a JSON serialization library as well, and we will be using Moshi for that actually. So we'll just add same stuff here. So adapter, there's a converter Moshi. So we would use a converter Moshi for this, that would install Moshi for us as well. Okay. Good. We need support for coroutines, and we need support for. So by the way, Moshi separately we don't need to add. If we add converter Moshi, then automatically Moshi gets added. Okay, custom converters, there's a list of them, right? So that gets added. If a particular version of Moshi you want to set up, so Moshi, how to add Moshi via Gradle, you can just check that up. So yeah, so this is how you add Moshi. We would also add Moshi CodeGen. So Moshi CodeGen is basically a way to make Moshi work faster at runtime by generating the serialization classes at compile time. So to use Moshi CodeGen, you generally have to use, I believe, KPT. So I don't see that happening. It should be Moshi compiler or something. I'll just check that out. I'll just add another dependency like this here. Search, and okay, just adding this. Moshi Kotlin CodeGen. Is that the one? This is the one. 1.12. That's the one that I want. This should be added as not as implementation but as KAPT. Okay, that's something that we need to add. To do that, we have to add another thing. We have to add the Kotlin KAPT plugin here. Okay, so the KAPT plugin makes sure that we can add code gens. Okay, once that's done, and now if I try to add file project structure, living good dependencies. In fact, just have to do that once again a little bit more. So retrofit 2.9.0 to be added. Converter Moshi to be added, same version. Then we need to add the Moshi stuff. Okay, so we add Moshi 1.12 implementation, and we have to add the CodeGen stuff. So Moshi, Kotlin CodeGen compile, Kotlin CodeGen, I think that's the one. And we add, I think now we would have the KAPT stuff available probably. We just add annotation processor, click OK, apply. You have to change annotation processor to KAPT. Annotation processor is for Java annotation processes, and KAPT is for Kotlin annotation processes. I think this should work. Okay. Then what we need to do is here we'll add a couple of packages. So we'll add a package called entities, or we can call them as models. And we'll add services. You can call them services, or you can call them endpoints, APIs, like that you can add. Okay, so here we create first of all, just go to gallery tags, look at that response. Okay, so we have this response, we send that. Okay, so inside models we have this. So this is the response that has come. What I will do is I will generate a model. I will create a new so Kotlin data class from JSON. So this is a plugin, by the way. You can install this plugin in Android Studio, which generates model classes from JSON automatically. You can go to Android Studio, and so you go to plugins, and inside plugins, if you search for marketplace, just write Kotlin JSON. You should find this called JSON to Kotlin class. It's a very popular plugin to convert JSON data to Kotlin data classes. There's a RoboPojo generator as well, and there's generate Kotlin. So these three all are pretty common. I personally prefer this one, so I can go write Kotlin data classes. This is probably gallery / tag, so I will just write it as paste this data here. Class name, gallery tags, response. Okay, so some advanced stuff like annotations for Moshi with CodeGen I want to generate. Properties would be val by default, auto determine them on nullable or not from the JSON value, right? And other stuff like, do you want to enable order by alphabetical, enable inner class model, all of that stuff. Okay, and indentation, how much you want to do, and all of that stuff. So okay, we go and we generate this. So it creates like a bunch of them. So it creates like gallery tags response is one that we get, but then inside that there is data. So it has created a separate class for the data model, description annotations and stuff like that. So many of them you might not need for now. So there is tag x and there is tag, so tag and tag x are probably very similar to each other. So what you can do is you can play around with that a little bit. You can do is, or you can use an inner class model format, where what you can do is, if you're creating this, paste that stuff. You go to advanced and you can select the enable inner class model. Okay, generate. In that case, only one gets generated and everything is generated as inner classes for you. Okay. So there's data. Data contains a gallery and tag. The gallery data contains top post and image and tag. The tag contains description annotations. Again, probably these are not useful to you. You can just remove that stuff. We'll do a little bit of cleanup. We don't need all of that stuff. But that's the gallery tags response. This is the gallery response, I would say. Let's just copy this as well, and if you find common stuff we will do that. So we'll do new that's gallery response, data name, all of that stuff is there. Okay. We don't need anything else for now. I think we'll just start with these information and then we will generate more of them. So let me clean up the API a little bit. Okay, so this data stuff, so what I can do probably is take this data stuff, new, and I can do probably Kotlin class of file, gallery response data, paste that stuff here, call it gallery response data, map that class here as gallery response data like this. Same for the gallery tags response. I think for this stuff, what I can do is, for this data class that we have here, is it very similar to each or not? So it's not actually. So this data class contains add config image processing tag. It's a very different thing. This contains featured galleries tags. Very different things out there. Okay. So in fact, let me just go back, actually not do this. Okay. And keep the data file here. That's fine if the data file is here. This is inclusive to this thing. So what are the classes that we have gotten generated here? Right. So there is a add config, there is a image. So is this image very similar to the image inside gallery tags response? So there's a tag and there's an image. So let's do some of these ones. So let's take the tag class. The description annotation is seemingly there is nothing inside that description annotation. So I can just go find. There's no such thing as description annotations, it seems. It's an empty object. It is apparently an empty object here as well. So we can clean up some of these classes that get generated, which we probably don't need. Right. Remove this class in that sense. Okay. This is the tag class. So what we can do is take this tag class, create a new Kotlin class called tag, paste that stuff here. Okay. tag works. Here, do we have a class called tag? We can remove this from here as well. It will still be fine. It will resolve the tag properly. Then we have got the processing status. So do we have that processing status here? So we have this processing stuff. Again, seems common. It just has status image. So in fact, it's inside image. So what let's do is let's take the image class and let's externalize that. Okay. So new Kotlin file for okay. So we put image out. Image seems to be mapped fine. Gallery response has a very similar image class, right? Similar information inside the image class, by the way. So we can do is remove that image class here. Okay. The tag class from here also I can remove, by the way. They're going to be very similar to each other. So this is the tag class. This is the tag class. Accent background hash, background is animal display name. Same stuff. So let's just remove this from here. Right. Okay. What else? So add config seems, do we have anything similar there? No add config. What else? Processing seems like we have already used that. Can be used from outside. So this processing we can probably use image.processing from there, it seems like. So that's data. It does not contain any further. So this is add config. There's only inner class. Here we have got data. Inside data we've got gallery object itself. Gallery contains description, ID, name, and top post. Inside that we have got top post. Top post contains account ID, account URL. So is this similar to image? So it's pretty similar. As you can see, account ID, account URL, add type, add URL. All the stuff is album, is add. All of that stuff is okay. Not exactly the same. So we cannot use them to replace with each other. Okay. There aren't any inner classes, so I think we can let it be. The name top post here is fine. So we have gotten our responses kind of sorted. Now next we will create the APIs. So in fact we'll move. So we'll create a new interface. So Imgur API v3 or Imgur v3 API. Up to you. You can name it either way. I think I will Imgur API v3. I'm just going to be naming it. This is an interface that I'm going to be creating, and then I'm going to be following the retrofit documentation on how to create these things, how to create a service. So the retrofit documentation, you build it like this: interface GitHub service. Okay. And then you write get, and then you write a call, and like that you go ahead doing that stuff. Okay. So get. So here you write only the additional part. The base URL is going to be same. So for all of these, the base URL till 3 is same. So we write the rest of it. Okay. So we write the rest of it here. So for the gallery response, we got gallery / hot album preview is equal to true. So this is one. Just write it here. We will change these things very soon. Okay. The hot will not hard code it to hot. We will change it to something else. I'll just write that. Use path params. I'll get back to that. This is just so that we can start testing that stuff. There's this function which is get galleries, or get gallery, I think, get gallery, and it returns a call inside which there is gallery response. Okay, sorry. Okay, and there is the other one, which is the tag one. This is just slash tags, and I can just do tags and fun get tags. I can do, right, get tags, and then this is a call we should probably rename the tags response to just write, oh, that's a gallery response, or it's a tag response. Okay, so we'll get a tag response when we call this. Okay, now to test out this API, we should write some tests. So how do we write tests? You can just open it in terminal. So we'll find that there is src main, and inside main there is Java and all. So create a folder called test here, just inside src. Okay, and inside test create a new folder. Okay, so this test has been created. Okay, inside that you'll have to create that same package com scalar libimgur. So you can create a new package com dot scalar dot libimgur. Okay, so these are gonna get marked as test sources. By the way, for your libimgur, in the dependencies, you should add the JUnit also as a dependency, so we can run some tests here. Okay, why we are writing tests right now? So that we can actually test out the API layer before writing the UI of our app. Okay, so I will go and just copy that stuff, JUnit test for the unit test library. I need this. Just put this here. So you have to be a little patient in this space where nothing of nothing visual is yet happening till now. It's boring stuff is happening till we get to some results happening. Okay. So we're going to be adding the JUnit stuff. Once that's done, libimgur, and here a new, I think, package for APIs I can do. And inside that I can create a Java class, a Kotlin class, imgur API v3 tests. Okay, I can start writing kind of tests like this, test and get tags. And slash does not work, so get tags working. That's the name of my test. I can name my test like a sentence if I want to, and you can use this backtick so that in Kotlin you can name variables with spaces like that. Okay, that's a strange thing that Kotlin allows. It's nice that allows that. So here what we'll do is we will need a retrofit object, and I'm not writing the test in the proper production way yet. We'll get to that. So retrofit equal to retrofit dot builder dot build. So I just build a retrofit builder, and then I do val API equal to retrofit dot create, and I pass my imgur API v3. Okay, and then my API would have this get tags response. Okay, dot I can do is execute it, get the response. Okay, so I can get assert not null, import assert not null from the JUnit assert library. Assert not null that response dot body is not null. Okay, so if I just run this, it should make an API call and test that the body is not null. If it fails here, then probably my API setup is somewhere wrong. Okay, I should not be creating uh, the retrofit class like this every time. I will get to that. Okay, so I got a failure here. Base URL is required, so I'll have to pass a base URL. In fact, what I can do is I can make these part of the class here like this. Okay, we can make these private. Okay, base URL would be essentially this part. Okay, and dot build. Okay, so let's run again. Let's see if the body is available. Something else is a problem now. Unable to create converter. So converter is not created because I have not added a add converter factory. So I have to add all of those things one by one. Dot add converter factory. I'll add a Moshi converter factory dot create here. Okay, let's see now. Okay. Seems to have failed. Somewhere internally it seems to have failed, assertion error. We can see the further logs to find out why it has failed. Maybe we can print the response and see what happens in that case and see why it's not getting printed correctly or something like that. So we got a 401 response here. So that's the reason I printed it. And I'm doing it like this for you guys, like facing every error that people face, so that you know what are the errors people face here. So the problem is that this 401 shit that's happening. That's because we have not passed the required header. The header that we require is for the API, the client ID, right? So we need to pass that header here, authorization client ID. So what I will do here is I will add a dot add so I'll also do is okay HTTP I will fetch. So I'll add an interceptor. So inside that interceptor, what I will do is So you pass an interceptor, and that interceptor should, basically return response here. Okay. So sorry, I think I have to create. So I pass a interceptor's body is supposed to be a chain. A chain is supposed to have a proceed call. A proceed call is supposed to, I think, return response. I believe I call dot proceed should work on this. Just brush it up quickly. How to add an interceptor. So interceptor throws out a chain dot request. And how do I create a response? So chain. Okay, I get a chain in the intercept. It dot proceed. So I have to do it dot proceed. While request equal to this, and then I pass it dot proceed request. So that's all I have to do. Except inside the add header, I have to add the header. I have to pass this. The name of the header is authorization, and the value of it is gonna be client ID, and I will have to pass the actual value here. Okay, not this stuff. Instead of that, I will actually hard code the value here for the test right now. So for the test right now, I will hard code the value to go here, edit, find the value of this variable, and just pass it there. Okay. Now we will not hard code it obviously in our final app and everything, but I'm just gonna write it here so that I can start testing. So let's run it again and let's see what I get. I should essentially add two tests. One where I should check it's working with a header, and the other where I check it's working without the header. By the way, sorry, I forgot adding the client. Client is gonna be that client. There I created. Dot proceed add interceptor dot bit. Okay, so there we go. I think now it should work. So on every request, it's inside the interceptor, it's adding this client ID. It's still failing. Let's check why. So required value GIF V is missing at galleries top post dot images. So apparently GIF V is a required value, but it's missing, which means that if I go and search for my gallery tags response, so GIF V is stated as a non-nullable string. I should make it, by the way, a nullable string. Gallery response, it's inside the data. GIF V, okay. Image, and this is the data itself. Okay, cool. Just run that again. If more of these are happening, what you can possibly do is actually make all the values nullable by default, which is also something that you can do. Let's see what happens now. I made GIF V as nullable. I might find more such errors actually, and I will actually getting HLS is also nullable, something like that. So again, do the same thing. HLS we can try to find out and set HLS to string, and then you can probably do that a couple of times and find out all the nullables. Generally, it should have gotten defined. Like if you search, there are a lot of types where it has been set as nullable. Okay, since it's happening with a lot of them, I can do is right. So everywhere there is a question mark and without a question mark before it. So int, I just turn it into this. If there are string comma like this, I will make all of them nullable as well. And anything else is there? No, nullable. So I think boolean kind of is also there. So okay, hopefully everything is now sort of nullable supported now, right? Let's just try it out one more time then. When you're generating data class from you're generating this stuff, you can actually set it inside advanced. You can set everything is nullable or something like that. Okay, that's probably a better idea, I would say. Everything is nullable by default. So processing can also be okay. This can also be nullable apparently. So cool. Let's do that as well. So when you're watching the video, you can skip through this part because it's the same kind of error happening over and over again, right? More of them. So int but was long. So bandwidth. So bandwidth could be long apparently. So bandwidth is int here. So we can set it to long here and we can give it a question mark here. Okay. So by the way, there are very similar things happening in these two cases. Let me actually make it the same by the way. So inside gallery response, there is this data, and inside tags response, there is this image class. So the image class is used, I think, here. Gallery name also. Yeah, list of images. So this image class and the gallery data here. So account ID, account URL add config, account ID, account URL add config. So this the add config is a special thing that's there here, which is not there in the image class. The add config contains data like high risk flag, safe flag, show ads. I think we don't need the add config for now, but even if we did, what we can do is I can push the add config data from here to just make it a separate class. Okay, add config is separate. Gallery response contains add config type, which I can add to image type. Right. Add type and add URL and all of that stuff is already there. So this is like 99 line breaks, and this is 75 line breaks. So there's more information in the gallery response here. So I'll do is just copy this and paste that there instead. Okay. And remove this data type from here and make it image. Okay. So this has now all the types that are needed, I believe. Yeah. So what happened about the test? Let's just run that again. Let's see if we're facing any more errors. Still errors. Let's keep fixing them. Add config missing data. Okay, add config is missing because my add config I have not made it nullable. Just go one more shot at it. Okay. Images is missing. Top post dot images. Okay. But there's another way of also approaching this is you can actually start with only those keys that you need. In that case, you can just manually start creating the data class and just have those keys that you need. By the way, it just worked. Okay, so finally it worked. I am going to remove my log line here. I don't need that. I can put a breakpoint here and I can run it in debug mode, right? And here's where we'll find the good stuff. That is, when the breakpoint hits, and here's the response. The response contains body contains data, the data contains 4 calories, all of them fully fleshed out data, as you can see. You can just open and you can kind of evaluate the expression right here, right? You can turn it into toString and you can view that all of that data that's coming out here. There is the tags, 195 of them have come here as well. Status 200. So great, right? So the data is coming. My test sort of works, right? How we're creating this client and how we're creating this retrofit and how we're creating this API and all that stuff, we can probably commonify all that stuff as well. Okay. So that's get tags working. Let's do the other one, which is test fun get galleries working. Okay. Response here would be API dot get gallery dot execute, and I'll just assert not null that response dot body I'm getting. Okay. I'll make more detailed tests soon, but for now I'm just gonna check that I'm just getting a response. Here again, probably something might break. Again, maybe some nullable stuff. So we can check. So required value width is missing in data. So width apparently okay. Probably one or two stuff to be checked here, and yeah, so that's working. So my basic API stuff is working, although that's not the correct way, but data is supposed to be structured. I will just get to that. But now I can see that, okay, I'm able to fetch the data. I'll have to make sense that I can do these client ID and all of these changes properly from the app, okay? And I need to use coroutines so that this I can only do it in the main thread like this, but from the app I can do it like that. So I'll make those changes first and then I will proceed, okay? Okay, so since the API is sort of working, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done there. We have to create a some dependency injection kind of stuff, maybe a singleton for the client, and pass the API key properly. We're going to get to that, but let's take a look back at our UI a little bit again. Okay, so we just open this app right now, and you'll see that there's this home, dashboard, notifications. These three things are done for us. If you look at the code inside UI, there's dashboard, home, notifications. Each of them have a fragment, each dashboard fragment, and home fragment, notifications fragment, all that stuff. Okay. So we don't need it really like that. What we need is we need a single fragment called feed fragment, and we would use two versions of the feed fragment, one with top, one with viral and all that stuff. Right. So and we need some icons and all also for that. So let's go to do that. Let's get some icons that we need. So this is, for example, the dashboard icon. This is the home icon and all that stuff. So what if I need like a top or a viral? For that I'll need a popular or something like that. For these icons I can go to there is this website called Flat Icon. I like that website. So flaticon.com, and let's say if I pick up the fire icon, which I can use with viral. So if I open the fire icon here, I can get the SVG for that. So if I just do the SVG for this, by the way, we should say thanks to flaticon.com somewhere in our app if we use the free icon from here. Now if you open the the SVG file with say something like a text editor. Okay, interesting. Why am I saying? Because if you open with the text editor, then we just need to do is use the path here, and that's all that we will need. So let's make a copy of this IC home black. I will just call it IC fire. Okay. Just put the path data from here and paste it in the path data field here, and we should have okay, do not have the I don't know, do we have it? Seems like no. So height is 134 and width is 134. Have we set it? So by 134. Is that visible in that case? There are a couple of ways we can go about doing it. One is we can actually obviously save this SVG file. Let's just say we save it to fire.svg in downloads has been saved. So I can import a drawable. So new, and I can sort of do email vector asset, and I can import a SVG file from downloads folder here. I just downloaded this fire file, so fire.svg open, right? Let's say the size is supposed to be 24 cross 24 dp, and opacity is 100. It's fine. Next, rest directory main, release, finish. So I got IC fire. I'll just call it IC nav fire because it will go into my navigation, bottom navigation thing, right? So that's the fire one. Let's say I want to use something else. So let's see. Top. Is there like a icon for top? Sort. Maybe a sorting icon we can use. Top posts. Maybe I can use this one. Is there an icon for popular that's available? So trending, popular, something like that. Graph top, something. I think these can be used as like the popular icon, I think. So probably a good one. So SPG, I'll do a free download for this again as well. Save file to downloads is fine. Okay, let's import another one from here. So new and vector asset. So this time we're going to be the line chart. HIGL, this one. Okay. So do again the similar 24 dp cost 24 dp size and make it IC nav line chart. Okay. So I got both of these generated. The fire one, right? Sounds okay. We need to create a fragment called feed fragment. So I'll create a new fragment. I'll create a blank fragment with view model. It generates one for that. So I'll call it feed fragment, feed view model, Kotlin. So just finish that. Should create a layout file and a view model and a fragment, all three for me. I'll just create a package called feed here. Move this stuff into feed. Okay, great. Dashboard, home, and notifications we don't need. We just need to open the feed fragment twice. The view model is kind of empty here. So the other view models, they have probably some just example mutable live data and normal live data kind of a thing, right? So I'll do the similar thing here as well. We'll get to that. We don't need these, notification, home, and dashboard. So I'll just remove these. Okay, feed fragment is okay for us for now. We'll go to the this icons as well. This, and this. We don't need them. Okay. I'll go to the navigation bar here. Obviously, the fragment name and all is gonna get to change. I will need 2 fragments. I don't need 3. Okay. So feed fragment, for both the cases it will be feed fragment. Okay. Label would be so I'll just remove these title, these 3 things. I'll create a new string. Nav title viral, and another one popular, let's just say. Okay. Cool. Or we can call it hot itself. So hot, and I just say hot and top. Okay. So, right. That's kind of the APIs that they are on Nimgur. So you can go for hot, I think, most viral, or you can go for I don't know, user submitted, and go for I don't know. Is there something like that? Most viral. There's top. There's top, and there is, I think, hot. Right? That's hot. That's top. Okay. So top and hot. That's fine. We can go with hot and top, right? These are my 2 feed fragments. So here would be nav title hot, and so nav title top, by the way. Right. The layout would be, again, we don't need these layouts that the other ones were created. So fragment dashboard, fragment home, fragment notifications. These are, I'll just delete these. Feed fragment, I'll just rename it to fragment underscore feed. This naming convention I prefer more, so that it's easier to sort the files. All the fragments are shown in the same place. So I'll call it fragment feed in both the cases. Okay. Same fragments opening everywhere. Cool. ID, I'll just have to change to navigation hot, and this would become navigation top. Okay. My main activity code has to change a little bit. So navigation hot top, and there's not going to be any navigation notifications anymore, right? So that's what it's gonna be like. That's my app bar configuration, and nav view is there. I don't think anything else is needed. I need to actually write the text and all inside that as well. I'll get to that. So if I just run my app again, let's see if it crashes or not, if I missed changing any one of those things. Right. Nothing will show up in the layout, by the way. That's the part that we need to change, kind of. So the bottom nav menu, this thing needs to change. So again, I need two items inside it. The first one with IC fire. This is with IC chart, and I'll call this navigation hot, navigation top. Title, again, this will be hot, and title top. So this actually creates the UI of the navigation bar, and that just handles the navigation. The navigation XML file handles the navigation. Okay, so this should work, and there we go. So we've got hot and we've got top. Nothing changes, it just says hello here, and I need to work on that. So what I will do is, in my feed fragment, I have to pass a bundle and I have to handle that. So what do we do? In my mobile navigation thing, here we add a argument. Okay, so argument type I will set to string first of all. Okay, and argument name I will set to feed, and default value I will set to hot. Okay, I'll pass a similar argument here where I will send the value of top. Okay, so how do I get this bundle? So for the fragment, so passing data inside fragment. So there's actually a page in Android, I think. Let me just close all that stuff. Yeah, so Android navigation pass data. If you just search pass data between destinations. Okay, so how do you pass data between destinations? You create this argument, which I've already created, by the way, right now. And how do I get this argument inside the fragment? So I will get it as in the receiving destinations code, you can use get arguments. So I will just do that. I will do get arguments inside my feed fragment. On create view, if I do get arguments dot so there is a get string for the value feed, val feed equal to this. So that's my root view. I will return root view. Okay, so if feed has been there, I've gotten a feed. In that case, I will do root view dot, and I will actually add a text view here which has an ID. Text view feed type. Okay, make this center, so make it the layout gravity at center, so it's center of the screen. Okay, and then I will write here in my feed fragment code that root view dot find view by ID r dot id dot tv feed type, right? Set the type to text view dot set text, or I can just do dot text equal to it. Okay, so if feed exists, then I will set the value of that into that feed type text view inside that. I will just run that again, and you will see what the difference is, that based on the feed type that I'm getting here, I can set up. There we go. So hot and top and hot and top. Okay, it's coming out there. Except I think the fragment feed I have set to center. The frame layout this I have set to should be at the center of the screen, I believe, but it's not coming out of the center of the screen somehow. Why not? Oh, I'll just layout width, then I'll just wrap it so that it's at the center of the screen. Just to restart the activity and see the changes happen here. Okay, yeah, so that's the hot on the top. So the argument is getting passed correctly. This is the hot fragment and this is the top fragment. Okay, let's get down to actually connecting this with a data piece and actually showing some real data here. So user model view model method of doing stuff. So as a view model, that's where we'll get the data from the feed. We'll probably need a repository kind of a pattern here as well. So we will discuss about all of those things soon, right? Before that, we need to clean up our API a little bit when we use that. I'll just commit the code till here, and then we'll proceed further. Okay, before we proceed more with the UI side of things, let's clean up the API a little bit because right now it's kind of a little bit of a mess. So first of all, this class just used that for testing, so I'll just delete this one. Okay, and we'll go ahead and create. So by the way, when I deleted that, make sure that inside activity probably there's a code. You'll have to that code has gotten removed, so have to remove that stuff as well, so that it does not have any problem in building and all, right? Anyway, so we'll create something called an Imgur client, and I'm going to create a Kotlin object. Now, when we proceed further, like in actual production level apps, we use something like dependency injection, and there are libraries like Hilt and Dagger, and Hilt is basically a wrapper over Dagger, or there is Coin or Coding. Those kind of dependency injection libraries are there. But here we'll just create an object which would essentially act like a singleton for our current use case. Now at this scope, it is fine to use that and then call it Imgur client, let's just say. Okay, and as we have seen in the case of this test, we had to build this client and retrofit and all that stuff. So let me just quickly pull all of this stuff out from here, put it inside Imgur client. These can be private, that's fine. So I'll call this as my HTTP client. This would go there, and this would be my retrofit object, and this would be my API object. Fine. This not making it private, I'm making this one as public. Okay. A couple of things. We will also turn this into lazy. So I will make this as a OK HTTP client by lazy, and I will put the code here. Okay. What does lazy do essentially is that it creates a new instance only when it is first time required. So when you get it for the first time, then only it is created for you. So when the app starts, by default, these codes will not get executed. Only when the first time you try to actually access HTTP client, it will get executed. So the further this object also, I'll just make it lazy. So okay, and this again also I will make it lazy. Okay. Okay, the benefit of doing this is that whenever the first time somebody actually accesses API, it will try to create retrofit, and then only it will try to create HTTP client. Once it is created, then for the next time it will use the already created one. Pretty similar to the singleton pattern that exists in Java. And it is thread safe by default. It is synchronized and thread safe by default, so you don't have to worry about that part. This client ID, we can just extract it and make a separate API key like this here. Okay. So also I'm just writing a to-do line here that the library should only deal with logic, and your API key should ideally be inside the code of the app and not should be in the code of the library, because once this project is actually made, what we can do is we can distribute our libimgu library actually even to other developers who might want to use the imgu library in their projects. Okay, so for them, the API key, they might be using a different API key. So the library is not a good place for your API key to be there. Your app is ideally a better place. So I just write it in a to-do here, and we will deal with that sometime later on. Writing to-dos like that is also a great practice that you should follow. Now here, this API, what I can do is val API equal to imgur API client dot API, like that. Okay, so now we can do API dot get tags and all of that stuff. Okay, just quickly just run it and see that where the stuff is coming or not. Seems like did not run. Let's quickly check that all of the stuff is running. Not running. It's taking a bit of time to build the project, probably. I mean, let it build, not an issue. Furthermore, one of the things that I want to do is, so if I go to APIs and if you look at this one here, this hot, I can actually turn it into a parameter. Now this album previews being true, so what I can do is actually give a query parameter called album previews. So make it true by default. So if somebody does not pass this query parameter, then album previews would be true. The path parameter, so this is supposed to be actually coming from, in the Imgur API, as you can see, it is actually called a section, whether hot or top. So we can call it like section, okay, and query parameters will automatically come from here. So I can add a path parameter here, path section. I started a string like this. Okay, now wherever this code is actually called inside the test, I will have to pass either hot or top. So I can pass hot here, and I can actually make a copy of this test. So get galleries hot working, get galleries top working. This should return me the top galleries, and this should return me the hot galleries. Okay, so let's just see how well that works. Okay, so at this stage, if I just run the tests here, let's see what happens. So when I run the tests, so there's some error and the tests don't actually run. Okay. Oh, sorry. There's some extra stuff that I was just trying. Sorry. So let me just quickly run this test again. Right. So what happens with the test is that they're working correctly. Okay, cool. One more thing extra to be taken note of here is that we can actually make this API a little more safe. We are using strings hot and top here, but somebody could send XXX, and in that case, the test would actually fail because you can only search for hot and top. You can't search for XXX as a tag for galleries. Now, since you can't do that, why not prevent users from doing something other than hot and top? So what we can do here is generally what I prefer. We can create an enum, right? We can create a new enum class called say section, and have two values in it called hot and top. And then we can say that in our API, let's say the section is basically that section object. Okay, so then we can only pass section dot hot or section dot top. Okay, now if I try to run the test, the problem is it will still actually fail, and then I'll tell you why it fails. It fails because Moshi and Retrofit do not know how to convert an enum into a string. Okay, that's the reason it fails. Okay, so there's a way to deal with that. So basically give it a JSON class and generate adapter. Sorry. Okay, so this is similar to how our model classes are written, right? So we have got JSON class generate adapter equal to true, right? And then we can actually add JSON and name equal to hot for this, and JSON name equal to top for this. Let's see with this much change, does it work or not? Okay. We need to so apparently it says that code gen for enums is not supported or necessary. So if you just check why does it say so, code gen for enums is not supported or necessary. Sorry, this is for Swagger. So there's another way of doing this as well. What we can do is we can create our own converter factory for enums. Now, by the way, we have our own converter factory, which we have added here, which is the Moshi converter factory. We can add our own converter for, say enum converter. Okay. So enum converter will extend from converter dot factory. Okay. Here we will override one method which is string converter. So string converter takes a type of some type and turns it into string. So for this case, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be converting from type basically enum to enum of any type to string, right? So here what we'll do is we will in fact I can just write equal to converter of this type. Okay. Converter which takes enum turns it into string. That's the kind of converter I'm gonna return from here. Okay. So what we're gonna do is that so if type is of some class, if it is the data type that's coming is at least a class, and it is also an enum, in which case we can do something about it, else we can return null from here. Okay. So we'll take an enum, and what do we return here is that we try to return enum dot name dot java class dot get annotation JSON dot name. Else, if there is some error, then we return null from here. Okay, so that's how it looks. So if the type is of class and it is of enum type, then we try to find out the annotation of JSON and the name inside it. If we don't find it, we return null. Or if type is not of class or enum, then also we return null. And we create an enum converter factory like this. What we can do is in our client, we can add a new converter factory here. We can add a converter factory, enum converter factory. Let's check if that works or not. Let's go for our tests and see where we go with this. Right. Yeah, got. Oh, sorry. We don't need this anymore then. We don't need the generate adapter thing here. You can just go and run the test directly. Right, so these are still not working. There's a bit of an issue here. We can do is let's just go to the converter factory and check what happens when the converter factory is hit, right? Let's just debug these tests and just put some breakpoints there. What happens when this converter factory is kind of invoked, right? So here's the first one. We just pass that. Then we get there. So is type class and type enum, that has been true. We have gone here. Inside that we reach the next level here. So we get enum dot name is actually top. So if you try to find out that enum dot name java class dot get annotation, it's coming out to be null. If I just do the enum dot java class dot get annotation, I think that's also coming out to be null. Interesting. Let's find out. Let's just run it again. Also, I think my mistake. I did a little bit of problem in the enum processing here. It's not something I do daily, so so what we have to do is actually in this place we have to go for enum dot get field. So enum dot java class dot get field, if I do for enum dot name, I think I will get this, which is the top value, right? Here if I do dot get annotation JSON class dot java, further java class if I do, and here if I do dot get annotate, so there's going to be a set of annotations here. Okay, this is the first annotation here, so I'll do like dot get annotation for JSON class dot java. I'm getting a blank here as well. Let's just write it out. So this is gonna be, just a second, I'll stop this stuff. Yeah. So enum.java class.get field enum.name. This would give me the data type of hot. Okay. Here if I do dot get, sorry, get annotation of JSON class.java and then dot name. I believe this should be available. Just try the tests once again. So this gives me the data type, and then it gives me the the annotation, and then the fields. Yeah, that works. So I'll just recap that a little bit. Might be a little bit confusing for people who don't work with annotations a lot. So this is a converter that gets used to convert enums to strings. So whenever Moshi faces an enum in the request, so it sees there is a enum in this request here, right? So it tries to convert it into string. So for that, it will use this converter factory and it will use the string converter. It'll hit this string converter, it will find the type. The type here is basically this data type section, okay? So it checks whether the data type is class or not. It is because it's an enum class, right? And it checks whether it's enum or not, matches that as well because it's an enum class. Then it creates this converter converter. This inside this converter, so enum.java class, this is the class for section, inside which I try to get the field for hot or top, whatever the name was. So I try to get this particular class or this particular class, the data type, okay? So I get that and I get its annotation. So I try to get the annotation for it, which is the JSON annotation for it. And within that annotation, I try to find out the .name parameter. So it's a bit roundabout process, but I'm able to find out what is the JSON name hot or what is the JSON name top for this kind of a thing here, okay? So my converter factory works, okay? So now creating enums is kind of easier as a result of this. I can basically create enums of this format, right? Where I can write JSON name, which is what I want actually in the API call. Then give it a caps name because it's a constant. And wherever I want to write the tests, I can write section.hot, section.top. Now technically, I cannot call API.getGallery with any xxx anymore. It's not possible. I have to add section.top or section.hot, one of those things. So I made my API a bit type safe out here, which is kind of useful, right? So my API kind of looks okay at this stage, I would say, if you close everything. So my client has a HTTP client. It has retrofit. If I want to add cache or something, then I should add a cache kind of things here. So you can add a cache. You can use a you can use a disk LRU cache or stuff like that, which saves data inside the disk. So we will see how we can add caching and stuff. We have our own retrofit, which has its own converters, right? It has an interceptor to add the header out there, and I'm getting the API object. So wherever I need the API, I can simply do, in the tests, as you can see, I can simply do is imgur client API, imgur client.api, and then I can do API.get tags, API.get tags, like that stuff. Okay. So that gives a structure to my API, but it's still not gonna handle background thread and all that operation correctly. For that, we need to add support for Kotlin coroutines, and we will just get to that very soon, how to add support for Kotlin coroutines here. Right, but my API is kind of in a better shape right now. I'm using proper enums so that I don't make a mistake in stuff here. Okay, now let's get back to the UI and let's start adding a feed which we need so that we can show the data inside that feed. So we'll get to that now. So the feed fragment is we're using this layout called feed fragment here, and we'll need to add some libraries here as well. So the feed fragment would obviously be, it's a frame layout, that's fine. We will add a RecyclerView here. Okay, so we'll have to add the RecyclerView widget. I would give it a match parent and a match parent so that it uses the entire space. Okay, give it an ID, RecyclerView gallery feed. Okay, So there are a bunch of ways you can name them. I prefer using a Hungarian notation where I write the recycler view, image view, that kind of thing notation at the beginning. So RV gallery feed like that. I prefer writing that. Some people use something like feed recycler view like that as well. So kind of up to you how you want to do that. Okay. So by the way, to use things here, we have used like a TV feed type like this. There's another way that we can do is using view binding. So we will actually use Android view binding here. Okay, so let's search Android view binding. So how do we use view bindings? Okay, so to use view bindings, you have to write build features view binding equal to true, and that I will add in my Gradle file. So in my apps Gradle file, build features. So view binding is actually set to true. Right. So how do we use view binding basically? So we do it somewhat like this. While binding equal to, and you can write this is fragment feed binding. So you just import that, and when you're constructing that, you can actually pass this thing dot inflate, and you can pass a layout inflator inside that dot inflate, and you can pass the layout inflator here. You can pass the container parameter and false those parameters out there like this, right? And we can return here binding dot root like this. Okay, so I just write normal binding as well. So generally we use underscore for private values. That's a notation that's used. Okay, so we've done that. Then we can do here is that feed is available. Instead of doing this stuff, we have a recycler view now to populate. So our recycler view would be kind of available. By the way, if you just want that text view also to be there, so I can add that text view that was there. So text view wrap content and give it an ID. Feed type text view, or we can write TV feed type. Okay, so stick to one type of convention. You can either use Hungarian where you write the type first and then the variable name, or you can use the normal Java Kotlin convention where you do feed type text view, and you can do feed recycler view. Okay, so we can do here binding dot feed type text view dot text equal to feed, then give it a layout gravity of center, so it will come up with the center like that. Okay, exactly what we need. So sorry, this is not what I wanted to run. I want to run the app. Let's just run that again. So what view binding gives us is that find view by ID you don't need to do, and you get type safe values for your ID. So you can do binding dot the ID that you have placed here and dot text like that. Okay, so it automatically connects the XML to the Java in the Kotlin to a very nice way. Okay, we don't need to show this text there. In fact, what we need to show instead is something else. We need to show so hot is coming, top is coming, both things are happening. Okay, so you don't need that. In fact, what we need rather than that is that we need the recycler view to be populated, and we need a repository from where we will fetch that data. So let's do that thing. Let's create a directory called data, and let's do an imgo repository here. So Kotlin class or file. So class imgo repository. We can create a normal class. We can create an object type as well if they are gonna be mostly static functions. So it's kind of up to you, right? So you just let's say create an imgo repository like this here. It'll create some functions here, which is fun. Get hot feed would be one. Fun get top feed would be another. So in each of these things, we basically would want to make a call to the corresponding repository. So we can get like, hot feed. What we'll do is val API equal to imgur client dot API. Then we do API dot get gallery and all of that stuff. So we can do get gallery, and we can pass here section dot top, right? And this we can execute or enqueue. We'll actually not use execute or enqueue. We will use suspend functions with that. We will make it using coroutines. We'll get to that once. So we'll do like execute this, and then from that, we can take the body data and that response and all that stuff we can do here. Okay. So let's get there. We'll do that. So for that, we'll need to add the coroutine stuff inside our project. So I'm going to add Kotlin. Just open the GitHub repository for that, where you can find out how to add Kotlin X coroutines into your project. So to add coroutines into your project, there's Kotlin X coroutines core, which we need to add into our project, right? So what we can do, go to file, project structure, and dependencies for libimgur. Just go and add library dependency Kotlin X dot coroutines. See what comes up. No, it does not come up. It should be org.jetbrains.kotlinx, I think. Yeah. So we'll find Kotlin X coroutines here. Got it. So Kotlin X coroutines core. This is the one that we are supposed to add. I think the version is 1.4.3 is the latest one that's available. It's native empty. It's probably not the correct version. We can just add just 1.4.3 as well, I believe. org.jetbrains.kotlinx and Kotlin X coroutines core, I think. There should be a 1.4.3 itself available. Let's check. So it should have been added into my dependencies like this. Kotlin X coroutines core 1.4.3. I should add the same version into my Android project as well, because I'll be using coroutines in my Android project as well. So I'll just add Kotlin X coroutines core here as well. We'll arrange these libraries a little bit better in our Gradle file. I will come to that part. Okay. There's nothing specifically for Android, by the way, here. The core already contains dispatchers for Android, etc. So there is no there's a Kotlin X coroutines UI library which is useful for Android. So you can use Kotlin X coroutines Android as a library if you want to. Okay, whether the library has been added correctly or not, you can check also using this thing. Go to project view, and then you will see external libraries, and there you can see JetBrains, and you can see Kotlin X coroutines Android has been added, and Kotlin X coroutines core has been added, Android has been added, all that stuff is there. Okay, so that shows that the libraries have been added, that we needed them. Okay, once that Kotlin X coroutines has been added, what we can do is we can actually take a look at our API code, and we can change a little bit of the code here. Instead of responding a call, we can respond with a response and make it a suspend fun. how does that help us is that if you go to now the test file for this, oh sorry, not this one, the libgo test. So now you cannot call directly execute. Instead, what you do is you do a run blocking, and inside run blocking, you just assert these things there, and like this. Okay. In fact, you can put that in this entire thing, the run blocking, in this format itself. Okay. Same with this. So run blocking means it will actually force it to run on the main thread and block the main thread while this operation happens. For testing, that's fine. For actual Android operations, we want the coroutines to happen on a background thread. Here, because we are testing it, we want it to happen like execute happens. Execute happens on the main thread. So this way it will happen on the current. So run blocking as a definition says that, runs a new coroutine and blocks the current thread till its completion. Okay. So the actual task does not run on the exact same thread. It runs on a defined dispatcher itself. Right. A dispatcher is kind of like what thread pool executors are in Java. There is a pool of threads and tasks are executed on any one of those threads. Only thing is the method of doing this is a little different. There is a state management state machine available, which enables you to load a lot of tasks into a very small pool of dispatcher with a very low overhead. Okay, so coroutines kind of appear to be like lightweight threads. So you have one extra layer of virtualization. So generally you have got hardware threads. So your CPU has got 4 or 8 cores, which means you have that many hardware threads. You cannot actually parallelly process more than 8 instructions at the same time parallelly on the CPU. That's the hardware thread. Now your operating system is sending probably software threads, probably 1,000 of them to your CPU. The CPU is basically round robining in that. They are executing one thread at one time, another thread another time. So there's a one level of virtualization in scheduling there between your OS and your CPU. The CPU has got 8 fixed threads. The OS is creating probably 1,000 threads there. Now there's another level of virtualization that coroutines build up is that per software thread, now you have got n number of coroutines. So you can have like a pool of 4 software threads, and on top of it, you might be having 50 coroutines running on that. So another level of virtualization makes background task management a little easier. For our understanding here, run blocking means is that it's gonna make this current thread stop while the task is ended, so that our test run properly. So for tests, it's better to use run blocking always, right? But in our app, we will not use run blocking. We'll do something else. We will see what we will do, but let's just see. While the test runs, let me get to our repository layer again and talk about what we're doing. So inside this repository, we can't call suspend functions without our external function being suspend, by the way. So our repository can have suspend functions inside them. Okay. If it is a suspend function, it means that function can run on a background thread. It can be paused in between. Somewhere above in the upper layers, we'll have to define on which thread it will run, how the dispatcher will get handled, all the stuff. For now, we're just making a suspend function for this, sorry. So just go for the tests again. Just make sure the tests are running. And here in the feeds, what we really want in the feeds is that you just check val response equal to this, and then so if a response has a body, right? We would so we can do like response dot body. for now I'm just writing null here, and the data type that I'm going to be, so the tests have run properly there. Okay, so what I'm going to be returning here is I will return it dot the gallery response. It is supposed to contain this list of data images, right? So it dot data is something that I will return. So I can write here is that list of images is something that I'm going to be getting. Okay, so this makes it kind of fine. I can remove this actually. So just return data.body like that. If it's not a variable, null is returned. I'll write a to-do condition, by the way, here. Return a proper error object if null. Okay, for now I'm just returning null here, but I will replace that with a proper error object if it's coming out to be null. Okay, this is the get hot feed, so I will do with hot here, sorry, and similar thing I will do here with the get top feed. Okay, right. Similar return type we have here. Okay, now how do I use this repository inside my view model? So it's in my feed fragment. Inside my feed fragment there is a view model. So instead of feed view model, what I'm going to do here is that I will contain the feed. Okay, so val feed equal to is the mutable live data of type list image, which I had there. Okay, okay, then I do val feed. So this is the private one, which I will not expose the actual mutable data. I will expose a non-mutable one. So val feed of type non-mutable live data. Val feed equal to, I will just do feed, and I will do it of type list of image. Okay, a thing here is that I'm just doing equal to feed. So basically this object and this object are going to be the same, but I've changed the data type to live data here. So anybody who is accessing the view model from outside the view model, they can't change that data. Like compile time, they can't actually make those changes. Nobody would be allowed to. So here in the stuff, if I just do that, view model dot feed, and if I have to set data or something here, I can't do that because the data type of feed is live data, not mutable live data, right? So I have essentially done write protection via simply assigning it a basically smaller type, right, which is not mutable one. I don't need to copy it. I don't need to create a copy or something like that. I'm giving the same reference, but at compile time my code will not allow me to compile any mutation related stuff. Now if I actually manually do stuff like this, which is as mutable live data, right, if I kind of converted it and then did set data, so set value, it would have actually worked because it would have actually worked because the actual object is still mutable. Only thing is I should not do obviously such a casting here in the first place, and I have protected it simply by making it visible as a normal live data, not as a mutable live data. Anyway, we'll get to all of that stuff slowly and surely. So here we will do is what we'll do is that we'll create a function update feed, okay, and we can do a feed type, and we can pass feed type as string here. Okay, so do feed type as string, and what we'll do here is that if so, by the way, when we create the view model, let's also put the repository here. So private val repo equal to imgo repository. Sorry. Okay, that's done. So when I update the feed, so when I do feed type, is hot, then I do repo so I'll do like this. I will do view model scope dot, I will launch a function and I will launch it on dispatches.io. So this is an input output operation. So when feed type is hot, in that case I will do feed dot post value, and I will post the value of repo dot get hot feed. Okay, and if it is top, feed dot post value repo dot get top feed. Okay, if it is neither of that, else I will add a log line here, log dot e feed, and I will just add feed has to be either top or hot. Okay, if somebody sends a different data here, I should check for that. Although in my app I will not write anything other than hot or top, but in this code I should make sure that I handle the case and I write a log line correspondingly. Okay, so this is the update feed function. Okay, so what we do in our feed fragment here is that there is an onCreate function. So in my onCreate, I will initialize the view model. So view model equal to view model provider dot so I think I'll do view model I think I can construct the view model directly. Probably deprecated, right? So I do view model provider. I have to pass a view model store. Or I think I can do view model store dot just check this stuff out just a second. Is there like a view models thing? View models. I think we can get a view model for feed view model. Hey, I can just look at the doc. That's faster, I know, but uh, okay, I'll just look at the docs once. It has changed a little bit of the how to do the view model stuff here. Uh, so quickly, let's see. Okay, how do we create a view model? Never shy away from looking at the docs, by the way, and that's the reason I it kind of changes how these things happen. So in your activity, you can do by view models. Okay, by view models. We can do this by view models. Can I do that like that? View model. probably not going to work like this. Seems like it does. Can we just inside a fragment? So let's just see how to do it inside a fragment. So inside a fragment, by activity view models is something that they have said to do. By activity view models. So let's do by activity view models. Okay, that should work. So I don't need to do anything inside on create. In fact, I should do something inside on create. Inside on create, what I will do is while feed equal to arguments dot get string, this stuff I will do inside on create, and then I will do view model dot update feed, and I will pass the feed argument there. Okay, it's supposed to be a string. So I can do is like this: feed if it's available. If it's not available, obviously I can't update the feed. Okay, and I don't need to do this thing then. I don't need to set the text, right? Let's just see if the view model gets actually updated, and I can see that by checking out, putting a breakpoint here in my app and actually running it on debug mode. Okay, not the test. Sorry. So I need to run the app with the debug mode here, and let's see that when my view fragment opens up. Oh, actually, the on activity created this code was there. I don't need that code actually anymore. I can remove this stuff here. Sorry. So I can just do it by activity view models. That's fine enough. So the old code was there, which actually does on activity created. It creates the view model provider dot get, which I don't need to do anymore. So when this runs and my fragment opens up, it should ideally make that call. I have, by the way, missed one thing. I should go ahead and do that. I don't have added the. I have not added the internet permission, by the way, which I should add. So users permission, the internet permission should be there in my app for this to work. Let get built by then. So now what happens is fragment gets created. This new instance method, by the way, right now is not used because I'm handling it via the navigation XML file, so it automatically gets created via that. When it is created, I am updating the feed on the view model. Okay, I need to make sure that so this might or might not be the correct place. By the way, we will get back to that important question there. There is a difference between on create and on activity created, and that's actually defined if you look at the definition of view model here. So there would be a life cycle of the view model which is defined. That is on create, on start, on resume. All that view model scope is there. So fragments, there is a on activity created. So it's not there in this current docs, but we will cover that. For now, inside just on create, I have picked the feed object and I have tried to make the update feed call here. Compile is taking a bit of time. I can do is okay. So it did work. Couple of things did not work. So retrofit.response and all these kind of things are not available in my class path. The reason that's happening is because retrofit is not actually exposed in the upper layers. So there are two ways to solve it. Either I don't expose retrofit to the upper layer, or I can create custom wrapper classes. So I will just go with the easier fix for now. I will make this the retrofit implementation as an API right now here. Okay, and then make that build. So that build just run. So computer is running a bit slow. I just pause the recording a while the build runs. Okay, I just give a little bit of pause for my studio to settle down a little bit. So let's just see that what's happening. So if I go to my repository, put a breakpoint on get top feed. Let me just update feed. If I put a breakpoint there, like I have done, I'll just debug this app and see whether the update feed is happening or not, right? And so I don't think we need this kind of breakpoints. So yeah, we just need those breakpoints. Yeah, so vModelScope.launch, this stuff is happening. So when this stuff happens, obviously, one of these things will happen, right? So just run, and it will find out result repo.getHotFeed would come, and it will put that value into feed.post value, obviously, right? So app is running. Nothing much has happened at this stage yet. What I intend to do is now see how much results have been actually fetched from the data and all of that stuff. So let's do is go to our feed fragment, and inside the feed fragment, on when view has been created, let's do this thing is view model dot feed dot let's put an observer on it. This okay. So observe, and we put life cycle here. I think right. So we do feed.observe, and here when we get the feed, we just do simply a toast, toast dot make text, pass the context, require context, downloaded it dot size images, right, and dot toast dot short and show. So another data has been downloaded. It will show how many images it has downloaded. I'll just run this app one more time. Okay. We can also see what's the actual network call that's happening by using a profiler if you want to. But right now, if I just run this app, should show a toast. 60 images has been downloaded. If I go to top, shows again 60 images have been downloaded, right? Hot again shows 60 images have been downloaded. If I just want to show the list of images right now, what we can do here is that let's take this RecyclerView. Okay, so binding dot feed RecyclerView, and we can set our adapter and all of that stuff to it. So we'll have to create those things here. So we'll have to create a feed RecyclerView adapter, and we'll have to create a holder for that where it will contain the data and will show it on that screen, right? Or we can also do is we can just paste all the data that has come here. We can just do is, or just put a breakpoint here. Okay, what's the data that has come here? We just want to see it, right? So stop that app, just run it again, and you can see the images have actually been downloaded or not. We can see that. So it's loaded. Fragment comes in place. I don't need these breakpoints anymore. It's working till here. We have seen. We'll wait for the data to be loaded, and here we go. So it is an array of 60 images, as you can see. Each of those images have an account URL and an account ID, and they have this cover photo along with that, and an ID and all of that stuff. So if you take that cover photo, I think so if I just take the copy value of that cover photo, if I do just i.imgur.com and I just put that cover photo value here, I believe I get the image that I need there, right? So that should generally work for most of the images that are getting downloaded here, right? So the next step that we need to do here is basically set up a RecyclerView adapter and put all these images on the screen, make them as cards and put some nice stuff around that. Okay, but my feed is essentially working at this point. I need to do a lot of polishing work there. Just a quick recap that what are the stuff that we have done to get this working. We have got the repository, which does the get hot feed, get top feed stuff. In our view model, we have added the repository. We have a feed of images, and when we call update feed, then we take the value of hot or top, and based on that we call get hot feed or get top feed, and whatever value we get, we update the feed accordingly. In our fragment, whenever the feed is updated, we put that data, show that data in our screen. Okay, so that's kind of how the MVVM model works. You can actually test the view model without touching the activity. The view model is easier to test, and whenever the view model is updated, we are showing it on the screen right now like this. So we need to have a RecyclerView adapter. That's one of the things that we need to do apart from this. So we're just gonna get to that part next. Okay. Next, let's start working on creating the recycler and showing the data there. So what we will do is we will create a new here an adapter, and I'll call it feed recycler adapter. Okay, and this can basically extend from ListAdapter. So ListAdapter is basically a RecyclerView adapter widget. So you can use it RecyclerView adapter also, you can extend. I'm going to use the ListAdapter, which is has some additional features also along with that. It contains two things that you need to add here, a T and a VH. The T is supposed to be the object type and the VH is supposed to be the view holder type. So I'll create a class inside here called so this is the feed recycle. So feed view holder, I just call it, which extends from RecyclerView.viewHolder. Okay, this should construct basically use that constructor, and then here we will use for T for the first item. So in the view model, as you can see, our feed is basically a list of images. So I can do a image from Imgur, and view holder I will use these feed view holder from here. Okay. So once we have done that, we need to implement these two members, and we need to change to constructor invocation like this. This should this is supposed to have another constructor, which is a diffutil.item callback kind of a thing, right? This is a diff callback. So we can do is here we can just pass class feed callback, which extends from diffutil dot item callback of type image, and then we can just construct one of those here. Make it private so it cannot be constructed in other places, by the way, because we don't need this diff callback to be implemented in any other place. Just implement the members, make it a constructor invocation here. So our items, the same, can be found out using old item triple equal to new item, and our contents the same. Sorry, old item dot toString dot equals new item dot toString. Okay, so that's kind of how we do this. Okay, so there should be generally an equals notation also within data classes, which checks for all the contents. So you can also do is like just do a double equal to here and do a old item triple equal to new item. So I'll tell you what this does. So items the same means they are actually reference to the same item. Contents the same means that the data inside them are the same. So the data inside them are same is checked using the equals annotation. So the equals annotation generally for a data class, whenever you create an equals item is created for you, or you can just do is dot toString is equal to new item dot toString. That's another way of doing it. So you can check whether the string notation, the JSON string of old item and the JSON string of new item are equal to each other or not, which is to check it this way. Our items the same, they're checking whether the reference are same or not. You need a diff callback so that it knows when to recycle the items in a recycler view. It's a better way of creating a recycler view around this. So you have a list adapter for this. We have got a feed view holder. You have to create one. So here I can do is on create view holder, we will do is val inflator equal to parent dot layout inflator. So I'll do context dot get system service Okay, so we got the layout inflator. Then what we'll do is we will create a view inside which we will hold each item of the feed. So we're going to be creating that. So we'll go to res and inside layout we can create one new layout resource file and list item gallery image. Okay, make it a start with a linear layout, let's just say. Okay, create that. So it's a vertical linear layout. How I'm going to make it look like, probably have a image view. So the width is match parent, height can be wrap content. It would have a image view, okay, where the width would be match parent. The height would be can go with wrap content here, by the way, and then give it an ID. So the kind of IDs we have been using with the other layout, again, just using the annotation, this type annotation at the end. So you can do the same thing here. So just call it the image view only. And below that, we can add a text. So just use width as match parent, height wrap content again, use an ID, text view, just like that. Okay. Okay, cool. For preview purposes, what we can do is we can add the tools ns here. We can add the tools namespace, and then we can add here that for tools purposes, tools background is say color gray, and let's give it a height. Tools layout height 400 dp. Okay, that's what it's gonna look like. Cool. And for the text view below that, we can do is again give it a, so the tools namespaces are only used for displaying inside the studio for previewing purposes. They are not affecting the actual app in production. They don't even make it into the APK, right? They are good for preview purposes right here. So I'll give some tools text here, image description here, like that. I can just probably zoom it a little bit more and see how is that looking. Right. So give it some padding of 10 dp everywhere. 10 dp is too much. 4 dp. Let's go with 4 dp. Right. Let's give it a text appearance caption. So caption is a good text appearance to give maybe. And we give 4 dp here. That's where the caption comes up. I'm just going with that. Okay. So let's call this caption text view, by the way, and that's how it's gonna look like. Okay. So the feed recycler adapter, what we will do, just run rebuild project once. This would create the view binding for this XML file. Otherwise, the view binding does not exist by default. And in our adapter, we will do that stuff. There's some red underline for something. Okay, on create view folder, we need to return feed view folder like this. I'll get to that. Let's just rebuild the project. You will find that there would be a list item gallery image. Dot binding. This I can then import dot inflate inside this inflator. In this parent attach false. I can do like that. Return feed view holder, and I can pass basically this binding itself. So what I can do is this dot inflate creates me a list item gallery image binding, right? So what I can do here essentially is get this here. Instead of item view in the recycler view, I can pass binding dot root here, right? Pass this item val binding equal to this, and pass the binding here. Okay. Now we pass the binding there. Inside my feed view holder, we can essentially create a few items like, caption text view equal to binding dot caption text view the image view binding dot image view, like that. These kind of things we can keep there, right? Or we can do is just keep the binding here, not deal with these things. We can use them later on anywhere where we want to, right? So that's my view holder, just like this. I have passed the binding, right? In my on bind view holder, what I need to do here is that I will get the item using val image equal to get item for this position. Okay, and then I need to set the data. So I will do holder dot binding dot caption text view dot text equal to image dot what's there inside the text. There is some kind of text available. So let's just go with that. Make a call to the gallery tag API, right? Gallery tag API, the hot one. So just make a call to gallery section album previews. I'm going with true, and this I'm going with hot. So if I send it, what information do I receive? So there's a title that I receive. So let's use the title. That's the text that's easy to be used. So I can use the title here. I'm just going with that. Okay. So holder.binding.caption text view equal to title. And we need to obviously set the image itself. So for setting the image, what we will use is we will use glide. So how to use glide? Let's check. So this is image loading library called glide. Okay. So to use glide, we essentially need to add this 2 lines. Okay. 4.1 2.0 is the latest. So I'm going to add it into my apps implementation here. Okay. So image loading has been added. Let's just sync the library once. How to set things there? We just need to do glide.width and pass a context and then load a certain URL into the image view. Okay. So we'll just write it kind of like that. Let's just go with that. Let's let it build and all that stuff. And there are a couple of other Android image view libraries. So Android image libraries, if you search for, there is Fresco, there is Glide, there's a bunch of them. And if I look for 2021, there's some latest libraries that are available. So this Coil has come, which is, I think, these days pretty popular, and it is has 6,000 views as well. And apparently less than glide. So that's what Coil says. So to use Coil, we can do image view dot load and just this. There's a load extension function. So we can use Coil, in fact, instead of glide, by the way. So let's go with Coil. Coil seems to be a better implementation. It's a smaller and faster implementation, and it's more modern. So you want to use Coil, just add implementation io.coil like this. Don't need the brackets here. So we'll go with Coil, right? Coil's latest release is 1.2.0. To do image view dot load, and you just pass the URL. Kind of pretty easy, right? It uses extension function in Kotlin, so it's more modern kind of library, Kotlin dependent. So here we go. We will do holder dot binding dot image view dot, there's this load function. So load is apparently a disposable, by the way. It's a disposable, so probably can be used with coroutines and all as well, but for now I'll just add the load, and we'll put the URL there. So what kind of URL will be put there? So if I look at the cover, it seems, so if I use the cover image.cover like I have just shown, if I just put the image.cover in a JPG like this, it gets me what I need. So I will do that. I'll take this text dot load, I will pass this, and instead of this I will pass image.cover. Okay. On bind view holder, when items are bind. Okay. This is the recycler view getting created. Cool. Now we need to use this recycler view. So to use this recycler view, obviously I will go to my feed fragment. When the view has been created, I'm gonna do binding dot feed recycler view dot layout manager equal to, I'll put a linear layout manager. Okay. Then I will do binding dot feed recycler view dot adapter equal to, and I will create an adapter. So I will create a private val adapter feed adapter equal to feed recycler adapter. I'll just construct one of those feed adapter. Great. Whenever the view is loaded, I'm going to do is feed adapter dot submit list, and I will submit this list of images into it, which is going to be it. Okay, that's it. Essentially this should work. I have got a list adapter inside which I can show a list of images. I've created the adapter where I show the image and a description and all of that stuff there, and I might need to tweak the UI a little bit for making it look better. I'm getting to that part very soon, right? What else? I don't think we need anything else. As soon as the data is available to us, we are just setting it off here. Let's go and take a look at if it works or not. Okay, we need to add progress bars and everything, so we'll work on that stuff pretty soon. Couple more to-dos maybe that we can add here is that this argument also we can turn it into a possibly a turn it into an enum here. So I'm marking it as to do. We can do that later on very soon. Here we go. So images are coming in, and all that description is there, except it needs a placeholder image as well. So otherwise it kind of looks like this image is loading a little later and all that stuff. There's a bunch of things we can do here, right? So with these images, you want to push them into square or something, we can do that, and other things that we can do here. So if you look at the image view here, we can do scale type, and we can do fit at the center, fit center kind of scale type, by the way. Or we can do a center crop as well, which crops the center of the image. Bunch of things we can do in setting up the images there. Some images are kind of big and some images are small, and all of that stuff is there. So I'm doing the fit center one, which kind of puts it like this. We can do we can do a center crop, which generally would kind of crop only the center of the image which is needed inside that image, like that, like this. So this way only the center of the image shows up here, stuff like that. We can do a lot of these transformations accordingly, and see what suits us well. And when we click on that image, we can make a bigger place where we can slide through the images and all of that stuff we can do, right? Up to you, kind of things, right? So yep, I think we can go ahead with most of the things here. So images are getting shown, the description is getting shown as well. If we need a kind of placeholder image or something like that, we can deal with that stuff as well. So we can do when we're doing it dot load dot, so we can add actually a placeholder, and we can add a drawable there inside that placeholder. So you can go to placeholder image png. We can just search for one. There's like bunch of them. We can use any one of them. Let's say we want to use this one, right? So it's a good placeholder image, it seems like, for our use case. Or there is this one, which is a more squarish one. Looks pretty stupid. We can go with this one. So I'll just open this image somewhere. Placeholder.png. So let's save this image. So let's save this image somewhere in our code. So development, wherever we're doing this. So app, I'll go to src main res, and inside drawable, I will put this placeholder image.png. So I can do is placeholder r.drawable dot import the R class or placeholder image. I can put it as a placeholder there. Okay, this is what my placeholder looks like, drawable placeholder image. It's pretty big actually, 1200 cross 1800. You can make it smaller if you need to, but that's also fine. So we put the placeholder image there. There's other things that you can put here, bitmap config and add header and crossfade and all that stuff. Okay, whether to use a cache, whether to use a life cycle of your app. So you can add a life cycle, by the way, here. In the adapter you won't find it, so you'll have to get it from the parent. Those things we can do. Anyway, let's just run this again and see what happens in this case when we have that placeholder in place. Okay, we need to restart our app or something because the placeholder image needs to be loaded. So it's taking the whole space like this, center crop. We can do is fit center is also fine. In this case, the entire image would actually show up. So till the image comes up, it will actually be these things that come up in place of that. Okay, there's a lot of improvements we can do there. We can put a loader there or stuff like that, and we will get to that eventually. Okay, we can set a maximum height and a minimum height of that image as well around these things. Okay, bunch of stuff that we can do, or we can make it, we can give it a layout width of match parent and a layout height of around 400 dp. 400 dp is pretty big. I think we can give it 350 dp. Okay, this we don't need this then anymore. This is a 300 dp, like that. Fit center, we can do it in that place, right? Just load it again. So it will be fixed size everywhere in this case. Some images might not load, and those cases then you might need to handle them separately as well. So if the images probably do not load, you can create a image error placeholder as well. So placeholder error image, so something like broken image kind of a thing, stuff like that you can also add probably. image currently unavailable, or you can design your own stuff as well around that. You can do something like that. So for now, just you can do is in case of error, by the way, in your adapter. So for error also you can pass the same drawable. Just saying. Okay. And if image is not able to be loaded, it would show that placeholder. Right. Somewhere any in chance image does not load, it keeps showing that placeholder and all that stuff. So we got this feed kind of stuff done here. We got both the feeds. So we got the top feed and we got the hot feed. Okay. So this little layout shifting thing that's happening, that's because I'm sharing the view model. Can do is in my view model thing, in my fragment, instead of using activity view models, I can use just view models, I believe. So if I use just view models, in that case, I believe a separate view model for each instance of the fragment would be created. Let me just quickly check that. In that case, that layout shift problem would not happen. Yeah. So I'm not sharing the view model across these two, so that problem is not happening. Okay. This image, the placeholder image, we can actually make it a little smaller as well, by the way. So just I don't know, open a terminal, and I'll just change the size of it. So Mogrify placeholder image. Oh, it's the drawable view. Resize it to something like 500 cross 500 or smaller than that size. I'll just do it. So now it's should have I don't know, does not seem to have run. It's 500 cross 33 now, which is fine. I can set my type to center crop again then. Good. So here we got our sort of feed. We can improve these items and all a little bit more as we go ahead. But we got our basic feed working, but we don't have that top stuff yet, which is where we have our stories, right? So next up we'll do that, right? Before we do that, let's do is remove that nav bar from the top. So that can be changed in the themes. So if you go to themes, right, there is themes and themes night. So no action bar. Let me just do. Okay. So I don't use an action bar, then my app goes up to the top, right? Something did not work. Setup action bar with nav controller. I don't need this actually, since we are not using an action bar now. So that padding and all, we need to deal with something else in that place if we do that. So our main activity layout. It has this margin at the top, which we can probably deal with. Padding top, we can just remove this. Yeah, so you don't need an action bar at the top. You can just have the images right at the top like this. Okay, seems good. I'll just mark it here that we are not using a so just commenting this part out. So I'll just write action bar code here. I'll just comment this part out of the action bar code, which we don't need for now. Okay, great. So inside our activity, we would need at the top of the screen, we would need, actually it's a constraint layout, which we don't need a constraint layout, by the way. So that's fine. Let's just see this fragment is there. It's constrained to the top and to the bottom and all that stuff is there. It's, we'll put a recycler view here at the top. The width would be match parent. Height would be wrap content. Okay. I'll put a tools height parameter here. So of 50 dp. So you see like what kind of height it's not 50 dp, probably 100 dp. So that's where my stories will go at the top. Okay. This recycler, we will give it an Android ID stories recycler view. Okay. I'll give it some constraints and all, since it's a constraint layout, right? We could do like a bunch of things here. I mean, we could use a linear layout and all of those things. This fragment has bottom to top of nav view we have done. That's great. This has wrap content. So we'll do constraint layout top to bottom of sorry. So first of all, this recycler view. Here I will do left to left of parent, right to right of parent, top to top of parent. Okay, these are all. The height is wrap content, right? Just say we get it maybe 64 dp maybe. Okay, that's kind of height, or 75 dp. We'll just see what is the probably best height. And this fragment we will just constrain top to bottom of the storage recycler view. Okay, That's how I'll do. Okay. So RecyclerView does not have anything right now, but let me just quickly run this. So that's the RecyclerView inside which we'll put those circles. Okay. So now, if I actually give it instead of tools, if I give it an Android layout height, right, and then I run it. Oh, sorry. My bad. Here itself it will go 75 dp. Just run it once. So it's not happening somehow. Let's see why not happening. Fragment constraint bottom to top of nav view and top to bottom of stories RecyclerView. It should have happened, but let's see. That's because I think the width and the height is match parent, which we can deal with probably. Let's see. This RecyclerView does not have any data inside it as of now. We'll just give it a background of color black maybe. Let's just see if it is working correctly or not working correctly. Is it coming over top of it? It's coming on top of it, which is not the best thing to happen right now here. So I'll try to figure this out, why that is happening. Or, like, I believe the better way is not to use a constraint layout in a case like this and use a frame layout. Okay, great. So RecyclerView, chuck all these constraints. Layout height is 75 dp, right? Bottom navigation view, again, height. Instead of wrap content, let's give it a height of 75 dp, let's just say. Okay. Check all these constraints again. Layout width is gonna be match parent. Okay. Height is 75 dp. Margin start and end can go away. Gravity will give bottom. So we'll go to the bottom of the screen automatically. We can give it 64 dp, I think, here. Good enough. Right. This fragment here, we give it match parent like that. Remove all the constraints. Margin top can be 75 dp. Margin bottom can be 64 dp. Sorted, right? It's much better way to handle this stuff. So there's space for the RecyclerView at the top. Bottom does not collide with things as well. So things are kind of better handled this way. Okay. Cool. Right. Now this RecyclerView needs to have those photos inside that. Now those photos, there are a couple of options that we have. We can either go with circular image view. There is some library, Android circle image view. Okay. Or we can try with a card view as well. So I think we can Android card view image corner circle. I think we can cut out things with a circle view as well, with a card view as well. There is an shown here that you can actually create using the Android X card view. You can give it some corner radius and layout margin and so, and you can actually get a circular stuff created out of that. So let's do with the card view stuff. Let's use card view, which would not go into using third party. Like this library is pretty famous library, by the way, to be very honest. It has 13,000 stars, pretty famous library, but it's a bit old. It probably does not have any latest code added since 2020 December, like already been 4-5 months. We can use the card view library. So I will do is add the card view library. Do we have the card view already here? Or we have the Android X card view stuff here. So what I will do is I will create a card view for that image thing on the top there, and create a recycler view for the same. In fact, we can use a card view for the items here as well. So just a second. So this feed item stuff that we have, list item gallery. Here also we can do is actually create a card view, right? Make it a card view. Card views are frame layouts by default. So if you look at card view, they extend from frame layout. So here what we can do is we give this image view 350 dp like this. Then we give it a or we can just add a linear layout inside that of width match parent and height wrap content and orientation vertical, and then put these two things inside that. So we got that stuff there. So give this card view a margin of 10 dp. So we got a margin around that. And we need to add the app ns. Okay, we need to add a few things like card corner radius 4 dp. So makes the card having some radius. Maybe you can add more as well. And card elevation, less elevation, let's say just 2 dp of elevation. There is supposed to be a stroke color as well, or outline. So you can add outline and all that stuff as well, but we'll get to that. Let's just run this, see what happens. So every post becomes sort of a card, in this case like this. Then there's a little bit of padding between the cards, which looks a little odd, right? We can deal with that. So let's make it 6 dp. Sorry, 6 dp. Yeah, cool. If this distance on the left and right looks a little less than the one on top and bottom, we can handle that as well. We can do margin horizontal and give a margin horizontal of 8 dp and give a margin vertical of 4 dp, so that the gaps look exactly the same, because 4 plus 4 8 would be done. Now they look probably better. The distance probably looks exactly same, I believe now, right? Yeah. Yep. And there we go. Maybe elevation 4 dp is also fine. Let's see how that looks like. Cool. So I've got the cards here in our page, looking nice. How about list items for the top view, right? So we'll have to build those as well. So let's go and build the one for the stories, okay? Okay, let's proceed with the stories part here. Okay, so I'll just create a package for stories here inside UI. And inside main activity, like I have said, we have got this, layout for activity main. We've created this RecyclerView thing here. Okay, we'll create a stories. We can create new Kotlin class or file stories view model. Okay, which extends from view model. Right, we'll write all the stuff there slowly, one by one. It will be kind of like the feed view model, right? We need the repository to go here. Okay, and or we can call it the tags view model maybe, because in our case it's the tags or whatever. So with the tags, we can do is where do we get the list of tags from? So the tags are actually available here in the API. So we get these tags response. Inside the tags response, we have got the data which contains a list of galleries. So or let's just take gal tags equal to mutable live data of type list gallery. By the way, it's inside tags, inside data, inside gallery, like that it's there. A couple of things we can actually clean up here as well. So if you look at the top post, and if you look at the image model here, so the top post and the image model are kind of very similar. Account URL, add type, comment count, cover height, comment cover height, cover width, edited. So seems like pretty similar. Images count is add, album, views, vote. All that stuff is there actually. In fact, this is probably a superset because this contains 99 lines. This contains probably less than that, 69 lines, so less parameters here. But what you can do is actually remove that stuff. Top post can be of type image itself. Okay, this gallery data we can actually probably put it outside the gallery object. Okay, so there are a couple of ways to do it. One is you can just use you can do right click refactor and you can move it, move this to right click refactor and move to upper level, class name refactor. So gallery has been kind of extracted out here. You can do is put it here, new Kotlin. Okay, so that's where we'll use gallery from, by the way. Makes the files a little cleaner in that sense. So in a stories view model, we can actually use list of gallery. This, okay, and we can do val tags equal to val tags of type live data list gallery. Okay, fetch tags, maybe we can add a method called fetch tags. Fun fetch tags. What we will do here is we will make this view model scope dot launch on dispatches.io. Again, very similar to how we have been doing in this other view model. Okay, so what we'll do here, we'll do repo dot get. Oh, I think we have not written that stuff. So suspend fun get tags is going to be list of gallery we are going to be getting. Val response equal to API dot get tags and return response dot body dot, if body is available, then inside that there would be data and inside that there would be galleries. Okay, could be null. So we return that way. So in my stories view model, we do fetch tags and the repo dot get tags, sort of like this. Okay, so we do that and we put it inside tags dot post value. Cool. That's how the stories view model is gonna work. Okay. Now inside my activity, main activity, I can do is private val stories view model by view models. Okay, so we got the stories view model in place. When the stories view model is in place, in on create, what I can do is stories view model dot fetch tags. I can start that happening, and so on resume we can do certain stuff. So this activity is resumed. We can do it inside on resume. We can do it inside on create itself as well. But let's just say we can do it in on resume. What we do is stories view model dot tags dot observe and then we can pass observe this, and like this also it's possible to do. In fact, in the fragment one, a little update here, I can do the same thing, I believe, using the same way. View life cycle owner, like that. Okay, cool. So this, and when it is getting observed, I need to do a bunch of things here. So the bunch of things that I need to do here is binding dot, it has a stories recycler view. So we've done the binding, set content view has happened. This is the navigation stuff. So I'll just write here, you can in fact actually put them into functions, which is kind of a better thing to do. So you can take all of this stuff out and create a function, private fun setup. Okay, so do the setup nav here. So I call setup nav. Okay, stories view model, I do this thing here. Setup binding, I'm done. I will do this thing, bindings dot stories recycler view dot layout manager equal to linear layout manager. I have to pass a couple of things here. I have to pass context, then I have to pass orientation, would be linear layout dot horizontal, or should I pass RecyclerView dot horizontal? RecyclerView dot horizontal, I believe, is just linear layout dot horizontal itself, right? Yeah, so does not really matter anyway. So yeah, okay. So I created a linear layout manager, which is horizontal in type. Reverse layout is basically tells you whether right to left or left to right layout happens. So that should by default be false. But I have to pass this third argument because there is either one constructor which takes one argument or another which takes all three arguments. There is no argument which no constructor which takes just two arguments. I have to pass the third one as a result of that. If I was only passing context, then none of these two were required. Okay. Okay. So we do the setup nav and all that stuff. Adapter. So we need an adapter, stories adapter, right? So it's new. Pretty similar to how we did free recycler adapter. So we do a stories recycler adapter. which extends from ListAdapter again. Okay, T will be of gallery type here, and view would be of I'll create a class stories view holder, which extends from RecyclerView.viewHolder. Okay, we'll get to there. So we'll do this view kind of stuff there. In this case, it would be a stories view holder like this here. So we need the recycler view. Correct. Now change it to constructor invocation for defutal callback. Put the methods here. Okay, we will go and create that stuff here. So we'll create a class stories diff callback, which extends from defutal dot item callback of type gallery. Have to do a bunch of things: constructor invocation, implement the members. This is gonna be old item equal to new item, and this is gonna be old item new item. Have to add a suppress for this. Don't need this, I believe, anymore now. And we can write here stories diff callback like this. Can make this private. Okay, cool. So okay, create view holder what we need, bind view holder what we need. So we'll get to those things. So we'll need a layout, of course, for the items that will go here. So list item story. So new layout source file for that list item story. Story head I will do the top ones, the story heads. Okay, so list item story head. Make it a linear layout is fine to me. Okay, so it'll be a linear layout, vertical type split. I'll just go ahead and see. So how do we go about doing this? The height and width I'm just gonna see. So we have made a couple of things. We have made this layout activity main. I have given space of only 75 dp at the top, so I will make it accordingly. I will make it height, I will make 70 dp. Width, I will make it 64 dp. So it'll look a bit like this. It will contain an card view, by the way, first of all, with width and height of 64 dp and 64 dp, or I'll just go with 60 dp and 60 dp. Let's just bear with me. Okay, I will give it a card corner radius and all that stuff. I will give it of 30 dp. It'll start looking a bit like a circle. I don't know if the shape is starting to look up here or not yet. So it'll look like a circle. I will give it a margin of 5 dp. I think I can't afford a 5 dp margin. I think I can afford only a 2 dp margin because the outer view is like that. Let's give it 75 dp total height. Let's give this layout width of 65 dp. 64 dp, which is fine. 66 dp, let's just say. We give a 3 dp of margin to this. We'll get around to it, we'll see. Okay. So card corner radius is 30 dp, which is fine. There's something called a shape, I think. I believe either Android shape or app shape. So just card corner radius itself is needed, I believe. We'll just get to that. Okay. Inside this card view, I will put an image view with width match parent and height match parent, right? I'll give the tools an S here, so that I can write here that tools, sorry, background color black. Okay, so that's how it's gonna look like. Okay, cool. That's how my image view is gonna look like. That's a tools background, so this is just for previewing. It will not actually reflect. Got it? That's my image view here. Cool. Then what we do here is that we take below the card view, after the card view, I take a text view here. Width, match parent, height, wrap content, and I'll give it some text here. So I have to change the size a little bit, I believe. Text size maybe 10 sp, smaller. Probably the entire thing not looking exactly very great. 0 dp margin and padding also 0 dp, I guess. Line height, can I reduce? What can line height be? I don't know. 8 sp, let's just see. Okay, barely visible probably. That's how it looks like. Avoid using sizes smaller than 11 sp, that's what it says. Anyway, I'll give it a gravity of center here. Text appearance. What text appearances do we have? Small. Can you have a small text appearance? Caption, subheading, small, medium. Let's see. Maybe just go with small. We'll figure those things out slowly, the styling and all of that stuff. That's how it looks like. Give this whole linear layout a horizontal margin horizontal of 5 dp. Okay, so this is what my list item story head looks like. I will give this image view story head image view, and I'll give this story head text. It's just something like that. Give it a rebuild so that I can create list item story head view binding. Here on create view holder, I will have to do is val inflator equal to parent dot context dot get system service layout inflator, right? And then binding equal to list item story head binding dot inflate, pass the inflator. Same here, pass parent and false to attach to root. Let this take a binding here, and let this be binding dot root. Okay, so we'll pass the binding stories, return story view holder with the binding here. Val gallery equal to get item of this position, correct? And then we do this stuff. We will do holder dot binding, call it val here, holder dot binding dot story head text view dot text equal to, and I will do gallery dot title is there, or I don't know, gallery dot name is there, which is fine. And then holder dot binding dot story head image view dot I will load what will I load? Let's see. So whenever you fetch for all the gallery by tags, right? So if we send, we get like this list of tags. So there's trees is something and all of that stuff. So we get a background hash, by the way. So the background hash probably is useful. You can use this background hash, and you can use this here, which gives me an image sort of like this. Okay, so if I use this background hash here, again the same way, take this format, put gallery dot background hash, gallery dot, oh, why I don't get gallery dot interesting, get tags. What did I get out of get tags? Tags response. I'm getting data status success. Am I not getting data status success? There's something different here. Where am I making this request? So slash tags. If I make a request to slash tags, I'm getting something very different here. Data contains tags. Oh, it contains galleries. I did not need the galleries. Did I? I have got most viral, user submitted, random, staff picks. No, I need the tags actually. So the tags response contains data and it contains galleries. Oh, it contains tags. So let me just change that stuff up a little bit. So got a few things bad here. Let me go to my view model, stories view model. Tags is going to be list of type tag. Okay, list of type tag, get tags, list of tag, not the galleries dot tags is what I want. So cool, I get the tags. Once you've gotten the tags, adapter code I need to change a little bit now. Yep, here. So val tag equal to get item position, tag dot, so what do we get? Tag dot name. Do we get a tag name? Tag has names. Awesome. Tag has a display name as well. So is the display name different from a name? Usually, I don't know. But display name sounds a better name to be used. Oh, there's a space here. So I will use the display name. Interesting. I have to change tag to here as well. Change this tag everywhere. I think we're good now. Has a display name. Perfect. Okay. So here it would be tag dot background hash. Okay. On bind view holder, we do tag dot background hash like this. Great, let's run my app and see if this kind of works or not. I have set up the view model to fetch the tags. On the tags available, I have done is, oh sorry, private val stories adapter equal to story recycler adapter. Okay. Adapter equal to this stories adapter. Great. So now I will do is binding dot this dot adapter dot or I'll just do stories adapter dot submit list it, right. So I've created a stories adapter, attached it to the adapter of the recycler view, create a layout manager which is horizontal in nature, and then when the activity starts, I set up to fetch the tags. When the tags are fetched, set the data here. Adapter handles the rest of the stuff. Let's just run it once and see how do we get it. Interesting. Only thing is that the scale type here is a little bit of a problem, which we can fix. How can we fix that? Scale, I think we can use scale dot fill. We can use scale dot fill type. Should do a center crop kind of a thing in that case. Fill the image so that both dimensions of the image will be equal to a larger than. It does not happen that way, the way I wanted it. We can check that and set the scale type here if I want to in my item image view, scale type center crop. Okay, so trees, OC contest, funny movies to watch and all that stuff is happening, which is sort of great. Not all are loading at the same time, but we can again deal with those things slowly. We can deal with those things one by one. Couple of things, we need to make this a little bigger, which is what I understand. So I'll go to activity. So let's take a look at the layouts again. So here's the activity layout. This needs to be 85 dp, I believe. This does not need a tools layout anymore in that case, which means here my height can be 85 dp, lot of space. This text could be 12 sp in that case, 11 sp in that case. Let's just run that and see where do we get there with that. Interesting. A little bit of padding is also required, so I'll make this 85 dp. I'll make this 90 dp. Now I will give it a margin bottom here of 5 dp. Sorry, so you have to make a different changes. So let's make this 100 dp. Let's give it a top of 100 dp as well, or I think 90 dp is fine, and 90 dp is cool. Here we have 85 dp and 5 dp and all that stuff. Let's go. Cool. What happened? Margin top 90 dp. Did that not work? Okay, that worked. Cool. Great. Top stuff is there, and hot stuff is also there. Interesting. And all of the stories are there. Okay. So fantastic. We want to preload them before they come to the screen. There is stuff we can do about that as well, by the way. So we can check Coil KT preload. Is there like a preloading stuff to be done? So here's how to do preloading. To preload an image into memory, enqueue or execute an image request without a target. So how do we do? Image request.builder, data is this. Size is going to be a view size resolver. So we can do something like that. We can preload all the other requests as well via the view model actually. Okay, let's see how we can do that so that when we scroll, they are not coming out blank like this, right? So we can do some preloading on that stuff. So, but this is like the tags. Now, if you click on that, we should show images of the tags, which is another thing that we need to do. So let's start working on that as well, by the way. Okay. Let's finish this. Okay. So now if we get a tag as a story, how do I find out the photos inside the story like Instagram does, right? So to do that, if I go for gallery tag like this, okay, the next one. So in place of tag name, if I pass trees like one of them was given, sort window page again, not mentioning them, and send them. So we get this data, which is consisting of the gallery object, and further there are some items inside that. Now these items here are some title inside it, some ID inside it, there is a link, it contains tags of that image, and it contains images within it. Okay, the ID that's there, can we actually use that ID for something on Imgur? I don't know, maybe i.imgur.com like this. If I pass the ID here, it does not show something like that. It will show the images within it. So basically the first image within it would be the URL which we can get that, pass there. Okay, so there could be more than one images actually within that stuff, within that particular tab. It could be an album, right? In fact, is album seems to be like true for most cases. There is very rarely is album false. In case of is album false, there is data directly available here. Image. So that's kind of the setup there. So tag response, if I just do tag response, the data consists of let me just copy this entire data for a second, and let me create a tag response here. Models, like data, new, here advanced, it should have val, auto determine, let keep everything nullable, annotation for code gen and extensions seems okay. So This is called tag response rather than tags response. It's for a particular tag. Now actually inside this, the data that comes and the tags response. So this contains this data as well, which contains featured galleries tags like that. This data here contains accent, background hash, background is animated, which is basically looking a lot like the gallery object. Is it? Also, it's looking a lot like the tag object, right? Accent, background hash, all that stuff. So we can turn this data into a, not really, because this also contains images within it. Description annotations, I think we don't need this stuff. We will remove that shit from there. Contains item. So items. Each item is basically so an item is of type image, which further can contain images. Interesting. Okay. So we can make it a little recursive. We can go to our image object and does this contain a list of images? So actually image contains a list of images, by the way. It's recursive in that sense. There is images, which is a list of images. So this item stuff can be actually image, which makes this redundant. Don't need that. And yep, so I can go ahead and close this stuff out, right? Then we've got this data. So this data is quite a lot like the tag object. So we've got the tag object. It contains, does it contain items? It does not contain items here, but it contains accent, background hash, description, all that stuff. Thumbnail is animated, all that stuff is there. So this is 29 lines. It's not a good way of doing it. You should actually go and check all the fields. I'm really doing it in a hurry. 31 lines. This has more stuff. So maybe just put this here into tag, right? It adds the items actually. It adds total items as an int, which is seems to be the nullable part of it. Great. So we don't need data here, which can actually be tag. Sounds great. Gallery response actually has data like that. Tag response contains data. Data is featured galleries. Okay. Looks cool to me. Tags response. So this is a tag response for any one particular tag, and we can add a test for this. So make a get request to where gallery t trees like this. So gallery /t /tag and suspend fun get tag gallery. We can pass path tag. It's going to be a string basically, right? And it will give response of type tag response, right? Good. So let's add that to our tests as well. So here's why tests are very useful. You don't have to actually go and change the code inside your app. You can make changes in the test and quickly check out your things that either logically are working correctly or not. Get tag tree working, so tree stuff, right? Or I can check for the or tag, I think. Yeah, tree tag. Okay. Get tag gallery trees, I think. What tags did I get, right? So or was one. I think we can go with or one. get and response body is not null. Let's just check that we get this response or not. Debug. Let's hit it. Okay. So do we get a list of images out of this or not? So response body data contains what does it contain? Where are the items? Oh, there's the items. It's 60 items out here. Each one of them is an image, has an account URL. Should have further images within that, right? So either it has a GIF. So GIF V's are basically copy the value here. GIF V extension. It's I think a extension. It's a video file. So it's a extension created by Imgur themselves. Interesting. Can I just get the GIF out of it? Apparently can. I can get the only pure GIF out of it. I can get the MP4 out of it. Fantastic, I can get the MP4 out of it as well. So I can make it a video player for this if I want to, right? Can I get a JPG out of this? Just the still? Wow. I can get a JPG out of this as well. How can I get a moving JPG? Is this a GIF? Oh, it's a GIF. So if I look JPG, then I get a GIF at the end of it. Not a problem. So we either are gonna get is album in this case. I think, yeah. So either like is album is supposed to be false, but if is album is true for any item, if is album is true, then there will be images, right? And if there's gonna be images, then I can get that image out of there. Okay. So great, seems pretty good. Is there a way in the Imgur API to get only JPGs? Or not? Let's check that. We can do that filtering on our own on our end. Okay. Never mind. But we're getting the data here. Okay. So once we get this data, with that data, what can we do? So with this data, what we can do is we can create a new activity where we show that story layout that Instagram has, where there is a bar at the top which sort of scrolls through stuff. Okay. Let's do that, right? Let's do that. So we will need to rearrange the stuff here a little bit. Let me call this as home package. Stories view model. I think we can call this as the home view model. Put the main activity into this. Gets refactored there. Let's create a new package called story. Let's create a new activity here, and I will go with an empty activity. So I'll go with an empty activity of name story activity. Story activity. Generate a layout file activities underscore story. Sounds good. So need to add the story activity and the main activity and all that stuff. So need this. Cancel. Just load the file system changes. Add. So I think got a little bit of problems here. Import the R file. Here I think in main activity also I might need to import the R file. It's already been done. Manifest the story activity and the main activity. Cool. So I'll send an intent to the other activity from there, right? So I'll send a intent to the story activity. Does the Android navigation graph work with activities? Let's just quickly check. So if you use navigation component, you are generally using between fragments. So you can add activity destinations as well, apparently, from A to B. So you can do a start activity intent, or you can add an activity also into your navigation graph, apparently. That's great. I can just start with a new activity intent directly like that. But yeah, we'll see activity destinations later on. For now, I will use the simple activity stuff. So if you look at the navigation, it has like a design view where you can see what all navigations are happening, navigation top and all of that stuff. We can create another navigation graph for stories, but we don't need one. We can just simply send a new intent to that. Okay. So what happens is when I click on any of those stories, which is inside that adapter. So I'll go to the recycler adapter and if I click on folder dot binding dot root dot set on click listener, right? So I will start activity. So I have to do context first. So sorry, I can just do folder.root.apply set on click listener, context dot start activity, create a new activity with intent, to context and story activity class. Sure, right? So it'll open the new activity in this case. If I click on any of those things, just quickly check that out. Okay. So if I click on any of those, it opens the story activity. Come back from here, it just opens that. Okay. What do we need in a story activity and all? We're going to be working on that. Okay. So we'll pass on the tag name, I guess. I will pass the tag name into an argument into that. The story activity needs to have you know story pager view model or something like that. Okay. We'll call this as the home view model, by the way. It's called the home view model. We can call main activity as home activity, by the way. Cool. And you have to create a view pager. So a view pager is basically how you page through different images in your screen, right? So So you can use a view pager, right? And inside a view pager, we can page through different items, right? And we can create a pager adapter for that. So we don't need a pager fragment pager adapter. We can just use a normal pager adapter. Uh, Pager adapter should work for us. There's a view pager 2 as well, I believe. And this is the newer view pager, apparently. Um, okay, a view pager 2, and it obviously has got a view pager adapter also as well, I believe. View pager 2 dot adapter. So I can create a view pager adapter here. But I think a normal pager adapter should be okay for me. So let's go ahead and build that stuff. So I will add in my activity story, make it a frame layout. God, I hate the fact that they always make default constraint layout everywhere, because most of the views don't require a constraint layout. It's too complex for that. Frame layouts are kind of pretty cool enough for most stuff. So what's the difference between view pager and view pager 2? What's the difference? Is anything new available from view pager 2? That offers enhanced functionality, addresses common difficulties. If your app are okay, if you want to use view pager, not slide between fragments and create swipe. Okay, slide between fragments. I don't need slide between fragments, I believe. I just need photos. Just need simple views, right? Um, View pager supports vertical paging. View pager, okay, vertical paging. So maybe we can use Instagram Reels kind of stuff. Maybe I don't know. You know, right to left support, modifiable fragment collection. View pager 2 is built on RecyclerView. Interesting. Let's open View pager 2. Uh, how can I use a pager adapter? Update the XML file to view pager 2. Update your adapter classes. When view pager. Oh, we just use a RecyclerView.adapter with view pager 2. It's interesting. We can use RecyclerView adapter itself because it's based on view pages. So let's create a view pager 2 here. Match parent, match parent. Let's give everything to this view pager. Okay. Let's call it the story view pager. That's my frame layout. Looks good. Okay. Then my activity, we need to access this view pager. What do we do? So new Kotlin class story pager adapter extends from RecyclerView.adapter. I think I can extend from ListAdapter itself, right? because I mean ListAdapter extends from RecyclerView.adapter actually, right? So have to do all that adapter stuff again, which is kind of boring. You have seen all of that happen once again. So you have to create a bind view holder, create view holder. You have to create a stories. So you have to create a class story page view holder extends from RecyclerView.view holder. Make it constructor whatever. It will contain story page view holder, and first argument here would be of which type? Of image type. Okay. Get all that stuff ready. We need to implement these two things. Then we need to implement the callback. We'll create class story diff callback extends from diff util.item callback of type image, right? Make it constructor invocation, implement members. Pretty similar again. This is kind of boilerplate, looking bad. Bigger apps, like kind of places I've worked at, we generally create a base recycler adapter which does this boilerplate in one place. You don't have to write the same boilerplate over and over again, right? But for now, we're just doing that. And universal recycler view kind of things that we make in other places. So we had that similar stuff in Zomato. We have similar stuff in Target. So everybody does that with big apps. You see, there's a lot of common stuff we're writing inside every adapter. Anyway, besides the point, this is the view holder. We will get to that view holder stuff soon. Okay, what do we need? We need a pager items. We need a page item story. Make it frame layout. Pretty simple. It's just gonna have an image view. That's it. Match parent. That's it. Just give story image view. Okay, that's it. Page item story. Just rebuild the project. So page item story binding, I will get there. On create view holder, I will do while inflator equal to parent dot context dot get system service layout inflator. Right. Page item story binding dot inflate with this inflator inside this parent attached to root false. Where binding, let's make the constructor here use binding dot root there, right? Okay. Return story view holder with binding here sorted. On bind view holder, what we want to do is val image equal to get item image, get item position. Okay, so if image dot is album, I think I've got a wrong image here. Not this image. It is supposed to be the imgur image. All sorted. If image dot is album, So if it is album, then what we do is image dot images and image dot is album dot images count not 0. Okay, so in that case I will do image dot images 0 dot link, I think, right? Yep. Else image dot link is also there. Okay, so you get the image URL. Okay, then image URL is, if it is available, then we do holder dot binding. How to create val binding here? Holder dot binding dot story image view dot load img URL. Okay, so we'll load that image there. Okay, if it is available to us. Cool. The story will get loaded or something like that. Makes sense. This is my story page adapter. I can page through that, and then we'll see how this works out. We go to that activity. Okay. So we create a story view model now. So the story activity. Now we create a new view model, story view model, which extends from view model. Give it a constructor. Just like any other view model, you need the repo. So just copy this, and I will change the stuff. So instead of tags, we need images, which is going to be of type image. It's going to be good image. Okay, great. Fetch tag gallery I will just do, and I'll have to pass a tag name of type string. Then we'll do images dot post value repo dot get. Oh, I have not added that stuff here. So suspend fun get tag gallery, tag name of type string, returns list of images. How do we do that? Val response equal to API dot get tag gallery with that tag name, and return response dot body dot data dot items, right? So that's how we get it. Okay, images itself could be null apparently in this case. So in the repository we can do like dot filter not null, get. Cool. So get the non-null ones at least, because in the in the code it says that it could be null apparently. We can fix that part, by the way. Like it should probably not say null there. Here, if we look at the repository, get tag gallery, tag response contains data tag images. Probably should not be null here. Should be list of non-nullable images. Yeah. The list is null. Yeah, I think that's a better way to sort it. So we don't need the question mark here, and we basically don't need to put the filter not null here because everything would be non-nullable. Okay, so fetch tag gallery is done here in my story view model. Okay, story view model I will create in my story activity. So I will do is private val story view model by view models story view model. Okay, I don't need this. Cool. So I'll get my story view model. By the way, everywhere else my view model should also be private. I believe it's private. So this is my story view model. I've gotten it. Story activity. Inside on create, I will do story view model dot fetch gallery tag. And what tag name will I pass here? So for that, I will do val tag name equal to intent dot arguments get string extra and pass tag here. Okay, so tag name dot let I do that. So if tag name is available, then fetch that data, and then I do inside on resume story view model dot images dot observe on this images are available. Then what all do I need to do is that by the way, you can use bindings here as well. So just set content view like this, we can do val private late init var binding is gonna be of type activity story binding. Okay, we can do binding equal to activity story binding dot inflate on layout inflator, set content view binding dot root like this. Okay, great. What else we need to do is we need to set up a adapter and all that stuff for this here. So binding dot story view pager dot adapter equal to, and here I can set the adapter to private val adapt story pager adapter equal to story pager adapter like this. Story pager adapter. Set that story pager adapter dot submit list it. Okay, believe I don't need to set anything else. Let me just quickly check how to use view pager 2. The Ray Wendelich article, we can check that out as well. Let's Where's the code? Where's the code? So bogus. Add a view pager here, and then what we need to do, view pager, we just need to add the pager adapter. We don't need to do anything else, it seems like. Okay, so cool. Let's just run our code and see if that works. Oh, by the way, it will not work directly like this. Will not be able to get this tag name, so I will have to pass this tag name. So how do I pass this tag name? Story pager adapter. Oh, sorry. I need to remove this stuff, and I have to make this there. The other thing is that start activity stuff that I had inside my adapter here. I have to pass this. Put extra tag, and inside tag I will pass tag dot name. Okay. So I pass the tag name inside the intent here. I receive that in my story activity here. When I receive that, I start fetching a particular tag gallery accordingly. I believe this should start working. Click on any, new activity opens. Not bad, right? The images are not preloaded, which is a bit of a bummer. Okay. So if we just log all the image URLs, so if it does not end with JPG, we can not show it or stuff like that as well. So I just do image URL stuff here. So in my story pager adapter, in my binding, let's just say I add another text view here at wrap content, give a gravity of center bottom, image URL text view, let's just call it that, and here I will just do folder dot binding dot image URL text view dot text equal to image URL. I'll get to know which ones are not loaded and why it's not loaded actually. So auto scroll as well, we'll get to that as well soon. This was a GIF, so it did not get loaded. So Coil is sort of unable to load GIFs. Can Coil load GIFs? Let's check. So sorry, Coil KT GIFs. Can it load GIF? So I have to add the Coil GIF stuff. Unlike glide GIFs are not supported by default, however, Coil has an extension library to support them. So let's implement that for sure, right? We need the GIFs. So let's go to app. Let's add Coil GIF, right? Then we need to add something like this here, which says that to add to your component registry when constructing your image loader. When you're creating an image loader, do I need an image loader? I have not created an image loader as of now, right? So I believe, how does this work? Dot load is taking a context dot image loader. It's a coil dot image loader. Can it take a image loader? Can we create our own image loader? This does not use the GIF image loader, so I'll have to add the GIF image loader everywhere, I believe. Context.image loader. Instead of this, we can add our own extension for this. So we can pass image URL and we can pass the image loader, which we can do. So that's kind of where stuff like dependency injection is sort of useful, right? But we can deal with that problem a little bit using some context and all stuff. So load image loader is context.image loader, call.image loader. This, it always creates an image loader like that. So okay, let's create some utils. Let's create an image loader. I'll create an object here. Okay, so interesting. So I'll do is private var image loader of coil type. Here, this is going to be private. Okay, underscore like this, right? Then val image loader is going to be of image loader coil type. Will it'll create a get function like this. Okay, let's just call it coil image loader, by the way. Okay, private var just call it image loader, which is going to be of image loader type. Fun get pass a context. Okay, so if image loader equal to null, then we do image loader equal to coil dot image loader or we can use a set image loader apparently exists. So we can remove this stuff from here. So let's do is imguram app extends and.application. Cool. In manifest application, give a name imguram app. Okay, so in imguram app, I will do is on create coil dot set image loader, and I will pass an image loader factory, which needs new image loader, something like that. So I can do okay. What do we need to do? Image loader dot builder. Okay, we have to do a builder kind of a thing. So dot component registry, and I can just write this stuff here. If SDK int greater than 28 is what? P is 28, I believe. Yeah, is greater than P. Add image. Somehow it's not working out. Decoder, where is that coming from? Okay, where do I get GIF decoder on that stuff from? Image decoder, why am I not getting this? Do I not have a target SDK of 28 or above? I do have. Okay, image decoder import and GIF decoder import. Cool. So if greater than 28, then image decoder and else GIF decoder. This is only available in 28, so cool. That's my image loader builder, and image loader builder.build I have done. So I've set the image loader when the activity is created. So it should be able to decode GIFs automatically then, I believe, because like this. What this function says is that set the image loader factory that will be used to create a singleton image loader. The factory is guaranteed to be called at the most once. Node factory will take precedence over an application that implements image loader factory. Okay, set image loader. We'll do that. Okay, makes sense. And let's start. So apparently, we can add application can image loader factory. We can implement there as well. It seems like if it does so we can put all that stuff here. And then in on create we can do coil.set image loader, this. Interesting. Okay, this should allow us to decode GIF images that Coil is allowing via this method. Let's see if that works. Video frames, it can Okay, something crashed. Okay, something crashed. Let's see. Action bar dot set title. Okay, something wrong happening here. Instead of action bar with nav controller, I don't know. Maybe I just need to uninstall this. Okay, let's run it again. Why is such a stupid thing happening? Okay, again, it's happening. Okay, here it's happening. Context is not yet available when you need it. Okay, that works, I believe. Will the GIFs work now? It's not exactly still working. Should have added the GIF decoder here. Remove this probably and not implement this, and put all of that stuff here. Let's try one more time. There's a lot of MP4s which obviously are not working. GIF is also not working. Okay. Okay. Let's try something else then. Let's try one more thing. Instead of doing this image loader.builder, if I just use this for a second, set image loader in my story pager adapter. Let's try this one out. If this GIF decoder works. Apparently it does not. So I'll have to search coil kt GIF URL. One of the problems that you face if you use like a more newer library, because Glide does work with GIFs kind of properly. Here it's saying it is giving a bit of a trouble. Can I set the type here or something? This obviously did not work, so check that. Image loader, builder is there. URI is there. Interesting. So Coil KT not loading GIF from URL. Let's see if we have. Cool. If I just use maybe GIF decoder everywhere. Okay. So for all APIs, if I use GIF decoder, maybe then let's give it a shot. Still not working. Here's a GIF again. Still not working. Oh, that's working. Okay, so some GIFs are actually working. Some GIFs apparently do not work. Should probably set a loading or something here. Apparently there's some stuff happening here. If I actually set it to 28, does that other GIF still work? So we have to understand a lot of these problems that happen in production level code. Certain GIF has certain format which does not work, so we'll have to deal with those things as well. Okay, so GIFs are actually working. Perfect, right? Let's make a few more changes in my page item story. Let's give this frame layout a background of black. Cool. So stories are kind of there. We need to auto scroll the stories. We will just develop that. By the way, this background black here, instead of here, we can also give it to the story story XML itself. So the activity story itself, we can give it here as well. That should also work. Okay. We need to create that bar for sliding and all of that stuff. So let's do that next after this. Now we have basically a idea of the stories working, feed working, quite a lot of the stuff working, right? We need to create proper error handling, maybe add some dependency injection in our code to make it look more professional. But for now, basic stuff is all working for what we set out to build. Okay, a few more things that we can do is we can actually cache the data so that when we are loading stuff, so that that loading is a little smoother, and when you go here, then these are less of them are empty and all of that stuff. So let's do that. So first of all, let's go with the layout and the story head. This stuff. Let's actually give it a background, by the way. Right. So the circle shapes are correctly can be seen when we start loading them. Right. So they had this gray kind of thing beforehand. You can use a different color as well, or you can circle through the colors as well, and all of those things. Next, how to kind of preload stuff. So if you look at Coil preloading, so I think so you get is there like Coil FAQ or something like that? So this is Coil FAQ. Yeah, so there's this preloading information available. So how do I preload an image? So apparently you create a request and you enqueue that request like that. to preload a network image only into disk cache, disable the memory cache for that request. So stuff like that. What we can do here for those cases is let's go to story activity before we submit that list here. So it dot for each we can do is that while URL equal to, and inside the story page adapter as we're using image URL. Not the story page adapter, sorry, story activity, story. So not here, my bad, not here. In the home activity, right, and in the feed activity, feed fragment. So in all of these things, so home activity, the story RecyclerAdapter, we are using this, correct? So inside the home activity, let's do it dot for each URL equal to this, right? For each tag basically, right? Then let's copy this stuff from here. So while request equal to image request dot builder, context we can pass this, data we can pass the URL here. In fact, we can just pass this as if just directly pass this. Remove the URL size. Okay, so size we have to pass some size here. Then we have to build, and then we have to do coil dot image loader for this context dot enqueue this. Okay, now size. What is the size that we should pass here? So the size here is supposed to be each story size. So the story heads, let's give them a size 60 dp 60 dp. So let's go to the dimens, right? Let's go to values and dimensions, and let's add a dimension, story head image size, okay, and give it 60 dp here. Cool, nice little size. Let's add that here, story head image size, story head image size in both cases. So that's the size. So here you have to pass that size value here. So what size value can I pass? Resources dot get dimension pixel size r dot dimen dot same thing. Okay, the requested width or height as per that size. Okay, so we can do that. Perfect. More preloading with the feed fragment as well. So in the feed fragment also, let's do feed fragment here. So it dot for each here, then in the feed RecyclerAdapter we're using this thing, right? So with the image you're doing this, so just paste the request stuff here, image request dot builder. The data we will actually pass this here into the data. Size for this case has to be a little different. I'll just get to that. I have to pass require context and coil dot image loader require context like that. Okay, so what should be the size here in this case? So in this case, the size we can do is the width of the recycler view. So with the width of the recycler view could be binding dot feed recycler view dot width. Okay, so we can use that width as a size parameter, or yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead with that and see what caching gives us. So does caching gives us something better? All the images seem to be previously loaded. The hot and top seems to take a little time to load to me. Images are taking a little bit more time. We can disable the disk cache, by the way, as it is said. So disk cache policy, I think what they have said is do memory cache policy disabled. Oh, if you just want to download to the disk, or if you don't want to download to the disk and all, so we can set up. Just do this. So I disable it in the disk, but only keep it in the memory. Is that faster? Doesn't seem to be any faster. But anyway, probably nothing better. So one more thing we can do here is actually do that a little while later. So submit the list a little while later, while the cache is getting built. That's also something we can do, by the way, right? So we can do for each indexed and delay the loading and all of that stuff. We can do a little bit. For now, we need one thing else. When we load the app for the first time, we can show a little loader till the stuff is loaded in our page and all. So if I just remove the app from home screen and then if I just start it fresh, takes a bit of time to load, right? So we can add a loader and all that stuff in our screen. That could be a useful thing to add, by the way. And we can add that swipe to refresh thing. So if you pull down here, it'll just refresh itself and all that stuff. So that is something we can add, swipe to refresh. Good. But I think for now it looks great. We need to add that animation that when you click on that, it should go to the next image. While it goes to the next image, by the way, these images are also not cached. So if you want to cache these images, probably we might want to do something about that as well. So to cache these images, just to cache probably the next image only, what we can do with this adapter, story pager adapter here, is that this is the image of first position. If I want to just cache for the next image, private fun cache next and pass the position. Okay, so we can call cache next and pass position here like this. So val image would be get item of the next position. We should try catch it. So we should do try and so we should probably get a index out of bound array index out of bound exception if the array list is not that big. So we can just catch for an exception and return null here, right? So if image is available and inside that in the same thing, so val image sort of like this. Right. So the image URL is available. Then in that case, I'll just do is cache the next item using the similar stuff that we used here. What other stuff do we have to do that? So we need a context. So we'll pass the context. So how do we pass a context? We can pass folder.story image view. We can pass that as a context. Okay. You get the context from there. Cool. The data, we pass this URL that we just had, img URL like this. Size, so the size would be so let's pass the image view actually. Sorry, let's pass the image view. The next image would be of the same width actually. So I will do image view dot context here, and I will do image view dot width here, and here I will also do image view dot context. Okay, so I'll cache the next image every time I fetch an image. Let's see, hopefully that works. Stop it, run it again. Okay, so we open any story. We should really definitely add the loader here, but before that we open a story. Okay, we got an error here. So what's the error? Let's see. Width and height must be greater than 0, it's what it says. Okay, let's not pass the size then, let's pass the whole thing. Apparently image size coming out to be 0 in this case. Does the next image get cached or not? Let me check. So we open funny. Hasn't been cached if I see. Ah, yeah, they are getting cached. So it's there, yeah. So sometimes it's getting cached, sometimes it's sort of not. Depending on whether it's able to load the image or not. But if it is able to load the image, then at least the next image kind of gets cached. Okay, that's cool. I think the next image gets cached here. At least when you're swiping through images, the next image at least is sort of loaded. Cool. I'd say not bad, right? Stuff here is also sort of cached. Top. Cool. So stuff looks cool. You can run the profiler also, by the way, on your app when it is running, and might take some time for the profiler to load. I have so many things load on my laptop, but you can check like the memory usage and what network calls are happening from your device when this stuff is happening. Okay, so right now it's taking a bit of time to load the profiler, but it should work otherwise. So cool. I think we got that working. The next part is would be to animating that header at the top of the view, which we would love to do. So the header at the top of the view, we can go for the fragment, not the fragment, the page item story, the frame layout. We can add a view here. Layout width match parent, layout height say 2 dp. So let's just put a tools background here. Yeah, so I got this view. Margin top, I think can be 4 dp from the top, maybe even more, 8 dp from the top. Yeah. Height can actually be 4 dp itself. Background is white, so you have that thing. Color white. I'm gonna add another color. So white transparent 50, where RGB A. So I think we can just pick that stuff and make it, half transparent. Okay, so 88 FFF like that. So white transparent 50, and let's put another view exactly at the same point, right? Make it white. Width, I would say here, so scale X I will do 50. So, sorry, 0.5. It should be 0.5. Okay, and layout gravity left. Why is the layout gravity thing not working? Should happen. I don't know. So do the translation and scale and stuff like that around here. We'll check that. So yep. So let's just give this an ID. Progress view kind of thing. Just call that. Okay. So the progress view, I would want to do a transition for 5 seconds or something like that, and then make it grow. So let's try and achieve that thing, by the way. So in the story pager adapter here, we would have folder dot binding dot progress view. So how to set a transition? So let's see, Android set transition. So how to do a scale animation on a view. So let's check that out. So I have to create a new scale animation. And start animation or something like that. Dot animate scale X scale Y, something like that. So if I do animate dot scale X 0.5 dot duration, I think 3000 milliseconds dot start. So I think let's start it from let's scale it to 1f, and let's start it from a scale with 0. Okay, how would that look like? Let's just check that. Great, right? So every image we come to transitions like this. We can do from left to right as well, but I think this is also a good way to transition. Set duration, and there is a interpolator and alpha and a lot of those things. And you can do a with end action. With end action, you can run something. We can basically go to the next page or something like that, right? So you can check those kind of things if you want to. Or we can do something. We can do something is actually keep this stuff. Just keep that stuff here instead of there. Let's keep an activity story and let's just keep it here. Right. Same place it goes. Instead of doing that stuff here, we can do it in my story activity. Binding dot progress view dot animate like this, and we can do it for every page change like that. We can do. Okay. So here it will happen only once and not happen for every change. But to do it with every change, we have to work on a few things. So it'll happen once. It's not happen after that. So we open a new activity, then it happens. There's a bit of a stutter here, which seems bad. Should not happen. Okay. Cool. So maybe we can give it a 5-second delay, and bunch of things we can do here. Okay. So first of all, if you want a page transition to change to every new page on the page getting changed, stuff like that. So we can create a handler, do a post delayed, and every 5 seconds we can go to the next page. So stuff like that we can add here. Okay. So first of all, we should add story view page dot. So animate gives me, I think, a view property animator. You can register on page changed callback, and we can add a on page change callback. We can add here. Add. Oh, is that an abstract class? Oh, it's an abstract class, so you can't do it like this. We can't actually inherit two classes, so that's fine. We can do object that inherits from this. On page selected, So we can do something like this, whether we get on page selected or not. So toast dot make text context position short, and then show that. Let's see if we can see every page change is happening or not. We'll have to make a hook to the page changes as well, obviously. Let's open this. Page 0, page 1, page 2, page 3. That happens. So congratulations, that happens. What I will do is I will create a class here. Parallel page change callback equal to, I can just do story page change callback like this, right? And or I can even in fact do an object here. So okay, um, so use the page change callback object here. Great. So on page change, we can actually do is take this stuff on every page change. Clear animation. And I think on every page change, we can at least make it happen every time again to start with. So wait a second. Where are we with this? Can we reset that animation, or we'll just check how we can make it work? That did not work. Can't reset that animation like this. Okay, so let's just create a view property animator rather than that. So private lateinit var view property animator. Okay, and I will do is view property animator equal to view property animator and put binding dot progress view inside that. What I can't do is seems to be, does it not have a public constructor? Well, apparently you can do that. So what you can do is binding dot progress view dot animate. Okay, so view property animator, probably we can do something about this. Progress animator dot cancel, and then progress animator dot scale x to 0f dot duration 0 set duration 0 dot start, and then scale x to 1f, set duration for 5 seconds, and start set start delay after 10 milliseconds. So set start delay dot start. Okay, let's just see if that works or not. Apparently not. So I'll probably put the scale x binding dot progress view dot scale x equal to 0f. I have to set it again, and then so you can chuck this stuff. Okay, let's see if that works. That works perfectly. So every time I change the page, it starts from 0 like this, which is fantastic, obviously. Plus, every time I change the page, let's also do one more thing. Handler dot. So let's create a new handler here for us. So create a new handler. It says it's deprecated. So what I should do? Okay, we can pass the get main looper. Cool. So we got the handler. Let's create a runnable. So to go to the next page, what I need to do is I just have to call binding dot story view pager dot current item plus plus. Okay, so that's the next page runnable. Okay, what we do is that handler dot remove callbacks for next page runnable and handler dot post delayed next page runnable after 5 seconds. Okay, let's go and see how that works. So this animation thing took quite a bit of time actually, because it's a bit of a trial and error around this, and I don't do that kind of stuff on a daily basis, so it's a bit of a trial and error for me as well. So click on that, so opens that. After 5 seconds, you should go to the next page. Perfect. 5 seconds goes to the next page. Not all pages actually have data, sadly. So it's up to you. You can choose to kind of go back if you go ahead and all that stuff. And there we go. You can use different kinds of animations. At the top, the Instagram has 3-4 bars for number of photos and all that stuff. So you can do all of those things. You have gotten an idea how to do these things now. Okay. Cool. So we have got quite a bit of an Instagram clone working. We got stories, we got the feed, we got hot feed, top feed, all that stuff using the Imgur API. I think that's a great app that we have learned building. We can possibly continue doing other things. We can clean up the code a little bit, use dependency injection here, use something like tag a coin, something like that. Wrap up the errors in a better format right now, so it does not have good error handling right now in this case. We have exposed retrofit from my libimgur, which I really did not want to do. You should have it implementation here and expose only the created objects, so that what network library are you using is encapsulated only to the lib level. So there's a bunch of things which we can do for making it a little better. But I think at this stage it's pretty workable app, and a lot of people in their initial days they do deploy apps of this quality to the Play Store, and we keep improving things as we go by. Hope this has been a good learning experience. If anybody has been seeing this video so long for 5 hours, I mean, hats off to your patience. If you like that, please subscribe to the channel. We will probably have more such marathon sessions building stuff. And really, like, if you have watched all of these 5-6 hours of content, please do mention in the comments that you have. Okay, I'd love to talk to you. Great. So we have got an app which is a clone of Instagram using the Imgur APIs. There we go.
Today I'll get started with building the same thing using NestJS, which is a Node plus TypeScript framework, right? For the people who do not have the context, we're just joining in just to give you a little bit of idea. So we discussed this social media clone that we're going to be building. We just, for fun, we called it Moo, and the idea is it is going to be a lot like Twitter. There's going to be 240 character texts, and people can post, and then they can reshare the posts, and people can follow each other. But largely the main features that Twitter has, right? We have this URL that I'll just share with you people. If you're there, we'll do that. So we have discussed what data entities you would need. You need users, you need posts, notifications, hashtags. And we have done a little bit of basic database design as well. So we had already had a session where we did a database design session where we discussed what tables we will need. So the tables are detailed there, the columns and all, which columns would be there, or the data definition. So that part of the system design we had actually done. And we also have like a data diagram that I think Shubhadeep had posted there, plus what APIs we need that also we had already discussed. So that's also sort of detailed there. This we would have a get endpoint for user slash username to get a user, to get a user ID, to create a new user, to fetch the feed, fetch one particular post, then the hashtags So a lot of those things are actually defined. So it's going to be very, very easy to get started with. In today's session, what we'll do is we will get started with a basic project structure, set up the database, set up the framework and all of that stuff. Okay. If you want to be involved in this project over the longer time, I mean, today we'll have a 1 hour, maybe 2 hours live stream where we build part of it and we'll continue to build it. We have, our Discord. So most of the discussion actually happens here. So this is the Scalar Discord. You can join on, you can go to discord.gg/scalar to join our Discord server. People who are not on this live stream and who don't know about Discord. So here there is a channel called Talk Open Source, and on that we generally do all the discussion about our open source projects that we are working on. Okay, let's get started. Actually, let's get started building it. So create a new folder and all. So feel free to ask me anything on the chat, anything that you couldn't understand. Anurag has asked why TypeScript. So these days most industry level applications they are using bigger Node.js projects. They're moving to TypeScript because there is that type safety available, and it's a little easier to manage when you're having a bigger team and a bigger project. So that's why TypeScript is sort of preferred these days. Why Nest framework? We did a project, by the way. We just also have another project along with this going on, which is we're creating a URL shortener, and that uses Express. That uses Node.js and TypeScript only, but it uses Express, plain Express. So it does not use Nest as a framework. It's a more simpler project. The endpoints there actually are defined as well. So just URLs can be shortened, and then based on the short URL, it can be redirected to the long URL. So general use URL shortener kind of thing. This Twitter clone one, I believe it will turn out to be a little bigger project, and Nest provides, a proper project structure that there are clearly defined controllers and services and so on. And I'm going to be developing this as if I'm building my first Nest.js project. So I will try to build it like that. So you see the approach. Like I will be following the documentation out here. Just whatever I don't know, I'll look it up from here. So you will see what's the process. So like how do actually developers are working on new frameworks, how do they work? So I think to get started, I think we have to sort of install the NestJS CLI. So I will do that. Right, and using the CLI, we will basically scaffold our first new project. That's essentially the idea. Okay. Just quickly checking the text size and everything. I hope is fine that you people can see. So let's see. So to build a new Nest project, apparently we have to do something like this, Nest new and project name. So I'll do like that, Nest new, and let's call it move backend node. We can call it Twitter backend node itself. That's also fine. So I'll go with npm as my package manager. And as I keep building it, what I will do is I'll just create a GitHub repository and upload it, and I'll just share that link on the chat with all of you people, so that as you're following the video, every little bit that I'm writing, I'll just keep committing it and pushing it there. So you should be able to see that. Prabhat, can you draw a parallel between some similar frameworks in other languages? So it's a lot like how Ruby on Rails works, Nest.js, I believe, and also like Django. So it's a more structured framework compared to something like Express, where we build the roots by hand and we create the any ORM we want to we can use like that. So it's more constrained, more structured, which means that generally, like if you have two projects both written in Express, they might be very different in their project structure. But if you have two projects written in Nest.js, their project structures would be much similar to each other, because the way you do everything is more well defined. Okay. So, Sayan has asked about scalability. Scalability really comes from the design of the project and not from the code of the project, right? There are smaller scalability things to keep in mind when we are working on it. We will discuss those things. So we'll put those things when we are coding that. But more of the larger scalability stuff actually we had done when we are discussing the system. So, for example, how the hashtags would be stored, we had done that discussion. And like I said, if you want to, stay connected and be part of more such discussions of our open source projects, we regularly have discussions on system design, database design, as well as we have sessions like these where we're going to be actually coding it live. So, be connected over our Discord server, discord.gg/scalar, that is. So some of the scalability side things like how to cache things and all are actually we discuss that, and that's incorporated in the database design, but we will discuss some of those things as we are coding it as well. Okay. So that's a project gotten created. And let me just okay, I'll just share the link of the GitHub repository as well. Okay, so just shared it on Discord and as well as shared it on the chat. There's the GitHub repository link. Please just open it, keep it open in parallel. As I keep coding it, I'll do small updates and commit it there so you can follow the code via that. Okay, so first things first, if I look at the project that has just been generated. So at this stage, the project that has been generated, it contains a few files already. There's an SRC folder. The SRC folder contains in the main.ts, which is how the app sort of starts. There is a bootstrap function which loads the app, and the app is going to listen on channel port 3000. To build or run this project, there are steps in the package.json file. So if you run build, it creates the project, right? So in fact, if I just do that, let me. So if I just run npm run build, right? It generates a project in the dist folder actually, right? So the project is written in TypeScript. It generates a JavaScript Node.js project out of that if I run build. To run the project, we can do npm run and there is start. So it's the normal start. But we can also run start :dev, which means it will watch my files and every time I make some changes, it will automatically change them. So if I do npm run start, uh, yes, generally for development purposes, you use start or start dev. Then if I go to basically, something like localhost 3000, as my app is actually running, it's just hello world. That's the only route that's defined. It's defined in the controller. So in the controller, it's defined that, there's a get hello function, which there's a service. So it's a little more complicated. So I'll explain. So controllers define the routes, and if you have not defined any particular path, then it's going to respond on the slash path on every path. But if I say that this is the slash xxx path or something like hello path, right? In this case, what will happen is that if I open the normal path, I'll see I'm not getting anything. Sorry. Yeah, it started now. So if I go to the normal 3000 path, it says, cannot get like this. Okay. But if I go to slash hello, then the hello world path actually comes up. So the get annotation here, these kind of things are called annotation. Now, in plain JavaScript, Node.js, you might not have seen something like this, but if you have used something like Kotlin or Java, then you know what annotations are, and time TypeScript annotations exist. So using annotation, we can actually tell which path it is for, and then this is the function. Now inside this function, we can actually return directly a string. We can return hey there, something like this. Okay, right. So if we do this, in that case, that's what will get returned here. As you can see, it says hey there. But instead of doing that, what the code that is automatically generated by the project, it says this dot app service dot get hello. So what's this app service thing? It's basically our business logic, like what is supposed to be returned and all that logic is separated into services. Okay. So essentially, like how the app structure looks like is that whenever any request comes in, the request would be coming into a controller. The controllers would call a function inside a service class to actually run some logic and return from there. The service might in turn actually look into some repository for data. Repositories are to connect to your databases. Okay, that's the largely what the structure looks like. Okay, now let's say I want to build some controllers here. How to do that? Let's just start with, okay, we know that we have to build this particular API, right? Let me just put separately here. Yeah, right. So we know that we have to build these APIs. You have to build a get users API, get user slash user ID APIs, post patch, put these, for example, APIs we need to build. Okay. So for that, we'll need to make a controller for each of these APIs. And for the database stuff, we will have to create entities. Okay. So what I will do is I will first create the controllers, then I will create the entities, and then I will connect them using services between them. Okay. So let's create controllers first and see how that happens. And to build controllers, what do we need to do? So, this is what controllers do. Any HTTP request that comes, they basically hit a controller. That's the essence of a controller. How to create a controller using the CLI. So, there are apparently, so to quickly create a controller, we can use NestG resource, something like that is given. To build controllers, what we do is we add like this nest G. G is for generate. If you just write nest, it will tell you what kind of things you can use. Okay, you can generate controllers and how to generate a controller. It's an option, it's a name, all of that. So let's do that. We need a controller for users. Definitely need a controller for users. So nest G. Okay. If I just do that, it creates a users folder and it creates a user controller inside that. Okay. And it writes some test cases also for that. Now, to also explain why I prefer something like NestJS a lot is that whenever say controller gets created, the test case for that is also automatically generated. So unit tests are automatically generated for you. You create a controller, test case is generated for you. Okay, and lint rules also already exist. So there is a ESLint rule file. So lint rules also exist for you, which means that for example, I was just a little while ago, I was writing this that, if I write something like, return hello world, if I write with double quotes instead of single quote, it underlines that, it says that according to our linting service, we are supposed to write with, single quote. And it can also be quickly fixed. Okay. So when you create an SJS project, it comes sort of, like they say, in batteries included. There is linting service available so that your code is clean. There is a test available so that, you always create good test-driven development you're doing. And, people who are sort of contributing to this project, they also have to follow those, lint rules and they need to pass the test cases. So a much more structured project gets built. Okay. So we need a users controller. We'll just get around to what all endpoints we need in them as well. But we need a users controller. We need a posts controller, and we need a hashtags controller. A couple of things on the chat. So ethical programmer says unit testing with Jest is very easy to integrate. That's very correct. That we can integrate Jest very easily, and we can integrate dependency injection very easily. But zero is always better than easy, right? We don't have to integrate them when you're using Node.js. It's already integrated. Not having to integrate is always better than easy to integrate. Easy is better than hard. Already integrated is better than still easy. Okay. So we've got hashtags, we have got a controller for that, posts and users. Okay. Then what are the endpoints that we need? So we just build those as well. So we need a get hashtags kind of a thing here. So that would look like, hashtag one, there would be a controller for, we write like this, get, and you can basically write a function there, which is basically, get top hashtag or something like that, get top. Okay. How does the controller for the app controller basically look like? You have to define what's going to be the return type there. So I'm just going to say, right, that the return type is going to be of type string for now. And, I'll write a to do. Okay. Now, as soon as you make something like this, if I just sort of, run my project is actually already running. It should be already running with all the changes, right? So if I go to slash hashtags at this point, slash hashtags. Let me just quickly run it again. So we have the hashtags controller added. Let's see if hashtags it's working. Hashtags and get request to slash hashtags. Okay, that does not seem to work. Oh, I think I made a spelling mistake. Sorry. Hashtags, yeah. So that's how we basically add new root endpoints. Like you create a root.get or app.get kind of thing in Express. Here we do it using hashtags, like controllers like this. So let me quickly add the skeleton, the dummy controllers right now without adding any logic. So let me do all that and I will make a commit at that level that, okay, we have added the controllers. So we have created hashtags. We had this is one controller. We need another for get hashtag slash tag and post. So how do we add parameters in the root? So let's check that as well. Controllers, and we can add root wildcards like this is also possible. And I believe that root parameters like this are also possible, right? With the It's pretty much like how it works in Express as well. By the way, NestJS internally uses Express. Okay, so we'll do get slash tag and then post. So that's the one we want, right? Hashtags slash tag slash posts. That's something we want. How do I use this tag, right? So to use that, we just do params like this. So we write show all posts with hashtag param dot tag. Okay. So let's see if that works. Okay. Now, if we try to go to hashtags slash given a tag name and then slash posts, which would be like going to this place, hashtags slash say JavaScript slash posts to show all posts with hashtag JavaScript. So, I mean, basically the root is working. We will have to obviously write the actual logic here as well later. So I'm just keeping that for that. So okay, how's it gonna look like? So if you look at the repository now, I've added the first commit. So later on, when you're browsing this repository after you watch this video, whether you're watching it live right now, whether you watch to this recorded video later, so you can mostly browse the repository via the commits pretty well. That okay, these are the steps. So this is how the controllers were added. So when the controllers were added, what all things happened. So the controller files itself got added. This is the get hashtag part, the get post for hashtag part, all of that stuff. And another thing that happened is that in the app module.ts file, which is basically this file, app module.ts. So inside the module file, we have to sort of write which controllers we are using. So originally only the app controller was getting used, as you can see. Now the user controller, the post controller, the hashtags controller, they are all getting used. Okay. We'll do the rest of the controller stuff very soon. A couple of things, like when you're creating an open source project like this, it's good to have, I'll just show that if you look at the NestJS project itself, right? These labels are actually generated from there. So if you go to, NestJS GitHub, it's a big open source project. They generally have all of these, set of labels and also these labels tell a lot of things. One of them is like, say, whether build is passing or not, whether how many downloads it has or not. So downloads and all we'll see later, but and what's the code coverage and all. So there are a bunch of websites where code coverage is shown, and CI websites where it shows that whether the app was able to build or not. So to do those things, I think we should also set the similar set of things up for us. And I will actually delete the V stuff here from the top. Okay. Now we would want to set it up in such a way that whenever I make a push or something like that, it gets sort of built. So we can set up some of those things, which at a very early stage for an open source project, it's great to have. that using GitHub Actions, we will build our project. Okay. And we will run some tests as well, and we'll make sure that if somebody sends a pull request, then those tests are also run, lints pass, so and so, right? So let's do that actually. So GitHub action for Node.js, let me just search. So obviously there is some information available here. So you have to create a folder here sorry, at the outset itself, we create a folder dot github slash workflows. And in github slash workflows, we create a file node.js dot yml. Let's just say we create something called node.js dot yml. Okay. So here's what the node.js dot yml file should generally look like. We'll run node.js CI on push on a main branch and pull request on the main branch. Ideally, a branch should also be called main, but we have called it master. So when during the Black Lives Matter movement, there was a bit of discussion about having the main branch called as main rather than master, which we can also do. So I think it's a new laptop. I've forgotten doing that on Git by default. Master is the default branch that's generated. We can fix that for this project. We can fix that forever as well. So we can do git config default branch name. I think I change that. Yeah, I think we just run this command. So if we do that, then our git config file contains default branch name main. So in future, whatever repositories we will make, the main branch would be called main rather than master. How to change it for our repository? We should also do that for our repository. I'm just taking a little bit of time out because it's a good thing to do. People say that it's not good to use racist terminologies. So we should also, do our little bit of effort into that. How to change branches? Little menu over here. So what we'll do, we'll create a new branch, git checkout b main. Okay. So we are now on the main branch instead of the master branch. Okay. So I'll just commit some of the things that we had done, add README and GitHub Actions. Okay. Then what we'll do git push origin main. Okay. So now master and main both are pushed. We will do is we will delete the master branch locally. So now I don't have master branch on my computer, but the remote still has it. So to do that, what I have to do is in my repository, I have to go to the settings and I have to change the default branch to main. Should be a place to do that and go to branches. And default branch is we can choose main as the default branch. Okay. Now once that is done, we can do is git push origin. And if I write push nothing to master, it basically deletes the master from origin. Okay, so master branch is deleted from origin, and you can see it only has main branch and no master branch. Good thing to do. Okay. So we want to test on maybe Node.js 14 and 16, latest versions of Node.js available. So it will check out and run npm CI and it will run npm build. Great. We do have a test as well. So if you want to, test, we can do that as well. So npm run test. If I run, it actually runs the all the tests of my project. It actually runs tests using jest only. So all the files which are .spec.ts, and those are all test files. Right now, they only contain mostly mock tests. Okay, all the tests are passing. So if I want tests to be run as well, we can do this thing. We can go to our GitHub workflow, and okay, it's already running build and it's already running test. So awesome, actually. Every time I push, it's gonna test that the project is in a buildable state right now or not. Okay. We can now add a little badge for that. So how to add that badge here? GitHub action badge. Let's see how to do that. So that's how the badges are made. So I'll just add one here. So my workflow is node.js.yml, node.js.yml, and it's building. So I add a badge for that. Okay. So now if I see my repository. There should be this batch. It's not visible yet. Oh, sorry. I have to change the repository name. Repository is Scalar Academy / Twitter backend node. There we go. So that says that Node.js CI is passing, which so anybody comes to this repository, they would know that my build is passing. So they can download this project and they can also try to build, and it should work. So this is a validation of the fact that okay, my builds are passing, which is sort of important. Okay, cool. Now we will just continue with the rest of the things that we're doing. So we will continue with the controllers, the other controllers. We have a users controller to build. This is supposed to have, let's see if it works like this or not. So I'm going to write here is that, and I'll have to add the params here as well. Okay. I'm going to try something and let's see if it works or not. Whether writing at the rate and then the parameter like this, whether it works like this or not, or I would have to sort of include the at the rate into my if condition or not. Let me try this out quickly. So just go and is it running? Yeah, it's still running, right? I'll just restart it anyway. Cool. So if I make a get request to /user/@ Arnav. Okay, fantastic. So if I make a request to @Arnav, then it says get details of username Arnav. And if I send a request to some ID like this, it says details of user ID. So because it does pattern matching, so it's able to get these two. So these two are done. Post users to create a new user. So let me do that as well. I'll just actually add to do everywhere. Okay, now this is going to be post. I'll add these to do everywhere so that later on I can see which ones are incomplete, right? Okay, so this should be about the update details of user ID, put and delete for follow to follow a user. So should be put /user ID. Okay, /users is not needed. That's already prefixed. /user ID /follow. If I make a put request here, so follow user. Similarly, there should be one for delete. Okay. Then we have got get followers and get followees. Okay. So we have got user ID /followers to get all the followers of user. Put /user ID /followees. Okay. So great. So mostly the endpoints that we need or users are done. I'll just make a commit for that. Okay, continuing from where we left off, building the users controller. So yeah, I think user follower mostly has been all done. I have pushed the code for that as well. So this is the benefit of, by the way, the actions thing is that, if you go to actions and you can see all the commits that I have done. So on every commit, it runs the, build and test job. It just runs the test and you can see the output of the test as well. Like, controller spec has passed, hashtag spec has passed, all that stuff. Right. Okay, let's go ahead. So I have done the controller part for users. The post one is left. Post has only a few endpoints, so let me quickly do that, and then we will start building the entities and connecting to the database. So for the users, for the posts, post controller, we need get flush, and we'll say that get all. Yeah, I think get post ID slash. Okay. Then this is to create a new post. So we need a post endpoint on slash create new post. This is to delete a given post. Okay. And we need to like a post and unlike a post. So these two are needed. Put on slash post ID slash like post. and quite similar to unlike a post. Just need a delete endpoint for that. Good. So delete endpoint post unlike this post. Cool. Post controller is also done. Great. Now we'll start creating the database side of things. So how to create the database side of things? Let's quickly check. So to use databases, we need, I think, type ORM. So we'll do it using type ORM to use databases. So we'll install type ORM, and instead of MySQL, I'm using Postgres here. That's a more commonly used enterprise level standard database. What I also commonly used when most projects I do. Although in our project, actually, it does not really matter which database we use a lot because type ORM being an ORM, it wraps over both MySQL and Postgres. So you could use either database and your code base would still look similar. Okay. So we'll do is npm install and we need to install type ORM and we also need a nest slash type ORM package actually. Okay, this is okay using databases. In fact, this is a better way of doing it. So we'll use NestJS slash type ORM plus type ORM and PG and PGH store. Okay. Once that's done, we will have to install a type ORM module. Okay. So we'll do that. So we'll do stuff like this. We'll create a ORM config.json, which will contain details about which entities to load and all that stuff. So we'll add a new file, orm config.json. Type would be Postgres, localhost 33. These things are not needed actually because default port it will use. I need to create a username, password, and database. That is important. Or if I don't use a orm config, then also there are some options. I'll just do it. Let's say not use orm config. So first of all, let me create a database. So I will do is create database moodb. I will just write these commands down in the README to set up database. So create database moodb, then create user move admin with encrypted password. Create user move admin with encrypted password, just password. Okay, that also works. And then we'll do is grant all privileges on database moodb to moadmin. Okay, so create database moodb, that's the first command. Then to create a user, we have to use this command. So I'll write that down, and we have to grant the privileges to the database. So it will this okay. Now to connect to the database, what we need to do is in my app module.ts apparently I have to do mod imports. I have to do type orm module dot for root and I have to pass these options here. So the options are basically type Postgres, username would be moadmin, password would be just what we created right now a little while back, right? Database name would be MoDB. We will synchronize. And I will also add logging. Okay, so I'll add logger to be of type advanced console and logging all. Okay, so I will log everything. Okay, so we created the type ORM module stuff, and you have to create this entities thing. Now entities are where we'll add our entities. So we will add those entities. So to create the entities, what we do is essentially nest generate. Well, I think we can't generate entities as such because there is no recipe for generating entities. You have to create them by hand. There is no way to create entities. You can just simply go to users. And what are the entities that we need? Essentially, these are the entities we need. We need users, we need posts, we need hashtags, likes, blah blah blah. So let's create users, for example. So to create an entity in a type ORM, think they would not have given an example. Yeah. So we do it like this: entity export class. So we define our tables in form of classes, and the fields inside them, ID, first name, last name. These are basically the columns. Okay. So that's how type ORM works. Type ORM is a object-oriented ORM, so it's a class-based one. So you create proper classes and fields and all, and then it does strict type checking and everything. So I'll do that. So we need for user, we need IDs. Yeah. So we need an ID. So there is a documentation of typeorm on typeorm.io, by the way, where we can get more details about how to define entities can sort of inherit and all as well, as it is shown. We can create abstract class and inherit from that and all that stuff. So there is a primary generated column where we can define some options, in fact, strategy. So strategy, we can use UUID, ID, which is gonna be of type string, right? Okay. What other things we need? We need a username. We need a name, avatar, bio, follower count, and verify. Now here's the thing. The entity's table name we can provide here. Basically, the name of the entity should be users, so we provide that there. The name of so follower count. These in my JavaScript code, is that I'm using camel case and not underscore case. So if that's the case, that I'm always using camel case and not underscore case, then it's better that I write follower count like this and followee count like this, or I can write just followers and follow, or I can just write the camel case thing. And in the decorator for this, I can write a column decorator of type string, and then I can write options like, so there are various ways you can write the column decorator. So column, you write the type, and then you write, these other things. So name becomes, so here we can define the actual column name, which is underscore case, but in our case, it's a camel case in our code. Start with default 0, let's just say. So similar would be for the case of followee count. Boolean column for verified. Bio would be text column. Text, we can give sort of length of bio as 240, let's say. So username is capped at 30 and name at 50. So I'll add those two as well. This is capped at 30. This is capped at 50. We need to do another few things. So nullable should be false for username can't be null. Okay. And username must be unique as well. So okay. Name and all those things can apparently be null. And follower count, follow count, and verified boolean. That's done. Okay. Now at this stage, if I just try to run my app, by the way, right, and I don't think it's already running. Let me just start this app. So it is running one command, which is start transaction information schema and all. But if I add this entity here, user entity, and save this. First of all, it sort of fails because unable to connect to database. So data type string is not supported in Postgres, dot username and all. So you have to change all of that to, we can do char varying. I think I can just not pass any data type. That should also probably work. And these are supposed to be number anyway, by the way. Okay, still have another function UUID generate v4 does not exist. So apparently for this we'll have to make some changes to Postgres. I will see that. So let's copy this error for a while. Function UUID generate does not exist. Let's check this. So there is a create extension if not exists UUID OSSP. We have to run this. So we have to select database MoDB and we have to add this extension. This is done and now it should start working. So Postgres by default does not have the UUID extension turned on, which I just turned on right now. So yeah, I think the user table gets created here, right? If I actually go to my database, right, and connect to MoDB, and I try to define my table. So there is the users table, and if I describe the users table here, this is ID, UUID, username, name, bio, all are character varying 30, 50, 250. Follower count, following count are integers, and verified is Boolean. Okay. Verified Boolean, I believe we want that verified Boolean should also have a default value of false. So if we do those changes, that gets updated accordingly. That the verified column is supposed to show false default value. Okay. So that's how entities are created. This is my user entity having created. Cool. So the user's entity is done here. Let me commit this much. Okay. So we got the user entity working. We need to add a few more entities like this as well. Now, when I want to make a next entity, I would like to take a look at this base entity stuff, how to create a entity inheritance. So you can reduce duplication in your code by some entity inheritance stuff, which I want to do because as you would notice that posts also have ID, UID, and I want to have created at and updated at on every column. So let me do that. I'll do is, so I'll make a directory src slash commons and I will create something nest generate. I don't need to generate. I'll just go to commons and I will create a new file base dot entity dot ts. Okay. So base dot entity dot ts and here I will add these things. And there's a content entity which contains these things which are going to be common there. So we can extend that. So I'll create a export abstract class base entity and then we will do is add this column there, the ID column, which we'll add a create date column created at normal column options, right? And we need to update it at column as well. So update date column. We can add deleted at column as well for those kind of cases. But anyway, great. So we create a move base entity like this. So we will do is extend user entity from move base entity. Okay. This should still create the same table naturally. Let's just ensure that. So yeah, it has created at and updated at columns as well, right? An ID has been created. If I have to create the post column, so post would go into posts, and here there will be a new file post dot entity dot ts. So entity of table name post export class. What do we need in a post entity? We already have the ID done. We need text of 240 characters. So I'll call it body or text, whatever. Yeah. So text is of type string. We need author. So we need a author foreign key relationship, and then let's see how to do those kind of things here now, right? To give a idea of what we did in the last 5 minutes of the last session, okay, there was simple stuff. Just added workflow file here. This thing, which does is you know there is it does run on Ubuntu with Node.js version 14 and 16, and it's gonna check out the project, and then it's gonna install and unbuild and then run test. Okay, so this it runs this test every time, and it runs this test every time. So if you go to actions now of that project, you can see that sorry, not this one. Okay. So you can go to actions and you can see that every time I pushed, it runs the test, and every time the test runs, we can see which tests have passed. Right, report is sort of generated, and then as the report is generated, we have a badge which says that okay, Node.js CI is passing. So it gives somebody confidence, a new person who comes to this project and sees that okay, this project is in a building state. So if I git clone this and try to build it, it should build because on the CI it is building. Okay. Let me do the post entity, and then let me add something called code coverage, and then we'll discuss what is code coverage. So, Ujjwal, you have a good question. So, whether it's a good structure to put the controller and the entity in the same place. So, there are two ways of structuring projects. One where we divide the code base in terms of type of files, and the other is where we divide it in terms of domain. Okay, so domain-wise division and typization. So, how they would look like is that if I just open a new project. So, say for this project, it would be like there's two ways of doing it. So, inside SRC, let's say we would have controllers, we will have services, and we will have entities, and here we would have something like users dot entity.ts and post dot entity.ts. Okay, and we would have users. We might have services for liking as well. So follow dot service.ts, the follow related services, which does not have its own entity. Just the user entity is sufficient to do following, but let's just say like that. And then controllers, we might have controllers also users dot controller dot ts and post dot controller dot ts, etc. The other way of doing the same project is we do like this. We divide things by the domain. We write users and posts and hashtags. And then inside users, we have the users dot controller dot ts, we have the users dot service dot ts, and we have the users dot entity dot ts. Okay, and then we wrap that all together into something called a user dot module dot ts. Now, generally, this structure is what I prefer personally over this structure because then you can create microservices out of this folder itself and then put it into another project very easily because everything related to users are here, and then user module becomes like a feature level division of your project. So we are dividing things in terms of features rather than in terms of layers. This is a layer wise division, right? So there's the entity layer in a folder, service layer in a folder, and controller layer in a folder. Now, essentially, when you make any kind of changes in users, you would have to change this file and this file and this file, all three. It's what I feel. Okay. And in this case, if you want to make user related changes, they would all happen inside this folder and might not touch changes in the other folders. So this is a feature-wise division. This is a layer-wise division. Both are fine to do. Many projects use type 1, many projects use type 2. I personally prefer to use this type 2 way of division when I'm making my projects. Hopefully that answers your question, right, Ujjwal? As you can see in my project right now, that's how I'm doing it. I'm putting post related stuff in post, user related stuff in user, and so on. And if there is something which I cannot really classify as any particular feature, I'll put them in the commons. Okay, that was about the testing stuff. Anyway, continuing with the post entity, what are the things that we need to add? Images would be an array of string, so we'll see that images would be array of string type. We'll see how those things are handled. Likes count and repost count. So hashtags would be an array again. And mentions would be apparently an array as well. So not of string, but of something else. We can do is we can have a mention object here. It has a name of type string, and it has got ID of type UUID. So ID is also going to be of type string. So array of mention. Right. Images would be of type JSON actually. Like count would be of type number and all. Here the name would be like count. This would also be of type JSON, and this would also be of type JSON type. Okay. Empty arrays by default. Like count default 0. This should also be default 0. Okay, text string. Awesome. We need some embedding stuff now, which is we need to have some relationships. So original post. So if I write original post, right? Which is like if this is a repost of a post. So if I am just retweeting, right? If I retweet, then it will be a reference to another tweet. So I can do original post, which should be of type post entity. And it has to be one-to-one relationship. One can be a repost of one only. So one-to-one relationship to type actually post entity, basically. Inside one-to-one, we either write some, object type, something like this, and inverse side options and all. So just this one should work. Should be of type post entity. Original post. Reply to could also, it could be a reply to another post as well. So we would actually have a very similar reference to reply to another post entity like this. A couple of things. The text, we must add length 240. Nullable false, can't be nullable. Images again, default is empty array. Yeah. So let's run this one. I'll just add to app module and in the entities, add the post entity. Let's check now. So we've got the post table. If I look at the post table, foreign keys did not get created as it seems. So ID got created, text, images, like count, repost count, all that is there. The one-to-one entity, these did not get created, it seems. Let me quickly check 1:1. How can we do that? Uh, can we use OpenAPI with Nest Swagger? Yeah, obviously we can do that. Pulkit. I haven't added that yet. I'll do that. I mean, right now we haven't actually. OpenAPI 2 or I think OpenAPI 3 is what is by default gets used if we add the Swagger entities. So right now I've generated all the endpoints. I can actually do that. I'll do that right now. Let me quickly check why this one-to-one entity did not actually, the original post one did not work. So let's go to this. One-to-one relationships, how to work them out, one-to-one profile. Oh, it's supposed to be a join column. I did not write that, my bad. Join column here. Then if I write join column here as well. Right. Cool. Let's see now. Yeah. So there is original post ID, reply to ID. We wanted them to be underscored once if we do that. So then we can actually change that as well. Join column and supposed to contain options name. Right. Yeah, better now. So original post ID, UUID like this, reply to ID. Everything is with underscore case on the database side. Can be null. These can be null obviously because with the text we have one option. If a post is only a repost, then the text can be null, I guess. So let's not keep it nullable false. In fact, only thing is if text is also null and original post is also null, then we would have a bit of a problem actually. But that's fine, I think. If both are null, those are not valid posts technically. We'll have to make a check for that on the application layer. Just made it not null. Remove the not null parameter. Seems to have not updated. By the way, if you want to forcibly update the table completely, we can go to app module and here we can just write, drop schema true. So it will drop the table and create it every time. It's not a good thing to do. Apparently, still not null is not working. So text length 240. I just add manually true. That's fine now. Can be null, right? I'm just adding null level to true because if text is null and original post ID is something, then it means it's a repost, right? If original post is null, then it means it's a fresh post. But if it's a original post ID is some entity, but there's also some text, it means a quote tweet, as we do on Twitter. When we quote tweet, we quote one tweet, and plus we add some our own comments also to that. So that's what it would be like, right? Okay, so that's what our post entity is supposed to look like. We have other entities to build. We need the hashtags and the likes and the hashtag post. So we'll just get there. Pulkit asked a good question. I will actually cover that. So let me just push the code till here. Add post entity. How to add the Swagger stuff. So here there's, I think, to add Open API specification, we can add a NestJS slash Swagger. And right now we are using Express in our app. We can use Fastify as well, by the way. And then let me switch to Fastify. The difference between Fastify and Express is, Fastify is a faster web framework than Express. And there are some benchmarks also about it. Fastify, it's a faster web framework, and there are some benchmarks here which says that this was run on Intel Core i7 machine with 4 gigahertz 64 GB RAM and running Express, API, Restify, Fastify, etc. So as you can see, Express ran around 16,000 requests per second, while Fastify ran 70, well, almost 80,000 requests per second. So it's 5 times faster. So if Fastify is 5 times faster, it's a better thing to go for. So let me, if I want to use Fastify, so how to use Fastify? We do this. We install fa platform Fastify in our code base. I'll stop this for a while, and we'll remove platform Express. Actually, we won't need Express. Types of Fastify is not a, so we don't need Express here, and we don't need the types for Express either. I think. Yeah. So I run again. Okay. Now, to use Fastify, what are we supposed to do is we have to change the adapter a little bit. So in my main.ts file, we have to import the Fastify adapter and Nest Fastify application, right? So in my Bootstrap, we basically change the code to this. We import Nest Fastify application and we import the Fastify adapter. So that's it, basically. I'm installing this prettier extension, which makes it easier to format files and all. Yeah. Okay. So let's see with Fastify if it runs or not, first of all, whether it fails or not. So apparently that's not a problem. It is running fine with Fastify. Okay. Then to add that Swagger UI thing, so why do we want to add the Swagger stuff? When I add it, we'll see, we'll get a very good API documentation of our project automatically. So I'll just add this Fastify Swagger. Just add this. GitHub link. So this is the GitHub link. I'll just put it in the chat for you guys as well. There you go. It's the GitHub link. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's installed the Fastify stuff. Okay, we did that. Then here are some of the changes we need to do. So we have created the app here, right? Here's the app that has been created. Before we start app.listen, we add some code here, which is we create this config and document and Swagger builder stuff. So new document builder from Swagger, Swagger module from Swagger, and yeah. So we add this document builder stuff here. Title, I just add move API. Okay. Once you're done that, then if I just rerun my project, if I go to slash API now, it shows me all the endpoints that are there. It documents all the endpoints to me, which is pretty fantastic, user slash username, user slash user ID. So everything that I created here, what all endpoints I need in my project, they all get automatically documented from my project pretty well. In fact, it allows you to try those out as well very easily, execute that and, get those endpoints easily, So all the endpoints that are created, so complete UI for that is generated, which is pretty useful actually. A couple of things we should add when we are generating an API like this. So we have this API tag stuff. So how to add types and parameters, right? Um, we can add this API tags thing, which would categorize things very nicely. So I just go to user controller and I add API tags property here. Get in the post controller, add that as well, and in the hashtags controller too. What happens if I do that is if you look at the API file now, things get categorized well. These are all my post related endpoint. These are all my users related endpoint. These are all my hashtag related endpoint. So tagging works very nicely in this case. Okay. API parameters like these, post ID, what to do about those? So if I go to say the users controller and there is get username kind of stuff. So for that, there are types and parameters. Now the param should have worked here. Okay, why did that not work? So we check that. Oh, we can do it like this: param username as username, and then we can just directly use that. So if I do it this way, user slash username should have, okay, apparently did not. Yeah, so it does this thing, user slash art username. It will create this string username thing. When we try it out, we can pass Arnav here and execute it. So it makes the request as user slash at the rate Arnav like that. So all of your parameters, you can define it like this properly using the correct string. Then what will happen is that in your API document that is generated, the variables are properly available where you can add your correct variables and try things out accordingly. Right. So in fact, wherever there is param like that written, we can fix those ones. There's a bunch of places where it is written. Okay, I think all of them should be working correctly now. Yeah. So they're all injectable params inside your API docs. So in fact, you don't need even Postman to try out your API anymore. You can actually use this page to try out your endpoints now, right? whatever endpoint you want to do, post slash post like that, all that stuff, you can try those things out very easily like this here. Okay, cool. So it sounds good till now. So we have got our user entity. Couple of things we have not yet added actually. The post must have author ID. Did not do that yet. Post should have author ID here. This should be a many to one relationship because many posts can be written by the same author. I can write a lot of posts, right? So whether the relationship is many to one or one to many depends on which side to which side we're thinking. Okay, so we are writing this relationship within posts, and we are thinking what is the relationship would be from post to author. A post to author would be many to one. Many posts can be written by the same author. One post can't be written by multiple authors, so it can't be many to many. It can't be one to one because we can't let people create only one post. We have to allow them to create more than one post. So post to author, we will have a many to one relationship because of that. Okay, so many to one of type user entity, and it should be I guess yeah. Okay, so it has got original post ID, reply to ID, and now an author ID as well. And it has a foreign key of author ID references user.id, original post ID references post.id, and reply to ID references post.id. So that's our post entity is now mostly done. We need to have hashtags entity and likes and hashtag to post. We need a mapping table, etc. for these as well. So let's go ahead and do those. In yeah, Siddharth, actually, we can use a lot of kind of databases. I mean, Postgres is one solution. We can use something else as well. I'm going with Postgres because the indexing and foreign keys would be easier to make using this. Postgres themselves, Twitter themselves, what database they are using for all their posts, they actually use multiple databases. They have SQL databases for actual data, and then they have NoSQL databases for caching. That's how they do. So you can have multiple options, right? So yeah, there is nothing wrong with using Postgres right now here because we can, very easily think of what kind of tables and relationships would be there. In fact, it's a better option than going with something like MongoDB because there you have to embed the relationships rather than having proper foreign keys. The queries would be faster. So that's why you're doing that. This is not Angular, Fascio has asked. So this is a backend framework, NestJS, which the structure is very similar to how Angular is. Some of the contributors are the people who contributed to Angular as well. So if you have used Angular, then it feels very similar to write code. But the project, it's not an Angular project; it's a backend project. So we're building an API here. Okay. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll wrap up today's session here. We all have been live coding for almost 2 hours, including the last session and this session. I will add some, issues and enhancements and features that we need to build in the future in this project. And like I mentioned in the last stream, please join our Discord server. So it's on discord.gg/scalar. That's where the Discord server is. There is a channel on our Discord server for talk open source. That's where we discuss all the open source projects that are going on. And for anybody watching this video live right now or later, if you want to participate in many of these open source projects that are going on, so there is this open source projects repository. Under that, there's a discussions part where you can see that we have a bunch of ideas that people have submitted, and some even I have submitted, and some of them we will pick up and turn it into projects soon. These are the projects that we're working on. One is URL shortener, which will become Scalar's official URL shortener. We are gonna intend to deploy it very soon on sclr.ac. We have this domain, and we are building this Moo, which is a Twitter clone, which has the features written down here. The database schema is also documented there, and the API that we need to build that's there. So we are doing this. Very soon we will start working on the front end of this as well. We will build an app and a front end website for this as well. Okay. So yeah, that's about it. So let's catch up on the next session. Thank you for watching.
Hey folks, welcome to the Scalar live stream for open source project once again, and I'll just continue with the Twitter backend that I was building using Node.js and TypeScript, and you can go to discussions on Scalar Academy /open source projects, and there's a thread for Moo, which is like a code name for the Twitter clone that we're building, and you can read up about what's the product requirements and what are our database entities and structures and what are the APIs that we need. That's all defined there. You can watch the last 2 videos as well to get more idea about what we have built till now. This is the source code is available on github.com/scalaracademy/Twitter backend node. I'll drop a link to this in the description of the video as well. A bunch of stuff we have actually already built, so a lot of stuff is actually in to-do as well. So I'll just open up my recording right here. I think one last bit I had not committed, so I'll just do that. This is not this. I think okay. So what have we done now? I think we have created a controller for hashtags, etc. So so just create the skeleton controllers and just right. So there's a bunch of stuff that's still to-dos. Actually, we have the controllers in place. I just added a workflow file as well for the Node.js workflow, which builds the project. So every time I make push, there should be a build that happens. I think that's happening. There's a build that's happening. Okay. So what stuff that we need, and what's getting built, and so on and so forth. I think we should put so a couple of things. What license do we have here? We haven't had license here, so I'll do those things. The README still is of NestJS, and we need to progress with building out the controllers. So let me do all that stuff. Let me get the AGPL license. Now that these are also important stuff that you need to do when you're working on an open source repository. Okay, you should have a license. So I've added the AGPL license here. In my README, I should add a should delete that stuff. This stuff is correct. I'll write like sort of what's project roadmap, or what are the things that are left to do in this project. We should add some stuff like that as well here. So a bunch of controllers are working and some are not working as well. So hashtag controllers, if you go and see, So we have to add the logic here. We have the user controller again, a lot of to-do stuff out here. Okay. And we haven't really built out the services part yet, actually. So we have the user entity, which is the user database stuff. We have not built the user repository. So let's go and build out the repositories. Okay. So how do we build repositories? So, users, and we can create new file, users dot repository.ts like this, and export class we can do user repository extends repository. I think you have to create a generic type of repository. Repository user entity, and yeah. So for now there is not much here. Just select formatter. We will add some functions here as and when we need, but for now I'm just going to create repositories which will just extend from the repository data type here. So what do repositories do actually? There's a repository pattern which helps us. So working with repositories, you create a repository like this, get repository, and then you can do find one and stuff like that. Okay, so anyway, we are getting to that. So that's the user repository. We would need something called a user service as well. So build a so how to build services, right? So let's go to NestJS docs. What are services and what do they do, right? So there's something called services should be there, right? Service is like a cat service, something like that, right? What are so providers are fundamental concepts. Okay, providers provide data to controllers. They can be injected, and then they can be dependency injected, so these are a lot of abstract concepts if you have not done object-oriented programming a lot before, but let's go ahead and build it. I'll just build it out, and you can probably get an idea of what services can do, right? Essentially, to give a little bit of idea though, right? So if I try to show this in form of a diagram, so here's say your DB, okay? So that's your DB. Okay, this contains the information. Okay, that's your database. Let's just call it DB, right? So there are user entities here. So what you do is it contains a table, right? So something like this. So sorry. So there's gonna be a user table in the DB, right? From which we're gonna be fetching data. Now, the entities that end up existing is, I think, first of all, there is, say, for example, your API layer. Okay, so this is your API layer, right? I'm just sort of describing this as the API layer boundary. Okay, just make it a little thicker, maybe, right? Right. So some request comes in via the API layer. Okay. Get users kind of a thing comes in, right? So somebody says get /users. This comes to the controller essentially. Okay, so So it first hits your controller. Okay, this request comes in. Now you have your user entity, which sort of represents every row that's gonna exist inside the table. Okay, so you create a repository. The reason you create a repository is sort of, I'd say, if I just put it to the back or make it maybe, a little bit transparent. Okay, so fill, if I don't fill it. Okay, so the user repository is sort of the code via which via which data is sort of fetched from just okay. So the user repository is the class inside which we have got methods like save user, save a row of users, or create a new row of users, or delete a row of users, update data inside a user row, stuff like that. So that's in the user repository. Okay, we have the controller. That's where we create something like a service. Okay, now what happens is that when the server starts, you inject the what we do is we inject the repository into the service. Okay, this is the user service, and then we do is we inject the service into the controller. Okay, so when get request is happening, there would be some function which we would basically call, which would be like get all users or something like that. Okay, which would trigger another function in the user repository, which would be like find all kind of a thing. Okay, and which would basically trigger something like select star from users. Okay, so hopefully you can understand this now. Just if I narrow down the sides a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so get request comes. So initially when the server boots, this stuff happens. Okay, there's a database inside which there's a user table. We define a user entity which defines exactly how the rows are going to look like. We create a user repository which contains the methods via which we interact with the user table out there. Okay, and then what happens is that we inject the user repository into the user service. The user service contains the business logic of our code. It can do validation and sanitation and all that stuff. It will make sure that the username is of correct format, or any of those things, right? And it will call methods from the user repository. Methods from the user repository look more like find all kind of a stuff. Okay, the service exposes methods like get all users or find user by user ID kind of methods, and which are then exposed to the controller, and then the controller is the entity which serves the API request. Okay, so these things are basically the dependency injection. So whenever the server boots up, an object of the user repository class is injected into user service, and an object of the user service class is injected into the object of a controller. Okay, so let's quickly go about in the code and see how this is sort of going to look like. Okay, yeah, awesome. So the repository, we don't need anything else right now here. How do we create a service, right? So we can generate a service, NestG service kind of stuff. So we can do, I believe, NestG service users. Okay, should generate a user.service. Yeah, it should have generated user.service.ts. Right. Right. We'll create a private constructor here. Constructor, and here we will pass private user repo of type user repository. Okay, right. We'll import this. By the way, I'm using GitHub Copilot here right now, so my autocompletes are gonna be pretty fantastic, I believe. Okay, so we inject the user repository here. Okay, let's see if right from the controller level. We need, get user by username is something that we need. So to do get user by username or get user by user ID, we will need similar methods in user service as well, right? So let's say we construct a method here, public should return sort of, array of users, public array, public get user by username. It should give the username of type string. Should return an user entity object essentially, right? Right, and this can be async, right? And this sort of method, what it will do is return await this dot user repo dot find user by username, but it does not have find user by username. Instead, it has find one. Okay, where we can pass basically the username. Okay. So this find one takes either an option. The find one options can take something like a where clause. I think we can pass a where clause, and inside the where we can say that we pass the username here. Okay. So the where clause would take find conditions of type entity, and we're gonna find users with username or something like that. Okay. So that's what my user controller would then call. So what I will do is inside my user controller, I will inject the constructor, and here I will create the constructor and put the user service inside that. Okay. Now this user service would be useful to me here, where I would do const user equal to use. I think this should be async as well, and then then we do await this dot user service dot get user by username. We do this, and if user does not exist, then we have to send a 404 kind of a thing, right? We will do that as well. Okay, let's just say throw new error user not found, something like that, and otherwise we return the user object here. Okay, so instead of returning the user object here, we can do is also create something like a HTTP response kind of an entity, right? So we'll see that. Let's just put this as any right now. Okay, and let's just return a user. Okay. We have to import the user service, I believe. The user service should be export class users service. Okay, so we should have this as user service. Import that. Right. Okay, let's try that out quickly. Right.
What do we have here? I think we can run it and watch mode, right? Start debug live. Should open on port 3000 or something. Okay, user service has got some error. User entity is supposed to be okay. So we did not get a bit of a problem here. Is that we have some injection problem. The injection problem is happening because in an app module we have directly put the controllers directly here. Instead of doing that, what I can do is I can do I'll just open another terminal tag and I can do nestg module. Okay, this creates a user module. Okay, it creates something called user module. Inside the user module now I can actually include in controllers I can add the users controller. Okay, I can add providers, and inside providers I can basically add the user service. Okay, in the app module, what I will do is I will add the like it has done. It has added the user module here, and I will not directly inject the user controller here. Okay. Let's see. At this stage, I think we still have some issues. Can't resolve dependencies of user service. That's because user service requires. So let's see. User service requires user repository. Where will it get that from? That's also needs to be defined inside the user module. So imports, I can provide the users repository. I think we should change this to users repository. Okay, still have another problem. User repository is a provider. They have to put it inside providers and we have to export it as well, I think so. Yeah, so it looks like. Anyway, this has let my server to run, which is I believe running on port 3000, I believe. Right, slash users. So the path that I added was users slash at the rate username like this. So user slash at Arnav. Okay. Something happened here. There was an error. Let's see what happened. Cannot read property find one on undefined. Okay, fine. That's the problem. We will investigate that. So it could not do find one inside the user controller. So inside the user controller, this dot user service dot get user by username, which does this dot user repo dot find one. So find one apparently did not work. Okay, that did not work because we can't inject repos directly like this. Instead, what we have to do is we have to design injection in a certain way. Okay, so how do we design that injection, right? Let's see. So whenever we need to inject the repository, we basically need to write this code, the get repository code. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Okay, and we'll do a custom repository injection. So I think there should be about custom repository, how to inject that. We have to add this annotation first of all, which we haven't done. So we have to add entity repository annotation on the users repository. So you have to write entity repository of type user entity. That's an annotation that we need to write. Okay. So inside the module, we have to add for feature kind of thing and author repository. So in my user module, I will have to write imports. Type rm module dot for feature, and I will have to write user repository. Sorry. Yeah. So we have to generate the user repository using dependency injection like this. A lot of steps actually, but it does one important thing. We don't have to manually create the repository in our code anywhere then. Now this is done. Let me just try to hit this again and see what we get. Did we still get an injection problem? Seems we're still getting an injection problem. Let me just read what else we need to do. I think we don't need to do this. You have to make author service injectable. Is it injectable? Well, it is injectable. And we have made an imports for author repository already. Interesting. Okay, let me quickly check again. You have to create an entity repository. So delegate instantiation responsibility to Nest. Done. And inside author service, here to private author repositories, author repository. I think that's just all that we need to do. We don't need to do anything else, it seems like. There is an example. Let's see an example. Okay, so should be some sort of repository stuff that we can find out here. Users, there's a user module where there is user module type one module for feature user, and there's a user repository. There's no user repository, it seems. Inject repository. We have to do an inject repository. Okay. What's that? Do we need to do that? So inside user service. I mean, this runs as a custom repository. Okay, so we do have some problems here. Just want to keep these things inside the live stream because you know that people get stuck, developers also get stuck on stuff like this, and I'd like to see how I figure it out rather than just see that people don't get stuck or something like that. But yeah, seems a little bit. Okay, what's inject repository supposed to do? Not using a custom repository, which is sort of sad. After users repository, okay, module providers, user service provide. Okay. So user service should not be injected here, I believe. Users module is coming in here. That should solve for that problem. User controller takes user service, which is great. User service takes inject repository, user repository. I'll remove that and just have this. And then we will see that inside user module, user repository is generated. I think this should actually work. And if I sort of, so we got a user not found, which is perfectly fantastic. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. So that's fixed, I think. Super. We just need to now sort of do a bunch of other things, which is that's base entity. We have to create a base HTTP response, by the way, via which we can, sort of wrap the responses out here. So inside, inside my user controller, in this case, I want to throw a, error here, 404 kind of stuff. So let's see how we can do that. So how is, 404 kind of stuff handled? Okay, not found, built-in HTTP exceptions, right? So how can we generate a not found exception? So we can generate a not found exception like this. If we do that, then when I hit this, I get a 404 user not found, which is perfectly exactly what I want. Okay, right? Sounds great. Yeah. Otherwise, we need to wrap it up in a HTTP response. So built-in HTTP exceptions are there. So how do we handle exceptions? So throwing standard exceptions, we can just throw an exception anywhere we want, and that sort of works. Custom exceptions can be built. We can extend HTTP exceptions to create sort of custom exceptions. There are a bunch of built-in exceptions which really love. Most of them would be something like here. Do we have inbuilt responses? We will check that. By the way, I think in my code there is one little thing which I need to take care of, is that I think in the app.ts I had turned it into Fastify application, and somebody just added some commit here to add Swagger. I think Swagger stuff, I believe, does not work properly here. So if I go to /API, oh, it's working. There was that Fastify stuff. Let me just quickly check. So oh, this is the backend source code, right? Somebody had sent a pull request which was written in Express format, but we are using Fastify here, I believe. Or did I not merge that person's pull request? I don't know. So somebody added response compression. So I'll just add a command to them that can you use Fastify please, because we are not using Express. So I'll just tag him. I'll send them a link also where to do it from, right? So there's a compression with Fastify stuff. So I'll just tell him to drop there accordingly. Okay, so they can update their pull request sort of, with the Fastify one. Okay, now I think we're doing great. So we have got the user stuff working here. Okay, I'll just make a commit at this point. That what we have here is okay. Now, what does the user service do? It gets user by username. It's just through and through. But if you have to check other things here, we can do that. We can just, in fact, copy that. But yeah. User ID would be a number, not a number, I think it would be a string, but yeah. In our case, user IDs are strings. Fantastic. I mean, GitHub Copilot can just, make me write this entire project, right? Yeah, so I'll just write some comments here. Description, find all users. Wow. Okay. What does member of do even in JS talk? I don't know. Okay, stuff like that. I don't need to do that here. It's already in the class. Returns a user entity, that's fine. Okay. Find a user with a given username. It's fine. Okay. User ID, so you can add some descriptions here. So great. Let's do another function, which is what all other functions do we need? So user controller, we would need get user by username, get user by ID. This would be actually pretty straightforward then. Const user equal to wait, get user by user ID. Fantastic. Why does it say no? Change setting. Cool. So same stuff here. If not user, then throw not found exception, and that return good, right? It looks good. I'll change the return type to something, I believe, for this user entity. This should be async, and this should be promise. Yeah. This is to create a new user. actually, right? And this is to update and user. So we'll do all that stuff as well. So how to create a new user? Create a new user with your details, right? Wow. I mean, GitHub Copilot is really great actually. Prompt returns promise user entity if user is created. I'll just go it right. Okay. So okay. Create takes an entity like deep partial entity, right? So something like that. Okay. So we take a user entity, and then the user entity must be of should have username, name, avatar, bio, follower count, followee count, all that stuff. In fact, we just need name, avatar, bio, username, and that should be enough for us to create that. Okay. We can create a user DTO, right? We can create data transfer objects. So inside your user controller, we can write, some classes here. Export class user create request body. This can be my DTO basically. To create a user, we need username, password. Copilot really amusing. I think I've been really loving it. We don't need that. We need password. We need name of that bio. So we'll do name. Avatar would also be a string. Bio would also be a string. So that's user create request body, right? So here inside create a new user, we'll write API. I think we can do API body, and you can pass I don't know, type, and you can pass right. Other things can be passed: schema, description, enum, required, stuff like that. Okay. Sort of. So I do it like this, just going by it, and if I just restart my server, I think it's already started, right? So if I go to API tag here now, so users, create user, right? This one, post, request body, try it out. So request body is supposed to be of the type, is it gonna try to do some autocomplete? I don't know. Let me see how to do API body, right? So with OpenAPI, if I have to define types and parameters, so body is supposed to be of certain DTO type. API body. Okay. So if I do it like this, instead of this, just do body. Create user request body like this, right? Declared but not used is fine. If I refresh this, so create request body is supposed to look like what? Let's not take those values. Let's see why not. We have to put some further annotations, I believe. So body, then create category DTO. It should have API property tags on it, right? So I'll just do that. Okay, awesome. So it's supposed to have username, password, name, avatar, BIOS, these kind of things it needs to have in the request body, and that's the definition of it's a request body, right? So when you're creating it, we can have some of the things as optional, I think. So username, password are needed. Name is sort of optional, I believe. We can make name optional, we can make avatar optional, and we can make bio optional as well. So these can be added if we need to. So if I refresh, then you should see that these are not required, but it does not show it that way. So okay, does it become not required now? Yeah, it's not required. So yeah, I think it should catch the nullable types automatically, but somehow it does not. But yeah, check it anyway. Oh, we can do API property optional. So that's sort of, I think, better. Import this one. Should do my job still, right? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So if my body is of this type, username, password, name, avatar, bio, string, blah blah blah, right? It's just saying that. And I'm expecting in user service that when I'm creating a new user, then I get a deep partial of user entity. Right, so partial is basically something partial like that, right? So when I call this from the controller, okay, making it async again. So const user equal to wait this dot user service dot create user with the create user request. Okay, should work, I think, right at this point, and it should return a promise user entity here. Be great, right? Except that if I will just return user from here. Okay, is the user created or not? Let's see, right? We can see the user will get created or not by just trying out this endpoint. Let's try it out. Pass username Arnav, password Arnav, not pass name of bio, and just execute that. Some stuff happened, I believe. This execute. Awesome. So I think user got created. Did the user get created? Let me quickly check, right? So let's do PSQL. This is MoDB, right? So select star from users. Wasn't created. Why was it not created? We'll have to check. I think we have to use save, I believe. Let me try it out again. Okay, we got an error. We have to see why the error. Null value in column name violates not null constraint, so name can't be null actually. Right. Okay. One thing that can't be null, let me just quickly check the entity. So apparently name can't be null, as it looks like. Can I just do a see? Okay. Let's say bio and avatar can be null, so I'll have to write, column. And can I just do this? I don't know, does that work or not? Apparently does not. So we have to do a default supposed to be not null, I guess. So pass a column nullable stuff here. Bio can be nullable as well. Name can be okay. So name, bio, and avatar can be null now. If that's the case, then I should be able to inject this now. So let's execute one more time. Fantastic. Table gets created. Let me do select star from users. Got it. Just get created. Okay. So that's the user ID. Can I fetch with the user ID and can I fetch with the username now? So let's try that out as well, right? So get user by username, pass Arnav here. We're getting that. This is the user ID, right? So the user ID is basically this. Let me try it out with the user ID as well. So get by user ID, try it out with the user ID, execute, getting it. So works. So get user by username is working. Get user by user ID is also sort of working, right? So fantastic. There's a lot of stuff, right? Quickly check if my recording is still working correctly or not. I'm almost an hour into it. Okay. Fine. I think I will end this stream here and we'll resume with the rest of the stuff in a different stream. Okay. Thank you for watching till here, right? Feel free to join our Discord. It's there in the description along with the video, right? Just under my face, I think it's probably shown that you can come to our Discord server and we can talk about this project and a lot of other projects. So we have got on the Scalar server, there is a open source channel. In the open source channel, we talk about these kind of stuff that we're making here. Okay. There are people online still. Great. So we can talk about projects that we make here. If you want to contribute, that's the repository. That's the discussion about this project. You can come and participate in the discussions here. There are people here who sort of very actively participate in the discussions, and this is the repository where you can go and find out issues, and you can create pull requests and stuff like that. Okay. So that's it. We'll catch you again in another stream. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Hey, so just continuing with the social media clone that we're making. Welcome to the live stream from Scalar Academy. And this is the fourth video in the series. You should watch the first three to get some context if needed before this. So we're building a social media clone, calling it Moo. It's sort of a Twitter clone, and we are building the backend here in this video. We have a few entities that we know we need to build: users, posts, notifications, hashtags, and we have defined the database. The database schema is available. So this is the link. It's in the description of the video. You can find out where we have the sort of product requirements and the system design documented out there. So this is kind of how the database is going to look like. we have a documentation of the APIs that we need as well. Okay, so we have built a bunch of it already. So this is the project website, and a lot of the things are actually working at this point. And if I go to this project and I just sort of run this, just give me a second. So we have at this point, I think the get it's if you run it, if you just download that project, if you run it, if you go to localhost 3000/API, you should see the Swagger documentation, the OpenAPI documentation as well. And we have the users. So if you do sort of get users by sort of a username like Arnav, get that user object, so that's there. And get user by user ID is also sort of there. So we are sort of getting there, right? Post users is how I can create a particular user. Patch is where I would be able to sort of update a particular user. So those are the endpoints. Slowly we're building them, right? Great. So we have divided the project into hashtag post, these kind of sort of modules. In the last video, you might have seen I have turned the user into a proper module and added all the user related repository, controller, service, entity, everything. We haven't done the same thing with posts and with the hashtags actually. So I'll just go and do that. I will generate so nest so we can generate service, right? So service I think so yeah, nest generate service posts. I need to create a module first of all. So posts, and I will also generate a module for hashtags. And at that point, what I also will do is I'll go to app module, make sure that users module, post module, and hashtags module are added here. I will remove the post controller actually from here and the hashtags controller from here. Okay. Instead, I'll go to the hashtags module and I will add the controllers here. Okay. So with using GitHub Copilot is pretty good actually. Like everything completes out with tabs. So if I write controllers here, I will have to add the post controller, right? Correct. At this stage, let me just quickly check if this has not affected the UI. So posts are still there and hashtags are still there. Okay, awesome. Right. So seems okay till now, till here, right? I was thinking we should add something like seeding scripts as well, scripts that would seed some initial information into the database or stuff like that. I'll do that later. For now, we are sort of doing okay. We got hashtags and we got posts. Okay, so let's complete the user stuff actually. So we need to develop some of the other user stuff here. So we have to I think fold all. Yeah. Okay. So right. So this is, I think, done. Get user by username is done. This is also done. Get user by user ID. Post user is done. Patch is not done. We need to do this one. Okay. Here, what we'll do is we will patch and user detail. So to patch and user detail, we need two things. We need the parameter, the user ID, right? That's fine. We also need the body of the user. So I'll do this, user create request body, and we would also have something like that. We'd have one export class user update request body, like that. We go ahead and make it. Okay, so to update a user, we should be able to update sort of, actually go with auto completing this, but not exactly this. So to update a user, what are the stuff that we need? We had some discussions about that already, I think. So to update an user, patch user, update bio name image. What are things that we allow updating? So we don't allow updating a username, and password can be updated, which is fine. Name of that bio, these can be updated, and then password can also be sort of, may or may not require the password. Now, we haven't really handled password handling till now anywhere in our API. We have to do that. Okay. So I'll add some to-dos for that. In fact, if you go to user service, so anywhere password handling is not added, so that is a major to-do, right? Anyway, so any of these things can sort of exist, and then they are all optional in this case, right? So this is a patch request. User ID could be one of the parameters that's coming in. Response would be promise user entity. That's what the response would be. It should be async as well. In fact, all of these functions should be async because we're going to be calling database stuff from here. We need a body which would be of type user update request body. Oh, I love GitHub Auto Copilot. I would say it really just sort of knows what you're doing. The AI stuff is really good. It sees that update user details is the name of the function, so it understands the body is going to be of update user request body, right? Anyway, so we would do is here. Wow, awesome. The user service should have an update user function which does not exist, so we have to go and create that. So we need to create an update user function. So I'll write the commands first for that. So update a user with given. Wow, fantastic. Returns user if it was updated. Wow, fantastic. So update user. This is just fantastic. Okay, so we have to first find a user. So const await this dot user repo dot find by I think we have to just do find one where ID is user ID. Okay, that's perfect. Then if not existing user, so I just sort of return null from here. Okay. Else what we're gonna do is great. Otherwise we can do await this dot user repo dot I think we can do an update. Can we do an update? Yeah. So what does an update take? So update takes criteria, which is supposed to be a find condition. So and the sort of partial entity there. So we can pass sort of the find conditions, which can be where ID user ID. And second condition we can do is the partial entity, which is gonna be the user object. So let me just call this as new user details. So okay, so first entity can be find conditions, right? So how does save work? Let me quickly check. So saves, we can do it with save itself. I think it seems like we can just do it with save. So we'll do a bunch of things. So existing user dot id. So this new user details can contain, so they can contain password, name, avatar, and bio, right? So let's just say that, you know, we do this, that if new user details dot bio exists, then existing user dot bio equal to new user details dot bio. I just copy this line a bunch of times. So avatar, bio, we can allow change of name as well, and so password I'm not dealing with right now. So yeah, so we just change that stuff and then return await the existing user. Great. Oops, sorry. So we'll call update user and we'll check if that works or not. So do it. I'm just return the user, right? I think just return the user. Update user just takes update user details. That's it. It takes an user ID. We can pass the user ID. So rather than that, you do user ID, which is sort of a string. So we do it with user ID here. Yeah. So we got the patch request for user ID updating, supposed to work or not. Let's see, right? So server should be up. Let me just quickly refresh that page. So if I send a patch request to update the user, so in the user ID, I'll just search for my user name first of all, right? So the username, if I search for myself, that's my user ID, right? And I will add a bio for myself. Okay, so I'll go to patch, paste my user ID there, and I will do is just update my bio. This is a nice guy. Okay. Okay, so updated, I get this is a nice guy stuff working. Okay, so fantastic. Update user details working. We need to be able to follow, not follow. These things would need authentication. So we need a way to assert that the person who's sending the request is a certain person. Then only we can do these ones. So these are still to do. we'll get back to this one, right? We want to actually sort of go and put a tick mark on the APIs that are done. So I'll just do that actually, right? So get user, this is done. Okay. Get user by user ID is done. Create a new user is done. Patching a user is done. This needed authentication actually, so which I have not done, which is sort of important. So I'll have to add a to do here. Is make sure that the user is as themselves. Okay, so I have to add that to do stuff there. This is not completely done. So is there a where is that tick mark? Is there a way to say that it's partially done or something like that? In progress or something like that? Maybe, yeah. Just write this. Okay, so it's in progress. Okay. Okay. What else? Cool. Next thing we can do is get post endpoint. We can actually definitely do that. Although there won't be any posts to respond to, which would be a problem. And hashtags as well. So let's go and actually start doing the authentication stuff. In fact, then which should start to make a little bit of sense, right? Okay, I'll make a commit here. That not here, and the other one. So the commit that I will make is that user edit works. Okay. Okay. Now, how do we handle login? That's the part that we will do now, right? So to handle login, I have to do a bunch of things. So there is no endpoint for login actually right now, right? So how do we do that, right? So to do that, we have to see now how to handle the password stuff. Let's do that. So I'll create something called user auth. I have to create another entity. Okay. So I'll create a module, NestG module auth. Okay. That's the auth module. Okay. I'll create an entity for auth as well, auth entity, and then I will create some auth endpoints as well. Okay. So an auth controller where we do the login stuff. So an auth controller will get added for that. We'll have an auth service as well. We will get that added. I'll create an auth entity as well. Okay, and we'll do some relationships with the user, and let's see how that goes. Okay. So we need two entities actually inside auth. We need user password dot So I'll do like, passwords dot password dot entity dot ts and I'll do an sessions dot entity dot ts. Okay, right, and we'll have to create repositories for that as well. We'll see that we might not need custom repositories in that space, but let's see. Okay, so for the password entity, we need user ID and passwords in the password entity. Okay, so we have got some comments, right? We got the base entity here, move base entity. So I'll do extended from move base entity here as well. Right. So a move base entity has a primary generated column UUID anyway, right, which will get generated. We will put a user ID here. So there would be join column, user ID. In fact, I would just make it a user, right? This would be a one-to-one map. It would be a one-to-one with user entity. I think that should do. I don't know. I think this solves it. Yeah. It should obviously be unique and stuff, but I think that should be taken care of. This that be the password entity has a user object inside it, and we need the password itself. So that would be password would be of type string. It should be column of and we need some nullable is false. Unique is obviously not needed here. Length and all we'll see. So yeah, that's the password entity. How do we handle this, right? So okay, we'll remove the user entity. Okay, this needs a one-to-one with. In fact, let's not do that, because when we fetch user, we don't want to fetch the passwords along with that, do we? I know we do. Oh, you can do. I mean, we can do one-to-one and how to do lazy relationships. So let's see. So when you do a lazy relationship, it can be basically a promise. So data type is promise in that case. So I have to do await on them. I have to promise dot resolve and get an I have to do an await on them. But that's fine, I think. So whatever. So let's just see. So if I do a one-to-one relationship with password, so it'll be a password entity instead, right? Okay, at this stage, if I okay, there's some errors. Unable to connect to the database. Use a password entity not found. Oh, I think we have to do is go to the app module and make sure that the password entity is added. Should be able to connect to the database. User entity. There shouldn't be a join column required here, I believe. So what to do one-to-one? Let's quickly check out. If it's one-to-one on one side, do we need the other side? That's the important part, right? I think we can delete this stuff from here. We don't need that actually. The one-to-one side on the password entity is sort of fine. So if I see tables, so there is a password entity hasn't been created, in fact. So why has it not been created? There's supposed to be password entity should be created. Okay, I think I have to write that entity passwords like that. We have got passwords. Passwords have password and a user ID, which is perfectly fine. That's exactly what I want. The user ID is supposed to be unique, which has not happened. Why? I don't know why, but can we add that here? Okay. So join column options, name string. Why is it not defined as unique? Should have been defined as unique. It seems pretty clumsy to me that it's happening like this. Okay, can we do column make it UUID? Okay, so if I make it UUID here, and I make it unique, join column. Does that work? I think it does. Should have been unique. Oh, it was already unique, I think, earlier as well. I'm so sorry. I think we don't need to do this thing. Yeah, it's still unique. My bad. Anyway, because it's 1-to-1, type column takes care of that. So we've got a passwords table, which is pretty fantastic. So okay, what else do we need? Just move my mic. Let me really check if my audio is still audio is audible, right? Yeah, fine. Okay. Let's go ahead. We got passwords, fine. What do we do about these passwords, right? So let's check upon those things and let's see. The password entity, which is done, which is sort of fine. Okay. Okay, how do we deal with when we're creating a user, right? So when we're creating a user, so we get to user service.ts, right? We want the password entity here, so that when we're creating a user, password is created, right? Makes sense. If you look at it from a different way in the user entity, if I just say that, that 1-to-1 it has with like password.user and okay. Fine. So in a one-to-one relationship, inverse side object to okay. If I make password and use a password object, right? If there's anything else to be done here, I believe there's some relation options. to be done. In the options, we can have lazy true. What else can we have? Cascade. The cascade should basically remove basically boolean or an array. Okay, so I'll just set cascade to true maybe. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so we look at users does not have any relation to passwords actually now. Which is sort of fine. Great. Now when we try to find a user, we should not find its password. It's something that I want to make sure of. So if I just execute that, we're not getting the user's password when we make a request, right? Which is sort of great. But then how do we add the password? So when we're creating a user, so we go to user service, and here when we're creating a user, create an user. So create save dot user. This user partial entity. So here's the stuff that we need to sort of deal with is user dot user password equal to user dot equal to user dot new password entity. I think I can do new password entity, and user dot user password dot password equal user dot password. Yeah. So creating a new user, we can pass a password as a string maybe. This dot user create user request. Okay, just separately the create user request dot password. Okay, if I try to do a create user request just like this, and if I try to save a user with password, let's see that sort of works or not, right? Okay, so okay, so let's see, try to create a user. I think there will be something going wrong because it will not be able to create the password entity before the user is created. I believe that's what's gonna happen, but let me try it out anyway, right? So well, let me just try that stuff out. So username, maybe if I try AG123 and password is also AG123 in this case, and I don't have a name of that in a bio. I try to execute that. I believe some shit will fail. Oh, actually it got created. But the password is getting fetched. If I try to fetch user by username with AG123 and execute that, it's not fetching the user password. That's fine, but when you're creating it, it sort of gets fetched, right? Because we're using that to save it. Okay. Interesting. Let me quickly check. Select star from passwords. Wasn't saved. Right. Password did not get saved properly. I got 2 users, but the password one is not saved. We need to make some changes here, right? You have to change stuff up a little bit. Can do it like this. You take the password, that's fine. Can't do it like this. You have to create a new user and you have to pass the password in that user object. You have to pass the password service. You can make an auth service, apparently a password repository. So what we can do here is we can inject repository of password entity type, private password repo password entity repository, sorry. Is that working fine? Is the injection working? Apparently password entity repository is not really working. Repository password entity inject repository stuff, it's not working. Okay, why not working? So for that we have to go to the user module, and inside the user module also add a password entity. Let's see, that works perfectly fine. Now in the user service, we have to do a bunch of different things. So we create a new user like this. Const new user equal to this. Okay. Then we have to do something else. So const password equal to new password entity. Then we do password dot user ID and password dot password. Okay, so create a new user, then we save the password, and then we return the new user. That's how we do it. If we do it this way, then I think we don't need the lazy bullshit here. I believe so, but let's check it out anyway. So now go to create new user. Let's try it out. So Arnav G31, maybe I just do another user for myself, same password, just all that stuff, execute. New user created, Arnav G31 with the password Arnav G31. Let me just quickly check. Arnav G31 has been created. Let me check passwords. This password is still not created. That's sad. Why did that not get created? Because I'm an idiot. Because I did not write await this dot password report dot save. Not write that. Right, idiot. Anyway, let's then try it again. Try it out. 31. Same password. Okay, is passwords awesome? Password is saved. We would not save password in plain text. We're gonna cover that part pretty soon, but I think password generation is sort of saved, which is great for me as of now. Not really need separate IDs here or something, but anyway. So there's a password table. Makes a lot of sense, right? How to do login and everything, we'll try and look at that now. So I'll just add, okay. How to save passwords? I think we should not save direct password. We should save bcrypt. So I'll just check on type ORM. They have given any particular instructions about bcrypt or not. So let me quickly sort of check that out. Okay. Is my face still on the video? Yeah. Any particular thing about bcrypt? Let's see. I just said use bcrypt as it is, which is fine. Nest itself does not provide any additional wrappers, which is fine for me. I think I like that. In fact, we'll see things. So what we'll do is, we'll do is with the auth module. We can use the auth module in the user module. In fact, okay. So, the auth module, I will add the password repository stuff here, and we'll have an auth service which would do some of that password saving stuff. So if we go to auth service, and if I want to inject inside here, if I want to add a constructor, and if I want to add private password repository, right? And I can write, inject repository password, right, which I need to import password entity, and this would be basically repository of password entity type. I don't need a custom repository for this one yet. That's that becomes that. Does it fail? It does fail. Password entity repository is sort of not available there, which I can fix by going to auth module and writing here that what did we do in the user module? We have added imports, right? So here also we'll add imports, and inside imports we will add type ORM model dot for feature, and instead of auth service we will add password entity. Fantastic. What we do here is that inside the user some models can be global apparently. How do we do global modules? So we can do global modules. So we write @global. You can write @global like this. Right. So let me make auth module global. Fantastic. So if auth module is global, then in my user module, can I remove password entity and it will still work? Apparently does not. Apparently does not. Sad. That's because we're using password entity directly in my user service. Instead of that, if we use the password service here, the auth service here, okay. So we'll go to auth service and we'll create a save password for user kind of a method there. Okay. So we'll create something like create password for new user. Password should be string, user should be some user entity. Let's just take that. Okay. We can do user ID rather than that. Okay. So const existing equal to await this dot password repo dot find one. Where I don't know where user ID, right? So if existing, we return an error actually from here, right? We can throw an error. What security policy violation event is that? Event. I did an exception. Okay, an unauthorized exception or something like that, I think. This already has a password, cannot set new passwords, and let us create a password for user. So if existing, if it's not existing, then we do is sort of, yeah, const new password equal to new password entity, and we do new password dot user ID equal to this new password dot password equal to since We're doing some changes in the DB. I think in the main.ts we should have a line that synchronize and does synchronize update tables. Okay. Anyway, check that. Let's come back to what we were doing, which is let's go to auth service. So create new password for the user, given a password, given a user ID, should do it, something like that, and okay. So if I do it like this, let's create password for user, and it returns like this. Then you can go to user entity, user service, and instead of injecting the password entity, we can inject auth service. Instead of doing this dot password repo dot save, which we have done here, we can do is await. So check that shit, and we can do is this dot password auth service. Okay, so this dot auth service dot create password for new user and pass. We had to pass two things there, right? We pass the password and the user ID. So first the password, and then the opposite is actually better. So I'll shuffle the opposite here. So sorry, first the user ID, then the password. Great. So I pass. I get a new user, and then we create a password for that user. Auth service we cannot inject into user service somehow. That's because of module stuff again. So I'll go to module and I will write exports. The auth service I will export in it here, auth module, and exports. Awesome. So let's see. Okay, great. We have to create another user again. Post user, try it out. AG123. Does any shit break? Doesn't actually. Let's see, passwords. Oh, fantastic. Password gets saved actually as well. So auth service is working perfectly fine. That's exactly what we needed. So when you create a user, auth service, fantastic. Now in auth service, we also need to add functions to verify the password. And here we would not save the password directly as a string. We will make the changes to bcrypt as well. Okay, so let me go there and we will add this thing. So npm install bcrypt, and we will also install the type definition for bcrypt as well. Okay, awesome. So npm install development. Awesome. So instead of saving the password directly here, we do is we'll create a private function here. There's a hash sync function as well, I think. The salt to be encrypted if specified, import star, import to hash sync. Okay. So use sync one. We should use the async one, I think. So just do password to hash, which would return a promise and string basically. Here, so I do is return new promise. Resolve. Oh, sorry. Resolve reject. Fantastic. So what do we do here? We do is use the hash function, which is coming from decrypt, and in the hash function we have to pass the data as string. So we'll take the password as string. So pass password. Second is salt or rounds, which salt rounds could be a number. So salt rounds, let me just write here that public static, and I will write password salt rounds equal to 10. So let's make it say a constant. So then we do is okay. And there's supposed to be a callback, right? Oh, it's supposed to be a promise. That's fantastic, actually. Then, so we can just private, if I do match pass hash, so we do password of type string and hash of type string. Promise boolean. So here we do is return, and I'm going to do so await hash, or I'll use match. Other methods are there. It's called bcrypt.hash and bcrypt.compare. Okay, so bcrypt.compare, I'll do, I'll do compare here. password and hash, and compare should basically return it should return true, I believe. True or false, right? So awesome. Okay, so match pass hash is gonna check if the password and the hash match, and it should say true accordingly. Matching password to hash. This is to create a hash from password. Now, what we do here is instead of saving the password, we do is await password pass to hash the password. Okay. Let's create another user and see what gets saved. Okay, so I hope program is running right. Yeah, so I'll just go and I will create another user, try it out, and so Arnav3131 and Arnav3131 username and password, they become, and if I execute, the user gets created. If I look at password, so with Arnav3131, this sort of long string gets created. So this was the first one we created, a second one created, but for this case, it's this password is getting saved actually, rather than the earlier case where the string is directly saved. Okay, so this is the hashed and salted and peppered password, which is sort of a useful. Bcrypt does hash salt password. When somebody tries to enter their password again, we can always convert it back into the same string and check that this matches or not, but we cannot recover the password from this string. So that's why it's kind of super helpful. So we'll see more about how to match the passwords and how we can integrate the auth service with the user service more in the next video. I think I'll just end this one here, where I'll just write that sort of concept of saving passwords is kind of shared, right? Okay, so I think fantastic. It's a lot of great stuff done there.